Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody's having it. Whoop, it helped if I brought my microphone over so everybody could hear me, huh? Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Monday morning, the 23rd, I think it is, 23rd of March, I think. I don't even know what day it is anymore. It's Monday. I know it's Monday because yesterday was Sunday, and I was reminded of it all day long that it was Sunday. All right. Hope everybody had a good night's rest last night. I've got a lot of stuff to go through, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of people dropping a lot of good information already today, and we'll see where that goes. I'm not sure if Dave's going to be joining me or not today. He's got an open invitation, so he shows up. He'll show up when he shows up. That's about all I can do. I can't. You can't twist somebody's arm to do it. I know that he did do a thing on. He's got a thing up on Rumble, and it's also up on X. And he did do an interview with Nino, and I know he wants to come on and show that. I just don't know when he's going to do it. So that may happen today, or it may not. I don't know. I don't know. No, seriously. Yeah. So I'm kind of just scrolling through the chat real quick here. Hi, everybody. Hi. I ordered Mary Luck says, I ordered meat. Did you use the code? Did you put in Hawk for the code? Because they give you a percentage off for that. So make sure you send them an email. Say, I forgot to put the discount on there. And they'll whack off a little bit of that money for you. So it's Donna. What's this? It says this is funny. I just finished your last video. It's been in for 4 hours. Hello from Texas. Hello, Texas. Hello from Oregon. Okay. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on. Let's go ahead and we're just gonna jump right into this stuff today because I'm just yeah. Mm-hmm. My brain is kind of like semi foobar, not totally foobar, but pretty semi foobar. Okay, look how they are watching the White House briefing. Why is that not fun for me? And is it up on the screen yet? Okay, let me kill my camera so that these videos will play properly. Get rid of minicam, turn you off. Think. There we go. And let's get started. This is a short clip.
And someone who has a personal relationship with the former president. Just first contributor.
So what they're talking about is this notice that was announced just a short time ago.
This is a case that could have been brought 3.5 years ago, and now they're fighting over days because they want to try and do it during the election. This is election interference. That's all it is, election interference. And it's a disgrace. We'll obviously be appealing. But this is a pure case of voter intimidation and election interference, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen. This case could have been brought by the DA, but they didn't want to bring it because they said they have no case. And then they bring it anyway. As you know, DA Bragg did not want to bring this case. He was forced into it for outside reasons, and it's a disgrace that it can happen. But this was a case that could have been brought 3.5 years ago. And they decide to wait now, just during the election, so that I won't be able to campaign. We'll be appealing this. On the other decision, it will be my honor to post, and we'll post whatever is necessary, whether it be cash or security or bonds. There's a decision we appreciate and respect the appellate division very much. And we will, I think, do very well in that whole thing. We have a judge who I believe is a crooked judge and a crooked attorney general, absolutely crooked. We did nothing wrong at all, 100%. And that was proven, and everybody there said it was proven. All you have to do is read the legal scholars, and you see that it was proven. But we will continue with that, but we appreciate very much the decision of of the appellate division. Thank you very much.
What's your collateral for the bond?
Cash.
If you're elected, will you pardon yourself?
You notice that the only thing that the reporter is concerned about is when you're president, are you going to pardon yourself? The hell, stupid BS. You know, I'm so tired of watching these news reporters that are out there they're out there. They get the opportunity to be there in front of them and ask, you know, viable questions. Okay, and do they ask about, you know, what they're capable, you know, what you're gonna, you know, what's gonna be your first steps when you get into office, kind of thing, or, you know, what's your stance on such and such policy or something like that. No, they just want to keep their narrative rolling in this direction of, like, he's got to cover something up, and it's going to, you know, yeah. Hey, while you're out there at the shed, there, Slow Country, why don't you bring a nice big leather strap and start prepping it up for some of these jokesters of reporters. Maybe we can line them up, and you remember back in the day when a teacher could whip your ass in school? I remember that. Mr. Smilenack. Okay, he was a medically retired hockey player from Australia. Hockey player from Australia, of all things. Okay, of all places. Right? This guy had a paddle that had holes in it. Okay. And let me tell you, when he spanked you, you knew it. And then he'd call your parents and tell them that he spanked you. And then you get your ass whooped again when you got home. Yeah. That's about what these reporters need. They just need to have their asses whooped in public, and then they need to get their asses whooped when they get home. It's that simple, you know. And yeah, they asked Trump how he was going to post his bond. As he was walking out, he said, cash. If I had that kind of cash, I'd be like building me a flying city or something so that I wasn't under the jurisdiction of any of these assholes. You know, I mean, it's that simple. It really is. All right. I mean, therefore, this is the best red-pilled video you will ever see. Well, I'm going to listen to it. I don't know if I'll agree with you, but we'll see. We'll see if we agree with you. But you should, because you post it, doesn't mean that it is the best. Okay, that makes it clickbait. Okay. But if we agree with you that it is the best, then it could be the best. But we've seen some pretty damn good ones. So here we go.
With the elections coming up, I thought I would share why I am no longer a Democrat. You know, I have had the ability to vote for people even though I didn't like them. I can honestly say I've never voted against somebody. That's just, to me, the wrong way to look at it. But the thing that got me leaving the Democratic Party was more or less one specific issue. See, I was a 2-time bone cancer survivor, still am. That's how I lost my arm. And having health care was extremely important to me. I heard all the talking points of, you know, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like your plan, you can keep your plan. The average family is going to save $1,500 a year. It's not a tax. All of this stuff made sense to me, how this was being pushed. And then the Democrats were also saying, well, you know, Republicans don't want you to have insurance if you have pre-existing condition. Well, I was a walking pre-existing condition, having cancer twice. My insurance was $185 a month with $1,000 deductible. That was for a family of 5. So I voted for Obama-Biden in 2008 based on Obamacare. Now fast forward to 2010, when Obamacare was implemented. Everything that they said was not true. The Supreme Court ruled that it was a tax if you didn't have insurance, that penalty. So that was a lie. insurance premiums went up instead of down. That was a lie. The insurance policy that I had specifically, that I had going through 2 bouts of cancer, chemotherapy, amputation, all of this stuff, it was great insurance. The insurance company canceled it because under the new Obamacare guidelines, that policy wasn't good enough. So they no longer offered it. They came up with a new offer and said, this is what your new plan will be, or you can go through the marketplace. And when I looked at them, the cheapest insurance I could find to replace that one was $1,200 a month with a $6,000 deductible. Remember, $185 a month with a $1,000 deductible is now $1,200 a month with a $6,000 deductible. No additional income. So I had to make a choice. Do I keep a roof over my children's head, or do I get health insurance and struggle? And I chose to just keep a roof over my children's head. And then I was penalized every year. I didn't have insurance for 10 years after that. Couldn't afford it. For 10 years, I was penalized every single year because I could no longer afford the insurance that I was required to get through law of Obamacare. I voted for that shit. And it did nothing but hurt me and my family. And I was supposed to be getting chest x-rays, CT scans every 6 months to maintain that I was cancer-free. I wasn't able to do that for nearly 10 years because of Obamacare. So I didn't get to keep the plan I liked. I didn't get to keep the doctor I liked. I was taxed and penalized, which they said it was not. And insurance was through the roof. It literally killed the middle class. And my wife at the time, she worked at a business office coordinator at a hospital. So we knew exactly how the insurance game worked. And it decimated the middle class. That was the first thing. And I noticed on the vote for that it was 100% supported by Democrats. There wasn't a single Republican that voted for it. And when I looked at that, I was like, maybe they knew something that I didn't know. Of course, I guess you would have to read the bill, right? But I digress. That reason right there alone is why I left the Democratic Party. Now, young people, there's something I want you to truly think. Don't vote against somebody. Don't vote against Donald Trump because you're told to hate him. Don't vote against Biden because you think he's a senile old man. Vote on what you think is going to affect you the most. I also looked at whenever Donald Trump got elected, I did get a tax cut. My employer got a tax cut. My employer then gave all 300,000 employees raises and raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour starting out. And I noticed that Nancy Pelosi kept saying, well, it's just crumbs if anybody got anything out of it. No, I got a $3 an hour raise back in 2017. That was not crumbs. And I know other companies started giving other things too, bonuses, better benefits, better retirement, raises. And I noticed who voted on that. 100% of Republicans, not a single Democrat. So we had Republicans wanting me to have more of my own money, and the Democrats didn't want me to have more of my money. So I started looking at these policies and how they directly affect me. Now, the thing that you young people that are under 26 years old haven't had to deal with yet, you know how you're struggling right now? Food, gas, utilities, rent, mortgage, formula, diapers, all of this cost that is involved. After you turn 26, you're going to have to get insurance on your own. You haven't had to deal with that yet. Insurance is just crazy since Obamacare was put into place. You think you're struggling now, wait till you have to buy your own insurance. That is reason enough for me to vote for Donald Trump. Not that I like him, is that he's saying he's going to get rid of Obamacare. And how that affected me and my family so negatively over the years. I can't wait for that piece of shit legislation to get killed. There are things that you haven't experienced in life yet that you need to look ahead to. Ask your parents whose insurance that you're on, if you're young, what their insurance went from before Obamacare to after Obamacare. See what they tell you. Because I promise you that affected your family. The only people that Obamacare benefited were the extremely poor and impoverished. They got everything subsidized. There are people that it helped. I'm not oblivious to that fact. But the majority of Americans got it stuck to them. So these are the policies that I vote for and against. I don't like Donald Trump, but I will vote for him because of the policies that are in place. If I close my eyes and look back 4 years ago of how my life was to currently, and I don't factor in Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that, Joe Biden did this, Joe Biden did that. Gas was more affordable. Groceries were more affordable. Utilities were not crazy like they are. Rent, mortgage, all of my aspects of life were better than they are now. Everything's a struggle right now. Vote wisely. I'm not saying vote for Donald Trump. I'm just saying have a reason to vote for who you're voting for. And if you're just voting against somebody, then just please don't vote. Please don't. If you don't have a reason to vote, then just don't vote. Because you're going to mess things up for the rest of us that have had to deal with what we've dealt with for the last 3+ years. You think life is tough now? Wait till you start having to pay for your own Obamacare. Thing is going to get different.
Okay, so I'm not going to say that was a big red pill, especially for our side, but for the Democrat side, yeah, I think that that's a damn good message that he put out there. You know what I mean? And it really, he broke it down and made it understandable to them, where the suffering comes in. Okay. And if, I look at it like this, hey, anything that can help change their minds and get them to understand the direction that this country is going and that they're not going to have a country, and this is the thing is the people who are voting for that side, don't understand that as soon as their usefulness is done, they will get rid of them too. It's that simple, it's nuts. Now think about the number of cancer patients they are with turbo cancer. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. And think about people trying to be able to afford, the medical insurance that they need now, especially now. Okay. Now we're talking about serious medical issues, that myocarditis, and others, and other things. So, it's, it's not a bad message to spread a little truth on. You know what I'm saying? Not a bad thing at all. All right. Libs of TikTok puts out, Planet Fitness claims its members' safety is a priority. So why did they allow Adam Yandana, a known sex offender, to become a member of their gym? Oh, let's find out.
A woman told police that she was being followed at a Warwick gym.
The NBC 10i team has learned this is the latest in a series of complaints filed against the man since the incident that landed him on the sex offender registry. But as Brian Crandall reports, most of the incidents have not led to an arrest.
Adam Yadana is a registered sex offender after he pled to sexually assaulting a former teacher of his in a Cranston school when he was 18. That was 6 years ago. Now we've learned he's been the subject of multiple police calls more recently. How did this situation make you feel?
Very uncomfortable, very uneasy.
An alleged encounter with a sex offender last month at the Planet Fitness on Bald Hill Road, though this woman did not know who he was at the time. She's asked us to hide her identity out of fear for her personal safety.
I noticed him getting closer and closer to me with his phone pointed directly at me. And so I turned around and I stared at him, and he very quickly moved his phone away.
She claims the stranger followed her in the gym before she ultimately told gym staff, walked out, and called Warwick police. You're sure he was taking pictures of you and following you around?
It was very obvious because of the way that he was pointing his phone at me, how close he was to me, the way that he was acting. And then the following around is pretty obvious just from the way that I kept changing the way I was moving, and he kept doing the same thing.
The Warwick Police incident report obtained by the I-Team states the man was identified by his gym membership as Adam Yee, but the responding officer discovered through a search it was actually Adam Yadana of Cranston, a level 2 sex offender. Police did not charge Yadana with a crime in this case, telling me there's no expectation of privacy in the open gym, and that what Yadana is accused of doing does not meet the criteria of Rhode Island's harassment or stalking laws.
You have to show a pattern of being stalked.
Hello? Hi, sir, I'm from Channel 10 News. I was trying to reach Adam. When I went to Yadana's Cranston home, a young man looked out an open window upstairs. There was a complaint that you were following somebody at the gym with a camera, so I just wanted to see if you had a response to that. But there was no response. I also tried to reach Yadana by phone. Another Warwick Police incident report obtained by the I-Team states late last year, the local YMCA got a no trespass warning against Yadana after staff saw him walking behind the building and looking into an open basement door. A week earlier, the Y had denied him a membership because he is a registered sex offender, according to the report. Remember, police found the last name on his Planet Fitness membership was shortened to Yee. In a statement to the I-Team, Planet Fitness wrote, quote, "The safety and privacy of our members and team members is always our top priority. We take member concerns extremely seriously." Planet Fitness says the franchise owner cooperated with authorities and the membership of the person in question has been canceled. Yadana is a sex offender since he pled no contest to accusations he went into Cranston West High School one day after dismissal in 2017 and groped the breast of one of his former teachers multiple times. Yadana received a mostly suspended sentence, which he's still serving. Court records also show while that case was still playing out, Yadana was arrested and pled to an indecent exposure charge out of Cranston. I've learned Cranston police have been called in the years since about Yadana, and I've obtained those incident reports as well. 3 years ago, investigators questioned Yadana after a female bank employee claimed he was following her in his car. The report stated Yadana admitted it. He was not allowed back at the bank. 2 years ago, a neighbor told police Yadana approached her twice, apparently with no pants on, only a long shirt. Yadana was ordered not to trespass on the woman's property. The police report says Yadana told officers he can't control his urges, that he wants help. None of those incidents resulted in an arrest. Cranston police tell me they do what they can, but the incidents did not meet the elements of a crime. Yadana's sex offender status is also not a reason police say to bring a charge in the Planet Fitness incident. Warwick Police Sergeant Matthew Moretti handles sex offender matters for the department.
It's where they can live. It's not where they can frequent unless that is something that is put in place by probation or a judge's order.
Is this an issue that you come across where people complain about what they're doing, but it's not a crime?
Often. People do just because I believe they don't know what the actual parameters are.
I understand that to a certain degree, and I find it really unfortunate that these really uncomfortable behaviors aren't seen as something dangerous until something actually dangerous happens.
Warwick police say they made Yadana's probation officer aware of the incident at Planet Fitness. The corrections department tells me as a result, it has increased Yadana's supervision level, and he is now reporting more frequently to his probation officer, having more frequent home visits, and they're in contact with police. Cranston police say they've conducted more than 20 routine sex offender checks on him in the past 3 years. I'm Brian Crandall, NBC 10 News.
Well, Warwick, Rhode Island's going to crap. Going to crap. And it used to be a beautiful city. I'll tell you what, that was one of the places that when I was living in Connecticut, I used to spend quite a bit of time going up to Providence and going up to Warwick. Great restaurants up there, great clubs, and I was playing with a country band at that time. And, so we all kinds of bars would call us to come and play, because it was, we helped to institute what was called Hot Country Nights at the Mohegan Sun Casino and Foxwoods Casino. Both had country programs going on. And during that period of time, I was actually teaching country dancing, line dancing and couples, both out of a place called Norm's Country Lounge in Groton, Connecticut. And we would go up to all these different clubs and things, and we would do a dance class, and after an hour and 45 minutes of a dance class, then we would do a 3.5-hour gig with the band. Basically they got to do what they learned, during the dance class. We would do songs that they could practice those dances over and over again. And half the time I'd be out there with a wireless headset on my head and singing and dancing with them, keeping them going and stuff. So it was kind of interesting. So Laura Logan says this comes out and nothing is done. It was a report by Chuck Costello or posted by Chuck Costello, bombshell report, highly credible sources claim the Russian collusion narrative was initiated by the U.S. government. It came from within the intelligence community. Well, we already knew that something was going on with the intelligence community because Chuck Schumer, old Chuckles, pedo Chuck, that's what we're going to call him from now on. Pedo Chuck. We got pedo Adam. We got pedo Chuck. Okay. I'm sure that we'll be able to tag that name onto many, 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 many more of our congressional and senatorial figures there in Washington, D.C. And I only say our because that's supposed to be our government. However, we know damn well that we didn't vote those people in, yep. Okay, so let's take a listen to what this report says. Here we go.
These are close to the House intelligence investigation of how the Russia collusion hoax began. The story, as you mentioned, was that, we were just informed by foreign intelligence about this. Our sources tell us a very different story, which is that this was initiated by the U.S. government. It came from within the U.S. government's intelligence community, including the CIA, that they asked the so-called Five Eyes nations intelligence agencies, that's the other English-speaking nations, including Britain and Australia, to spy on 26 Trump associates, or at least they had a list of the 26 associates that were identified. This is new information. Some people have theorized about this and speculated about it. We feel very confident that our sources were in a position to know and are very credible in this report. It's obviously a very serious allegation because this is illegal spying and it's illegal election interference.
Okay, so you're reporting that the CIA got these allies to bump these 26 Trump associates, create interactions, and then call these interactions suspicious and let the FBI know they were suspicious. And that starts the whole thing. What about this binder that encapsulates this whole thing and no one knows where it is right now, or Trump has it? What's that?
Well, Jesse, we'll have a piece tomorrow that is specifically about the binder, but as a friend of the show and of yours on this, I'll say that there has been widespread speculation that this binder was the reason or a reason for the FBI raid of Mar-a-Lago, and we'll be discussing that tomorrow. But obviously, if this binder contains what we have been told that it contains, which may include raw intelligence, information showing that the U.S. government, the CIA and the intelligence community of the U.S. government, initiated the Russia collusion hoax, that it did not occur in the way that the official story, including the Durham investigation, had portrayed it, then that's extremely serious information. And it may be, if the FBI then went to go get it in order to continue the cover up of this information, that obviously adds an even more dramatic wrinkle to this. Again, we'll have more to say about it tomorrow, but this is a huge, huge story. I mean, I've been thinking about it in the history of the United States of America. Have we ever had something like this where the intelligence community was weaponized against a political candidate and using our foreign allies to do it? I can't think of a more important or dramatic story.
Well, see, they couldn't get away with using the intelligence apparatus this time. So this time they're trying to use lawfare, and that's just, Former Premier of Alberta, Jason Kenney, admits that the Great Reset is not a conspiracy theory. He claims that Justin Trudeau is part of it. Let's take a listen.
The so-called Great Reset is not a conspiracy theory. It is an actual set of concrete proposals being advocated by some very influential people, and including apparently by Prime Minister Trudeau, who clearly alluded to it, referred to it, quoted from it, the Schwab theory, in a speech he gave to the United Nations a couple of months ago. So it's not a conspiracy theory to talk about that. Those are the folks advocating it. And I think it's perfectly legitimate for democratically elected leaders, for me to say, heck no, we're not going to exploit or take advantage of a crisis to advance a political agenda.
Well, the problem is there, Mr. Former Premier of Alberta, Jason Kenney. That's exactly what you guys did. So I don't feel sorry for you in any way, shape, or form. All right. Therefore, I am. New sophisticated burglary tourists fly from South America to rob wealthy houses. Let's see what they got to say.
A new kind of crime is spreading across the country. It's being called burglary tourism. Here's how it works. Police say thieves from South America come to the U.S. on tourist visas and target homes in wealthy neighborhoods, especially in cities with soft on crime policies like Los Angeles. Even if they're caught, they often don't stay in custody for long. They move on to other states, fencing the stolen good here or shipping it back to countries like Chile. William Lajeunesse is in Los Angeles. He's got this crazy and bizarre story for us. So, William, why are they so hard to catch?
Well, number one, Sandra, I am told most are arriving here specifically from Chile, which is the only Latin American country you don't need a visa to enter the U.S. as a tourist. That means no background check. No, secondly, they have fake IDs to rent cars and hotels, so there's no electronic trail to follow. Police caught these four red-handed outside Philadelphia with masks, gloves, reciprocating saws, and glass break-in tools. North Carolina, 4 more. These 4 guys face 200 charges of breaking and entering homes to steal. Glendale, California. Police there arrested these 3 from burglarizing multiple homes. And finally, Baltimore, these 5 connected to break-ins in Maryland, North Carolina, Alabama, Oklahoma. What do they all have in common? They all entered from Chile posing as tourists.
So not only are they robbing us blind and burglarizing our homes, but then they're not held to answer for their crimes because we don't know and cannot represent to the court what their criminal background is.
And that's because as a tourist waiver country, police don't know their criminal background before they board an airplane, allowing them to travel to wealthy areas, not just LA, New York, Miami, Phoenix, Detroit, Indianapolis, and more, where they case houses, break in, take cash, collectibles, and jewelry.
I can tell you that we have a significant increase in burglaries from organized groups that are outside this country.
And why are they so effective? Now, with those fake IDs, existing police databases and informants are virtually useless. High-end jamming devices disable home security systems. And because they don't use guns, most sheriffs don't hold and DAs don't prosecute residential property crime.
I literally cannot comprehend why the United States government is trying to protect Chileans who are coming in and breaking into our homes.
So DA Spitzer says the Biden administration could end this tomorrow by revoking Chile's waiver status, but they won't. He's suing the administration to find out why.
If you know, you know. A lot of people have guessed who that young man is. We'll find out. Red Pill Drifter put out Fiona Barnett is an SRA survivor. Below is a drawing she did of a hunt she was in. Fiona writes, USA ritual abuse victim David Schurter and I were trafficked to Bohemian Grove as children. There I was dressed as a teddy bear and made to participate in a pedophile hunt amidst the redwood forest and was drugged and raped by Reverend Billy Graham in a pink bubble-themed cabin. Yeah. Oop, I went the wrong way with that, didn't I? Yes, I did. Yeah. Yeah, people are going to learn more and more about, stuff these idiots are doing. So Joe Biden thinks that nobody's paying attention, but listen to what Mom says at the end.
Yeah, you're good. Let me whisper a secret. You're one sexy kid. Don't tell Mommy what I told you. You got it?
Mm-hmm. I'm recording.
Oh, you're recording. Not good at filming? Yeah.
I'm recording. Oh, you're recording. Yeah, she got it all. Yep. Do I think that was Kennedy who was killed in the car? No, I don't. Not anymore. I used to think so, but I think that was a double. I think he's been in hiding his whole flipping life. Yeah. ATF is set to criminalize 10 million Americans, and punishments is 10 years in prison.
Let me ask you this question real quick. Did Congress pass a law to stipulate the ATF do this?
Unequivocally, no.
Mr. Wilcox, how you doing? Fellow Brooklynite over here. Grew up the same time. Let me ask you this question. Do you think it's okay for the ATF to act outside of congressional legislative authority, criminalizing 10 million Americans who are currently law-abiding citizens?
It's good to see another proud son of Brooklyn. I don't believe that is what ATF is doing here, so I disagree with the premise.
Do you think that by this rule, there will not be 10 million felons in the United States because they bought a product that the ATF authorized to be sold and that the ATF said was legal up until the Biden administration?
So not liking a law isn't a reason for ATF not to.
Well, Mr. Wilcox, there's no law. Congress didn't pass it. That's a rule from ATF. Let me ask you this question. Do you believe in separation of powers?
Of course.
Do you believe that the legislative power resides within the congressional body and not the executive?
I do.
So then why do you think it's okay for the ATF to come up with some rule with the force of law that Congress did not pass?
Congress passed the law 90 years ago, and ATF is.
So you're saying to me that a law that Congress passed 90 years ago allows for 10 million Americans to become felons today?
Congress passing a law allows ATF to regulate as technology changes.
Come on, Mr. Wilcox, don't do that to the American people. We know better. Don't do that. I find it interesting that my colleagues have no problem with the ATF going outside its boundaries with respect to this brace. Meanwhile, my colleagues have no issue with the fact that the president of the United States has made a complete bastardization of asylum at the southern border, which has led to more fentanyl killing more people between the ages of 18 and 45 in the United States. Fentanyl is the #1 killer of Americans in the United States, and they have no problem talking about that. They don't even want to discuss it, but we're here talking about this. Ms. Swearer, you just saw the video that was up on the screen. Do you have a response for this video?
Yes, though I suppose Mr. Bosco does as well. I think it's being used in a way to misconstrue the reality of SBRs. Like SBRs are actually still used by plenty of Americans who do have disabilities, but also just from the standpoint of SBRs themselves, they were the loophole, an attempt to regulate a loophole while trying to essentially ban handguns. Their restriction under the NFA has always been irrational. This idea that somehow a 14.5-inch barrel is more concealable than a 16.5-inch barrel when you walk in to commit a mass shooting, and that's why they choose it. It's just not realistic. It's the same gun. If you take that same gun and put it in a 16-inch barrel, if anything, the muzzle velocity will be increased when it is fired. So it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
So to give you a little background on what's going on here, it's literally the ATF has now criminalized, and this is under direction of the Biden administration. They have criminalized a gun accessory that was legal for years and years and years, and they've done that sort of underneath, everybody's noses, right? So basically, as at this point right now, if people are in possession of this gun accessory, which was until very recently very legal, now this is illegal, right? And so if people get caught with this, or if the Biden administration or somebody decides to bring down charges, they're looking at up to 10 years in prison. So is that right? No. In fact, it is completely insane that this is something that they're trying to put under the noses of the American public. But when you have to understand here is that the Biden administration is trying to subvert the Second Amendment. They literally do not want American citizens, law-abiding American citizens, to have the same rights as the people that your taxpayers' dollars pay in order to protect them. And by them, I mean senators, congressmen, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an attack on the Second Amendment. It's actually completely insane. And you have to understand that these people that are attacking the Second Amendment over and over and over again, they say that they're here for gun control. They are not here for gun control. This is disarmament.
Yep. 100% accurate. All right, Queen Petty Lex, I don't pay attention to a lot of the evil going on in this dark world because I was created to bring light through my comedic content.
You're black. Are you afraid of ghetto folks?
Ain't. The fuck? Ain't nobody scared of no damn ghetto folk. Because hell, my ass can be ghetto. I told y'all I was born on the south side of heaven. The fuck? But I can also, Sigmund Foods states that if you treat your great employees well, they'll always come back. I can be sophisticated too, boo. Don't ever judge a book by its cover. So hell no, I ain't scared of no damn ghetto folks. As a matter of fact, my husband and I talk about this all the time. I actually like ghetto communities. They need that in their community, honey. When they get outside, they be all together, unified and shit. I mean, you might hear some arguing, a little fighting, but they all still come back together. You know what I'm saying? And the only thing that really bothers me is all the damn trash on the ground. Y'all pick that shit up. You got to care about your environment, no matter where the hell you live at. You know what I'm saying? However, some ghettos be ghetto on a little too much. Some ghettos you can drive through and be eerie as fuck. Like, God, how many bodies down there here? You know what I'm saying? So I'm scared of them folks, the criminals, the ones that got their pants hanging down and selling the rocks to folks. Because them pew, 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 the bullets don't discriminate. Fuck that, I got to go, ho. So hell no, ain't nobody scared of no damn ghetto folk. Hell, I can't wait till the summertime get here because I'm going to be the first one smoking to get me a damn icy. Hold the roaches. I'm just saying. Ain't nobody scared of no damn ghetto folk. Who the hell are they? Anybody who should be scared of these two motherfucking hoes. Sick of them two. Get on my damn nerves.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. This one's very interesting. Here we go.
So Easter is March 31st this year. The devil has done a real good job of confusing us about times and how to keep time, how to keep the days, how to keep the months, how to keep the years. We don't even know when to celebrate Jesus' resurrection on the right day. but I'm going to do my best to try to clear this up for everybody. Bear with me here. Jesus did not raise from the dead on March 31st. He raised from the dead during the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You can read about this feast in Leviticus 23. So when is the Feast of Unleavened Bread? Well, it starts in the first month of the year, on the 14th day of the month when the sun goes down. Well, when is that? Well, to know when that is, you have to know when the month starts, and then you have to know when the year starts. So let's talk about when the month starts. Well, the word month comes from moon. Month equals moon. We all know what a full moon is, but we're a little confused about what the new moon is. We have been taught that the new moon is when the moon is gone. It's not shining any light when there's no moon. So how can the new moon be when there's no moon? I think we should call it no moon. For the sake of this video, we're going to call it the no moon. Right after the no moon, when the new moon starts to reappear, you will see a little sliver of a crescent of the moon right around sunset. And you'll be able to spot it near the sunset. Where I live on South Carolina, wherever the sun sets, it's going to be a little left and a little higher than the sun. After the no moon, when you see the new moon, which is the new sliver right around sunset, the first night that you see that is when the month begins. So the month actually starts at night, and then the next day when the sun comes up, that's daytime. That is the first day of the month. Okay, so now that we know when the month starts, how do we know when the year starts? Because it ain't January 1st. The year starts in the spring, and doesn't that just make perfect sense that that's when God would decide when the year starts? Yahweh told us in Exodus 12, verse 2, that the first month of the year is in the spring. It's the month where we have Passover. It's the month where we had the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It's the month that we have first fruits, which is the day that Jesus rose from the dead. So we have biblical confirmation from God himself that says that the year starts in the spring, not January 1st. Makes absolutely no sense to start the year in January 1st unless you're the devil and you want to trick everybody into starting the new year at the wrong time. So when in the spring does the year start? Well, do your own research, but this is what I've come up with. This is the best answer that I've come up with based on the research that I have done. After the spring equinox, which is around March 20th on the Gregorian calendar, the first new moon, which is that sliver crescent that we talked about, the first new moon after the spring equinox, that is the biblical new year on God's calendar. This year that happens on the evening of April 9th, which is the day after the big solar eclipse, which is very interesting in my opinion. So the evening of April 9th is the beginning of the year. It's the new year. And April 10th, when the day comes up, that will be the first day of the year. So the new year starts at sundown on April 9th. Remember, we're trying to determine the day that Jesus rose from the dead, okay? Because it ain't March 31st. And it will never be March 31st. So Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread starts on April 23rd at sundown. And the Feast of Unleavened Bread is a week-long holiday. I may make another video about that and what that's all about, but for the sake of time of this video, we won't. So the Sunday that takes place during that week is the day that Jesus rose from the dead. It's a feast called First Fruits. Again, do your own research on this. But that is the day that Jesus rose from the dead. The Sunday during the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That day this year falls on April 28th, the day. Well, we'll start April 27th at sundown, and April 28th is the day. Day meaning the sun is up. That's the day that Jesus rose from the dead. That's the day that we should be celebrating it. So what is all this Easter crap? This video is already too long, so I'm going to go ahead and make another video exposing what Easter is all about. Don't be scared to hit follow.
Yeah, I don't have a TikTok account, so I don't have following capabilities, but you never know. Okay. What was this here? Yeah, this is about Target. Thought that this was kind of interesting.
Hey, do you guys support the satanic pride propaganda?
Yeah, both.
You support it?
Satan and pride.
You support Satan?
Mm-hmm.
What's God gonna think of that?
I don't believe in God.
So you
Did
think
you need help with something?
you support the propaganda that's targeting the kids?
There's nothing targeting kids.
It's all over kids' TV shows. It's all over. They're targeting
Kids
the
can
kids.
choose to wear whatever they want.
Do you support the sexualization of kids through pride propaganda by
Sir,
corporate?
is there something that we can help you with?
I'm just asking people questions. What about you, sir? Do you
I'm
support
not
this?
answering any questions, but if you're here to cause any disturbance in the store,
I'm just asking questions. Do you work
but
for
you're
Target?
disrupting.
Do you work for
Yes,
Target?
I do actually.
Where's your name tag?
I am the undercover loss prevention.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay, guess what, guys? You're no longer undercover. Dude, you've been outed. Get a new job.
I'm just asking questions. So do you support the satanic propaganda?
I'm not
like she
answering
does?
your questions. What you need to do is you either need to leave the store.
God will judge you guys.
Okay.
I mean, I can't. You won't if I don't believe in it.
And also, is that our shirt?
Yeah, it is.
Are you going to purchase that shirt?
Hey, ma'am, do you support this?
What did I just say?
You support pride propaganda?
stop
Whoa,
doing
I'm buying
propaganda.
this.
I need you to.
Whoa, let
you
go,
just said you're
man.
not buying it.
I'm gonna buy it and burn it.
Okay, that's your choice. You can totally do that.
Well, what I said is you need to leave. You can't ask anybody any more questions. You can't disrupt
Freedom of
any more
speech. Call the
people.
police.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, call them.
Okay.
Trespass me. I don't care, dude.
Okay.
Clearly.
You think I care if you trespass? I've done this
No,
1,000
we
times.
Never, we never said that.
You guys are satanic.
True.
See, open satanic. Satanists, guys. That's what we're gonna get up against. Just open Satanists, like her.
I'm just anti anyone.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Do you support pride?
No, you can't disrupt any
Yeah,
more
you
guests.
need
You
to
need
stop.
to leave.
Sorry.
Sir, do you support the satanic
I
pride
need you
propaganda?
to- Sir?
He doesn't.
No, he just doesn't care to talk to someone who's so hateful and judgmental. To be honest, I'm quite happy.
Hey, excuse me. Do you guys support this?
We do.
Do you guys support the
So we-
propaganda?
Yep.
You do?
Yep. So you can
It's
please
satanic, man.
please ignore
You know what the real rainbow stands for?
You can.
Yeah. Well, I guess yeah, I don't think Target's gonna be around much longer, honestly. Yeah. This is Anna Marie Van Bleisenberg. Eyewitness ritual, child killings by royalty and elites. And I hate having to show this kind of stuff, but we got to show it. Okay.
My name is Anna Marie van Blijenburg. I have been married for 24 years met Kees van Korlaar. Kees van Korlaar, together with his three brothers, form a criminal organization known as the Octopus Syndicate. They work from 1960 on till the day of today. In order of Queen Beatrix, they have organized martel, torture, rape, and killing of children in a public setting. They organized that through youth detention centers in the Netherlands. The youth detention centers were told that the criminals were asking for the Dutch court for children who could work with the Dutch Queen for a certain period. The detention centers were very happy. They thought that Queen Beatrix was a very social woman, and they gladly volunteered in giving files of certain children to the criminals. When they wanted to verify what the criminals told them, they were given a name and a phone number of a high-ranking officer at the court of Queen Beatrix, and that high-ranking officer would state and tell them that indeed those criminals were seeking children to work for a certain period at the Dutch court. After receiving files of approximately 3 children every time, the criminals selected a child that had no relative or family. They told the youth detention center, child A is the one we want to see. youth detention center bought clothes with the child so that it was well closed to go to a solicitation conversation and put the child on train to Zwolle. In Zwolle, the criminals fetched the child from the station, brought it to a building which was equipped as a hotel but was not working as a hotel, although there were people in the lobby doing as if the hotel was in work. The child was put on a
All right, so you guys can't hear that? Yeah, sorry. Well, I'll drop the link in here and you guys can try and figure out how to I can't. I'll just have to drop the link for you. That's all I can do. I can't make it any louder than what it is. And so give me a second. I'll drop it over on the Facebook side too. I already shared it in my X feed. So for those of you on the X feed, you can locate it there. Give me a second here. Get this. There you go. Okay, moving on. Here we go. So I guess we're going to continue to pretend that Biden didn't interfere with the Trump presidency or threaten Poroshenko if he involved Trump with Ukrainian businesses or business dealings.
Overdrive to clean up loose ends. November 16, 2016, 2 weeks after Donald Trump's victory, Joe Biden is on the phone with Poroshenko. His voice tenser now than before.
This is getting very, very close. What I don't want to have happen, I don't want Trump to get in the position where he thinks he's about to buy onto a policy where the financial system is going to collapse and he's going to be looked to pour more money into Ukraine. That's how he'll think about it before he gets sophisticated enough to know the details.
In other words, Biden does not want Ukraine asking for more money from Trump. Doing so would cause Trump to look into the details.
So anything you can do to push the Privat Bank to closure so that the IMF loan comes forward, I would respectfully suggest is critically important to your economic as well as physical security.
Critically
important. Sounds like a physical threat to me. Yep. All right. Quick question here. Remember what happened the last time the Jews tried to build the third temple and usher in the Antichrist?
The whole Jewish kingdom has lasted more than 70 years. Let's say 80 years. Israel is now 75 years old. Something is coming to an end. This is the panic. This is the hysteria that is now sweeping through the Jewish population. The Jews are losing the narrative. They can't make their case. And so we have to act. We got to this point, as you pointed out, at the time of the crucifixion. The veil of the temple was rent. That's the end of the Mosaic covenant. But the Jews didn't get the message. They continued in their revolutionary activity until finally they rose up against Rome, and Rome came and destroyed the temple. 60 years later, there's another revolution. They rise up against Rome again. This time it's led by Simon Bar Kokhba. He expels all the Jews who have become Christians. So the Jewish thing is a racial, ideological thing, and the entire city was destroyed. Someone at some point was saying to some bishop, I'm from Jerusalem. He says, what's that? It's been totally destroyed. It was called Aelia Capitolina. They still didn't get the message. 300 years later, Julian the Apostate becoming the emperor of Rome, the grandson of Constantine, who made Christianity the religion of the Roman Empire. He wanted to return to paganism, and he decided to go to the Jews. But we have one little request. You need to rebuild the temple. Toward the end of the 4th century, Julian says, sure, I'll get Alypius. He'll come from England. He's the greatest engineer of the Roman Empire, and we'll build your temple. The Jews rush to Jerusalem now. They are working, clearing off the rubble to get to the foundation. The Jewish women are giving their gold to adorn the temple. The great moment comes where Alypius has this crane and he's lowering the cornerstone down. As soon as it touches the foundation, fire erupts from the earth and kills them all. 3 chronicles, one by a Catholic, one by an Arian, and one by a pagan. They all describe the same thing that happened. There is no question that this happened. Nobody had an explanation. It was God sending fire down, because what God doesn't want built, no man can build. This time, it's undeniably God. This is the context that we need to have to understand the latest attempt to rebuild the temple.
How can people like Pastor Greg Locke say that this is real?
Because he's reading the Schofield Bible.
Yep. Interesting. So true.
I asked God to take my habit away. God said no. It is not for me to take away, but for you to give it up. I asked God to grant me patience. God said no. Patience is a byproduct of tribulations. It isn't granted, it is earned. I asked God to give me happiness. God said no. I give you blessings, happiness is up to you. I asked God to spare me pain. God said no. Suffering draws you apart from worldly cares and brings you closer to me. I asked God to make my spirit grow. God said no. You must grow on your own, but I will prune you to make you fruitful. I asked for all things that I might enjoy in life. God said no. I will give you life so that you may enjoy all things. Then I asked God to help me love others as much as He loves me. God said, finally, you get the idea.
Finally, you get the idea. Yep. This is out of Australia. Australian Senator Malcolm Roberts. He knows.
It's become clear that people in this country and globally have been steamrolled. It is also clear that it has been coordinated globally. It is also clear that it has been integrated, not just over 6 months, not just over 2.5 years, but it has been planned over decades. The changes to legislation in this country were done so that they could control doctors and people. But the people are waking, and it's thanks to people like Dr. Altman and all the presenters here today, thanks to people like Senator Babette and Craig Kelly. We know and we knew that this is all bullshit and that we've been had. But we are going to hound you down, the people that are guilty. We are going to hound you down and hold you accountable, and we will expose your global agenda so that the people of Australia can be free in the future. Because I love my kids, and I'm looking forward to my grandkids. And we are going to save this country. It's become clear that people in this country...
Yep. More and more people. More and more people. Border Patrol chief says he is kept up at night because of dangerous people and even terrorists entering our country illegally. It's a national security threat.
Are you concerned about that, about the potential dangerous people or potential terrorists who may be infiltrating the country because you are so focused on processing asylum seekers, families, and others who are in distress?
Absolutely. That's you ask any law enforcement officer, especially somebody that works in border security, that is what keeps us up at night. We're at closing in on 1 million entries this fiscal year alone. That number is a large number, but what's keeping me up at night is the 140,000 known gotaways.
That is not part of that tally.
That is not part of that tally. And that's just what we know.
Is that a national security risk?
That is a national security threat. Border security is a big piece of national security. And if we don't know who is coming into our country and we don't know what their intent is, that is a threat. And they're exploiting a vulnerability that's on our border right now.
Nobody is going to be deported. There will not be another foot of wall constructed on my administration. Period.
Yeah. Joe Biden, a traitor. Always be a traitor. You were a traitor. Back when John F. Kennedy Jr. fucking sent you that telegram saying, Joe Biden, you're a traitor. You are a traitor. Don't like what I'm saying? fuck you too, okay? Because it's the truth. He's a traitor. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. All right. Matt Bracken says, look at these fucking traitors. Yeah, speaking of traitors, here we go. Wearing their official police uniform, badges, and guns, doing a side gig, being paid by the cartels to provide security for human trafficking. What a disgrace this country is, FUBAR. Those of you that don't know what FUBAR is fucked up beyond all relief. Here we go.
You got to give me a trespass warning right now. It's your warning.
So guys, I am currently at the Migrant Center in San Antonio, Texas, where NGOs are facilitating human smuggling of migrants into America. If you look right here, you actually have a San Antonio Police Department car watching as a lookout, basically guarding this area. They're taking side contracts in relations to these NGOs actually being paid a significant amount to guard this area. And I'll walk down here just to show you this even more. They're in their official San Antonio PD uniforms to top it off, with their San Antonio PD cars as well. Just to give you a little background real quick. Are you guys on duty right now?
This is an extra job for us.
So are you being contracted by the NGOs then? Why did you tell them just to say no? So you guys are being contracted by the NGOs?
None of your business. No comment.
It's none of my business. You're San Antonio police, but you're being contracted and paid by NGOs. You're being paid time and a half?
No comment.
No comment? But you did confirm you're not on duty. This is a side job for you. So you are being paid by the NGOs. Do you think that's a conflict of interest at all?
Back up. What I tell you.
So you got San Antonio PD here being paid by the NGOs
Back up.
to essentially facilitate the human trafficking of illegal migrants into the country.
Outside the gate.
Can I ask you guys a question? These NGOs claim they're not paying for migrants' flights, but the migrants are saying the exact opposite. How this facility in specific works is if the migrants are held here for a certain amount of time without actually being released, then they claim that they can't pay. Ma'am, can I talk to you? Yeah, she doesn't want to hear it because she already knows. So why are you not investigating this for human smuggling? Because they're paying for these migrants' flights into cities, into America. Because you're the police. So this is something that you should be investigating. They're lying about paying for migrants' flights when in reality, they absolutely are paying for migrants' flights and sometimes even double booking and then charging the federal government back. So they're scamming people. But why are you guys as police officers not looking into this? And instead you're taking money from these NGOs and these affiliated organizations.
No comment.
No comment? Again? As police officers, you don't think that you in your official uniform is a conflict of interest at all?
No comment.
And you got lookout over here providing security as well? Why do you guys have San Antonio PD cars here while you're in your uniforms guarding a migrant facility that is engaging in human smuggling? No comment? So you have these two gentlemen up front helping human smugglers as they're on the police force in their official capacity, but taking money on a side gig. That's what he said earlier. So they're being paid by these NGOs, allowing human smuggling to happen when they should be investigating what is human smuggling into America. No comment on that either?
Nope.
No comment on anything tonight, huh? Do you think what you're doing is moral?
No comment.
No comment? You probably don't care it's moral because it pays good, right?
No comment.
No comment? What about you, sir? You haven't said much other than telling him not to talk to me tonight. Do you think this is appropriate what you're doing? Can I get your guys' badge numbers?
Yeah.
What's your badge number?
2213.
2213. What about you, sir?
81.
But you said this is a side job, so who's paying you?
You didn't know that.
Why don't you know that?
If you don't.
Why are you in San Antonio Police Department uniforms if you're off the clock with your San Antonio PD cars here?
I need to answer that question.
You don't need to answer it?
No.
Why won't you answer it?
I don't need to.
You don't think it's a conflict of interest?
Who are you that,
I'm a reporter. I'm asking you.
I don't care who you are.
You don't care who I am?
I don't care who you are.
So you are being paid by the NGOs.
I don't care who you are.
So you have San Antonio PD
What I
here.
tell you is, you need to get outside the gate.
San Antonio PD here being so you're not going to answer a question for me, but you're going to attempt to arrest me.
I'm just trying to get you off the property, outside the gate. You can stand out there and record all you want to.
So why are you in public uniforms? You guys are public officials. You work for you basically get paid by taxpayer dollars, but you're here off the clock being paid by NGOs that are facilitating human trafficking, correct? It's kind of weird how you're dodging this. It's a simple yes or no question.
I need to answer your question.
So you are.
I answer your question.
You're kind of answering my question by not answering my question. And considering I know you're already being paid by the NGOs, it seems even more suspicious that you're not willing to admit to it. Quite literally helping facilitate human smuggling
Outside the gate.
into America.
That's the gate right here. Outside. Huh? Is it a worker? Call them. And come out. Wait across the street.
So they're running security, making sure everyone has wristbands before they come in here. Insane.
I said outside the gate.
2213. Can I see your badge, sir?
No, I already told you what it was.
Will you show me your badge?
No.
Because I'm not really inclined to believe you with all the shady activity going on here.
That's your problem.
How much are you getting paid to be here?
What I just tell you? Outside the gate.
Is it time and a half? You can get the
Outside
official
the
owners
gate.
to trespass me if you like.
Outside the gate.
You got to give me a warning.
No,
You got to give
I'm
me a
giving you
trespass
a warning right now. That's your warning.
All right. So, what San Antonio? What's your name? Mikkel Wayne. What a name. So, facilitating human smuggling of migrants into America. He's mad that I'm standing past this little line right here, but he's quite literally helping human smugglers facilitate their illegal activities into America. Insane. Welcome to America in 2024, guys.
Conflict of interest? I think so. Yep. What is reality? This is a very, very interesting story. I want you guys to pay really, really close attention to the whole story and then focus in on the end. It's going to blow your mind just a little bit. Here we go.
The story is this kid in college was walking and he was just like a normal kid, and this like jock guy started to like, and then he pushed him like super hard and he like hit his head.
Oh no.
And then like woke up, he's like, oh my gosh, that hurt so bad. And then just went on to class and stuff. Goes into class and he sees this really beautiful girl, basically was pursuing her, and she like had a bunch of bad relationships or whatever. Finally, a couple months later, they ended up dating. Long story short, they got married, super in love. They had kids. He had a job. All this is great, right? He said that like every night he would go into his kids' rooms and like read them a story, all this stuff, you know. And then one night after leaving the kids' room, he was looking at this lamp in his living room, and he's like, there's something wrong with that lamp. And he kept on staring. Every day he would come and stare at it. And then it got so consuming to him that he like was missing work. He was neglecting the kids, his wife. He would just sit in the living room and just stare at this lamp. His whole marriage fell apart because he was obsessed with this lamp. And his wife left him with the kids.
Oh no.
And then he finally one day was like went over to this lamp, and he's like, this lamp's not real. And all of a sudden the lamp started to glow. And then all of a sudden he like got super cold, and it like turned into like a portal, sucked him through, and he woke up
on the concrete
in front of the college.
No.
He lived 10 years in this reality, this false reality, because he got knocked unconscious. He just like suffered with depression. He's like, because his wife and kids don't exist.
Oh my gosh.
And so, but he said every night he would have a dream of his 5-year-old son, and like would have conversations with them, but those people didn't exist.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Crazy, huh? Yep. Yep. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Moving on. While everyone is focused on our southern Mexico border, illegal immigrants are pouring across from our Canadian border. Oh, let's listen to this one. Here we go.
Question everything. We take a look at the migrant crisis at the border, but we're not talking about the southern border. We're talking about the border in our own backyard. The number of people crossing from Canada into New England is rising rapidly.
And just today, the state of New Hampshire voted to invest another $132,000 in that battle. And we wanted to know, why is this happening and what does it mean for New England? WBZ's Louisa Moeller went to the northern border to find out.
It was lights and speed for Border Patrol agents headed to the line between Vermont and Canada.
Hey, partner, there's a white van that just came down this way, and he's heading back up. It looks like he's heading towards 114.
We saw agents arresting a Lithuanian national, the man detected by a sensor in the woods.
That's where he crossed.
One agent took a picture of his shoe, a piece of evidence that could prove he illegally crossed the border.
It was a flood we had not seen before. It was an exponential shift, something we were not expecting, and it just it hit us hard.
This is the new reality for agents in the Swanton sector. 295 miles of tough and varying border terrain across 5 northeastern counties of New York, all of Vermont, and New Hampshire. Where once it was more common to see deer than people, now Eric LaValle, the agent in charge of Swanton's Beecher Falls station, says the border is seeing record illegal crossings. 7,000 people arrested in fiscal year 2023, more than the previous 12 years combined.
I have never seen anything like it.
They have come from 66 different countries: India, Bangladesh, Haiti, Venezuela, with approximately 49% coming from Mexico.
Most of the people that we are encountering are single adults.
Single adults, mostly men?
Mostly men.
And Eric says most of the people who come are involved in smuggling. This video shows attempted human smuggling in New York last year, stopped by Border Patrol. Are the drug cartels behind this?
Some may be, some might not be.
Last fiscal year, Border Patrol apprehended 564 people on the terror watch list. Of them, 484 were encountered on the northern border. The questions
There
are,
was like
why
20-something
now?
feet of
Eric
snow
says
on
one
Mount
of the reasons is
Washington.
Canadian foreign policy. Up until a few weeks ago, Canada did not require Mexicans and some other foreign nationals to have travel visas to fly to the country.
For a very minimal fee, they would be able to enter the country as a tourist.
Thanks,
Some folks utilizing the ETA program were being arrested here in the United States for illegal entry within 24 hours of their landing in Canada.
Can you send them back to Canada?
Unfortunately, no.
Why they're coming may differ too.
They're trying to find that vulnerability and come into the United States without detection.
It's such an expansive area.
The U.S. and Canada. Now, obviously, the water is very high right now, but it shows another challenge facing Border Patrol. There are times when the water is ankle depth, easily wadable for anyone looking to cross it. Border Patrol cover a vast expanse with unattended ground sensors, drones, patrols. They also rely on calls from locals.
Whether or not we see absolutely everything, I can't know what I don't know. We're going to go ahead and get their biometrics. We're going to get their fingerprints. We're going to get the iris scans.
Once they have migrants in their custody, they'll run a background check, then transport some to U.S. Enforcement and Removal Operations, or ERO. In fiscal year 2023, the ERO Office for New England detained 1,500 individuals, roughly, and removed 600 from the country. That includes people who entered through both borders.
Somebody can drive in, pick up, and then depart the area.
The journey from mountains to snow-covered roads may not always end in a Border Patrol sally port, but it is fraught with danger.
Last fiscal year, Swanton Sector had 10 individuals that we know of that died while attempting to enter the United States illegally. It included drownings, hypothermia.
And the job for agents is also growing increasingly risky.
We have seen some of the smugglers, when they're attempting to run ramming Border Patrol vehicles, it may just be a matter of time before we do face some serious repercussions and serious issues.
Louisa Moeller, WBZ News.
Yep. So they're coming in from both directions now. Well, I should say all directions because we're getting them even from in Florida and in California. So they're coming in from all four sides. All right. Okay. So I've been trying to explain to people for the last year that the sun and the moon are inside the firmament. Okay. They're both the exact same distance from the surface of the planet, or what we call Earth. They're both the exact same distance. Okay. That's why when the moon moves in front of the sun, it's able to block the sun, is because they're the exact same freaking size. They're both lights. Okay. They are both lights. Now, it's one thing if you have a telescope and you're looking at things, but it's another thing when you just have a Nikon P1000. And let's see what this guy shows you.
Y'all ready? Nikon P1000. Oh. Look at that. And to think this is 450,000 miles away. Strange, huh? Look at that zoom, man. That's crazy. But I'm going to be going so many places, like to the Chicago skyline, all those places that I've seen these videos with these P1000s, P900s. And I'm going to do the same thing and recreate these videos for everybody. I've got my little sky tracker coming in. This will be a lot, more still, and it'll actually track everything the way it's supposed to. So just wanted to show y'all, give y'all a little glimpse of it. See what we got.
So you know why they can't land on them? They can't land on it because it's a freaking light. What the heck? All right. So I thought this was kind of interesting.
Okay, so I have a sanitary napkin here. See how thin it is. All right. If you notice, it has the 3D sides on it. The sides are amazing, the protective sides, okay? Now, if you notice, nothing happens, right? It's a 7-watt light bulb. If you take it, you open this up. Here's the strip. Nothing happens. Once it gets wet, put it in the water. Once the graphene is infused strip, boom, it works. So when that strip is wet, the light bulb illuminates. So the graphene evidently is activated when the strip is wet. That's powerful, very powerful. All right. So that's the best way to use the graphene strip, showing the power of graphene in a sanitary napkin. All right.
Well, ladies, shall we light you up? Oh, Lord. Yeah. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. No one in big media has any real contacts inside the Trump machine. And so big media play their egotistical selves by labeling chaotic anything they don't understand. Listen for it. You'll hear it everywhere after this.
For the first time in history, no one in big media has real access to the inner workings of the leading presidential candidate. I'm not talking about Biden. Big media and its dutiful little employees actually do have the goods on Biden.
Okay, I'm going to pause this for a second. Ladies, okay, so this is what I'm going to tell you. This is what I'm going to tell you. Find a light bulb. Pull out one of your sanitary napkins and try that test. I want to know. I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. I want to know. Check it out. Let me know. Because, yeah, you know, well, you don't know yet, but you're going to find out, right? D says no.
Every Friday night, those stressed out Gen Z handlers at the White House are spilling the proverbial tea, and the picture isn't pretty. I'm talking about Team Trump. How for the first time in history, no one in big media actually knows what's going on the inside. So you've noticed in recent months the constant use of the word chaotic to describe Trump and his team. Well, true to their personalities, big media types are writing off as chaotic anything they don't understand. And they don't understand Trump or his new team. These talking heads have no clue what is happening inside Team Trump because they have no sources. Journalists on the election beat, even the folks over at the Wall Street Journal, who usually have great sources, have no contacts on the inside willing to spill anything. Strategic drops here and there from Trump, sure, but nothing from the team. And this is driving the media crazy. Go ahead, listen for any evidence they might offer. Normally, big-wig, know-it-all wannabe Carl Bernsteins will say things like, I have it on good authority, or my sources tell me. But notice how you hear none of that when they discuss the Trump team? The simple fact is one that no one in big media is willing to admit. They have no sources, not even those invented ones they affectionately call anonymous sources. Big media have no one on the inside in Team Trump willing to talk or leak. You see, Trump, the savvy businessman that he is, learned from 2020 and brought in exactly the right pilots to run his campaign. Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita are hard-nosed loyalists. They'll fight to the end and take every secret they have to the grave. They have no room for nonsense, and they certainly have zero pity for disloyalty. LaCivita is a Marine. Wiles is a political dragon slayer. Together, they're tough, they're tight, and it shows. Wiles and LaCivita are rarely surprised and never frazzled. So as a result, Team Trump is smooth and running on all cylinders. They're not the dream team. They're the dream machine. And it's driving the media nuts. As a result, the yapping media munchkins are being surprised day after day at every turn. And while they're in the business of reporting surprises, I can tell you right now, reporters hate surprises. And they're failing miserably. Look at the journalist layoffs for this year alone. The chart looks like Biden's border crisis. So for those who are clinging to their jobs for dear life to cover for the cardinal sin of having zero sources to back up their pet theories, the media is resorting to a classic tactic of the egotistically fragile. They're resorting to dismissing anything they don't understand as chaotic. And that's why you're hearing the word chaotic to describe Team Trump over and again, when the reality is anything but. It's arguably one of the smoothest running campaigns behind the scenes of any campaign besides FDR in his fourth term. If you want chaos, pull back any curtain at the White House. Talk about chaos. There's a house that has no idea what it's doing, no idea where it is, and no idea what to do. Yet they're running around as fast as they can. Their latest ploy was forgiving student debt for the chance at winning a handful of voters. That, dear listener, is the definition of chaos. I'm Shnavian, and this is The Fine Point.
I like her. I've always liked her. You know, always great reporting. Yesterday, actually, I'm going to share the link for this. I showed it yesterday, but this is the actual full interview that they did with this guy in regards to them shutting down farms here in Oregon. I just dropped it in that chat. Give me a second and I'll drop it in the Facebook side. Actually, and I need to not just drop it in the chat over there, but I need to actually post this for everyone in that lives in Oregon that follows me on Facebook as well. But I will drop it in the Facebook chat too. Those of you on X, you can find my feed there and get all that stuff out. No problemo. You're more than welcome to share. any of the stuff that I find and share with everybody. I actually appreciate it when people do that because it just makes me more aware of what's going on. It is super important. Okay. The coup d'etat happened a long time ago when America was taken over by the corporations and we never even noticed.
Yeah, this would have been the founding fathers' worst nightmare.
We invest in, buy, and own the backbone of the global economy. When the water gets delivered to your house, the road you drive on, the pipeline that brings different things to your community, the telecom towers that transmit your phone, the data center, the real estate that you live in. It's what we own and build. So it's really what drives the economy, and you don't often see our name.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
You know, it's just because we're behind the scenes, but it's big with $1 trillion of assets almost. We're behind a lot of the things of the global economy.
So being low key, do you think it gives you strength?
We just try to be quiet and do our thing, and sometimes it helps and sometimes it doesn't.
How do you feel about these companies that have a behind the scenes monopoly on every single thing about your life? Does that make you feel safe? Doesn't seem problematic to me at all. I mean, why be worried that the people that profit off of your cancer diagnosis also have control over your water supply? And why worry that the people who control the real estate market also happen to own the real estate market? I mean, that seems fine to me.
Yep. Yep. Oh boy. All right. This is hilarious. Okay. Ladies aren't going to like this so much, but the guys are going to love this. Pay close attention, guys.
I'm damn sick of it. You never help me around this house. When are you going to start helping me? Really? Fall back!
Give me a second. I'm just catching my breath. All right. Watch this and sleep like a baby, Rubber Duck says.
Part-time president. This is a war. This is a war. Different kind of a war than we've ever had.
Today, no war has been declared. And however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion.
Today, the Department of Defense has started the process of formalizing what we have long known, the fundamental role of U.S. Special Operations in defense and foreign policy by elevating Special Operations forces to a level on par with military departments. We follow the vision of President John F. Kennedy, who predicted the rise of special operations nearly 60 years ago. He foresaw, quote, another type of war, new in its intensity, ancient in its origin, that would require a whole new kind of strategy, a wholly different kind of force, forces which are too unconventional to be called conventional forces, which are growing in number and importance and significance. The global demands for special operations forces then and now has confirmed President Kennedy's foresight. And now, under the leadership of President Trump, we are fully realizing President Kennedy's prescient view of special operations forces.
This persecution is being done by the same weaponized agencies that for 7 years have been running illegal psychological warfare campaigns against the American people, much as if they were trying to destabilize a foreign country.
In the military, I started off my career as an air cavalry officer, flying helicopters, counter reconnaissance, moved later into information warfare as an information operations officer, running psychological operations, computer network operations, deception, operation security, and electronic warfare, special electronic warfare. And I would tell you, as an unconventional warfare information operations, information warfare specialist, the American populace is facing an unconventional warfare scenario.
President Trump is the commander in chief. It's undoubtedly the case. And he has pulled together all the military under the US Space Force. All members of the US Space Force are called guardians, no matter if you're chief, master sergeant, or a cadet or a soldier, an officer. They are called guardians for a reason.
We have over 200 generals and admirals supporting us. They're going to switch over to paper ballots. It's all watermarked now. It's really incredible stuff what you can do with paper. Paper is actually high tech.
Watermark ballots in over 12 states have been part of a huge Trump and military white hat sting operation. And Biden crime family and ballot fraud co-conspirators, elected officials, bureaucrats, social media censorship mongers, fake stream media reporters, etc., are being arrested and detained for ballot fraud right now and over coming days, and will be living in barges off Gitmo to face military tribunals for sedition.
Please allow me to say how proud I am of the almost 25,000 National Guardsmen who have come in from all 50 states and territories to help support the Secret Service and the police departments with a peaceful transition of military power.
Okay, I'm going to back this up a minute, okay? And I want you guys to listen to the next 40 seconds really, really closely. Tell me what you pick out of this.
Military tribunals for sedition.
Please allow me to say how proud I am of the almost 25,000 National Guardsmen who have come in from all 50 states and territories to help support the Secret Service and the police departments with a peaceful transition of military power.
In my first term, I disrupted all of it. Oh, did I disrupt? That was called major disruption.
So did anybody pick up? There you go. TG. Thank you very much. The peaceful transition of military power. Okay. Now, this is the thing. Okay. That peaceful transition to military power. Okay. Basically, because of January 6th, the grievance that was put, that was that was put forward, okay, what people have been trying to figure out is what's been going on these last couple of years. This is all military controlled. Doesn't necessarily mean that Donald Trump is in control of it. What it means is that the heads of the military are in charge. Okay. This is, in fact, the biggest military sting operation ever conducted worldwide. Okay. It's not just happening here in the United States. Okay. And we're suffering. We are suffering through this. Okay. There's no doubt to that. Okay. Some of us are having a bitch of a time right now. Okay. I mean, just barely hanging on. But just know that all of it is for a reason. Okay. So as we constantly get this fear-mongering crap thrown at us, okay, although it is our responsibility to watch it and record it to show people later on, okay, and that's the key thing, is us being able to verify what is and what is not, what transpired, what did not transpire, okay. Basically, right now, We are the fucking history books. Do you guys understand that? You yourself, each and every one of you, are becoming the history book of tomorrow for the next generation. Okay? And I know that seems like a really, really heavy task with everything that we're experiencing and what we're going through. But ultimately, we will be the teachers of true history, not bullshit. Okay? This is not going to be a he who wins the war writes the history. This is going to be he who lived the war will dictate history. Imagine what the other side is going to have to write about by the end of this. They will have absolutely nothing except for phrases basically stating we were set up, we were blah, 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 we were, my feelings are hurt and everything else. That's all they're going to have. That's it. That's it. Let's finish this out.
How proud I am of the almost 25,000 National Guardsmen who have come in from all 50 states and territories to help support the Secret Service and the police departments with a peaceful transition to military power.
In my first term, I disrupted all of it. Oh, did I disrupt? That was called major disruption.
Annette, absolutely. Absolutely. In 7 years, I have filled 8 journal books. 8. Okay. Plus 3 5 terabyte hard drives. Okay. I get the ones that you plug it into a USB port so you can unplug it and tuck it away after it's full. You know, you're not going to delete anything off of it because you got it tucked away. You got it, stored away. And I've got 3 of those. Think about it. Okay. You think about how big the hard drive is on your computer. Most computers come with a 1 terabyte hard drive, and you can put a lot of stuff on that 1 terabyte. Imagine 5 terabytes and then times that times 3. So basically I already have 15 terabytes of information since 2017. Since just before I got them, I got the first hard drive. It was like a week before Christmas in 2017. Okay, because I said I got to save this shit. I've got to save this. I got to save these videos. I got to save everything that I possibly can. That's when I learned how to download YouTube videos. Okay, and not have to go through go through that stuff. But this is the thing is that as in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, think about spending time with your grandchildren, okay? And they're asking you, what did you do during the war? And you start showing them all the information and data that you've collected all these years, okay? And look at this. This was my involvement. This is what I did. I recorded history for you, baby. I recorded history for you, so that you could see what really happened from somebody who lived it. You know what I'm saying? And that, to me, okay, is more essential, okay, than any other position that we could hold right now during all of this. Okay, because we are going to be the teachers of the future, teaching real past. Okay, as we find out all these things about this past that they have perpetrated upon us through the centuries, okay, we're going to have a log of every lie about where we came from exposed. Okay? Every lie that they have perpetrated upon all peoples, not just here in America. Lisa, I actually just got a message that in 30 minutes, actually I think it's less than 30 minutes, my dog food delivery for this week will be coming. So I will grab it at the same time. Thank you. I have a lock box up there, so they get to lock things up, But so folks, just remember, okay, it's a lot of you, okay, and I'm not saying this, I'm not trying to say this in a derogatory way, hang out here so that you don't lose your freaking sanity, okay, because you're in here with like-minded people who are seeing the same things, okay, and you're able to talk about the nervousness, the anxiety, the fear that comes in. We get to help each other deplete that fear to nothing, okay. We get to get rid of the anxiety, okay? And by filling those voids with information that we get to teach all the next generations, that right there is what this is all about, as far as I'm concerned. We think about how it's been told to us, especially over the last 10 years, okay, that he who wins the war writes the history, right? We saw that happen with Vietnam. We saw that happen with Korea. We saw that happen with Afghanistan and Iraq. We saw that happen with Korea. We saw that happen with World War I, World War II. We saw that happen from the Russian, the Bolsheviks or whatever, Napoleon Wars, everything, all the way down the line, all the way back to freaking King Arthur. Okay. We've gotten so much bullshit, okay, because he who wins the war writes the history. Okay, we are changing that concept completely. He who lived the war will be rewriting history. And that's what we need to do. Okay. We were told in the Bible 365 times minimally, okay, because with everything that's been changed in the Bible, there's probably even more incidences if we get all the books added back in. Okay. Be not afraid, for I am with thee. We can do this.
And in my second term, which we're sort of having now, but I don't want the results. Under the normal rules, I'll be out in 2024.
He ain't going nowhere. All right. Laura Logan, what moron would agree to this? They are laying the groundwork to seize control of the meat supply. Why would you just stand by and let them? Very important. And I actually sent this to Donovan last night. And I want to share with you guys after this video, the email that he sent back to me, because this is something that, is going to be affecting, the producers of our meat. And the thing is how long is it going to take to get past this? How long is it going to, after we get Biden out, how long is it going to take to, to be able to, bypass this, I'll share the email with you. Let's look at this first and then.
Well, the left wants to ban cattle, and before you can ban anything, you need a registry. You need to know where it's at and who owns it, and that's why they want to tag cattle. We've seen it happen in Europe. Now, on the right, you've got some cronies who stand to make some money from these ear tags. They're the ones who get the $15 million earmark. It doesn't go to USDA. It's going to, quote, stakeholders. That is a code word for private entities are getting a handout. And what they'll do, they'll verticalize the industry with this. The big corporations, you know, you just talked about China. There are 4 corporations control meat processing in the United States. One's owned by China, one's owned by Brazil. American ranchers will be working for those organizations if this tracking goes through, because they'll verticalize the industry.
Chad, what's your response to this tracking of cattle? Are you concerned as well?
Oh, yes, I am. It is the key that opens the door to the end of independent producers across the country. And it is a private property rights issue that we really have to consider here. When we start talking about RFID, EID, and data monitoring of farmers and ranchers and their cattle herd size, we open up the door to what is going on in the European Union. And under the rules of sustainable development, we know that the RFID has led to land seizure in the name of climate change. So once we open that door, there's no going back, and they can come and they can monitor, measure, report, and verify everything that's going on your farm or ranch. And then maybe down the road, in the name of climate change, they can come and dictate to you the rules of their production, which is subjective from a third-party verification, and it is extremely dangerous to private property rights. This is a liberty taker, not a liberty maker.
Okay, now I'm going to share with you guys the email that I got from him yesterday. I sent him this video. He says, that is absolutely terrifying me. That worries me more than any of the other shady things going on in the meat industry. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I am so grateful to you and your community for helping support our ranch. And I responded to him, anything I hear, I'm going to pass on to you. No worries. The Creator is going to provide things. Will get worse before they get better. Just keep your faith and pray together, for where 2 or more are gathered in his name, he will be, and he will not let you down. You know, it's a wonderful family doing wonderful things. You know, and oh, by the way, there was another one that he had sent me before that. Let's see, I got to move it back over here. So let's see. Can I make it bigger? I think I can make it bigger. How come I can't move that? What the heck? All right. Well, okay. Welcome. Life on the Ranch. This week we have a lot more calves join us. The weather has been super nice and warm, so the calves have really been able to enjoy the spring. We have also been doing a lot of welding, finishing up on the gates and panels on our new pipe fence. Preparations for summer are getting serious with how nice the weather has been. We are about a month ahead on our yearly schedule. In a month or so, we will start moving cows out to spring pastures. Ordering and shipping, we are pretty much all sold out of our small bundles still, and we'll be shipping out the last of it on Monday, which includes 40 pounds of beef that people in our Lightning Springs Ranch community have helped donate the funds for. Also, we are planning to be back in stock about 2 weeks, so we will let you know as soon as we know. And basically, guys, the money that we threw into that community fund is now going to feed a couple of families. All right. So everything that we you know, is, you know, basically what would Jesus do, you know, is a great way to look at it, because of the fact that, you know, I look at it like this. Every small community, okay, that reaches out and helps each other, you know, we're doing exactly what Jesus would do. Okay. If you know, if it's $5, if it's $2, if it's $3, if it's $10 or $20, or maybe somebody's got 100, you know, you put things like that into play, and you can, you know, we can affect serious change. You know, we can affect serious change. You know, it's kind of like having a food bank. The difference is our food bank is online, and we're, you know, we help to put some, you know, some food in somebody's freezer. in order to live on for a period of time. And I thank all of you who kicked in with me that day that we did that, and definitely made some big changes. I want to read. I want to play this video, but at the same time, I don't. Moms Across America tested one new children's cereal and found poisons like heavy metals, arsenic, aluminum, cadmium, and 8 different pesticides, some known to change sex hormones, and more, all in this one box of cereal. That is Trix. Trix are for kids, you know, the rabbit. Yep, that was Trix. General Mills. Not cool. Not cool. All right. Yesterday, I was telling you guys that, that Kamala was standing there and the kids were singing, and they were singing to what they sang to her, the words that were in that song was, we want to know, Kamala, what did you come here for? We want to know what you think of the colony. I wouldn't be hip and hyped and happy about hanging out with that. Sometimes I feel like giving up, but then I remember the story of a man who was tortured, forced to carry a cross twice his size, made of timber, while sheeple mocked him and threw stones at him, then crucified to that same cross with nails driven through his wrists and feet. Nope, not giving up. Yep, right on. I love this judge. I love this judge. This judge had enough of the sex offender, a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. I, for one, think the wood chipper option should always be on the table. Let's take a listen to what this judge has to say and what she did.
You violated a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old.
Mr. McConvicted of or pleaded guilty to a sexually oriented child victim offense. As such, you will be a Tier 3 registrant for your lifetime with in-person verification every 90 days. Failure to register, failure to verify residence at the specified times, or failure to provide notice of a change in resident address or other required information as described above will result in criminal prosecution. This court is so sick and tired of seeing adults ruin and abuse children. These are literally just one step from being babies. They come to a daycare, those parents struggle so that when they release their children to someone during the day, they have some semblance that that child is going to be protected and safe. Not let alone 2 of their children being raped by your own admission, sir. For sexual gratification, you violated a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. I do not know at this time what the total ramifications will be for those 2 young children, but there isn't anybody who doesn't understand now the developmental phases of children take place from 0 to 6 years old. You can't even know what damages you've done for sexual gratification. This to me is so mind-boggling that you used and abused 2 little children like they're inconsequential beings. Those are human persons with human dignity. The mere fact that they're small little people that can't fight off adults, that's why an adult left them with adults. I'm going to tell you something, Mr. McFadden. There's no free rapes in my courtroom. On count 1, I'm sending you to prison for 11 years. On count 4, I'm sending you to prison for 11 years. They will be consecutive to each other for a total of 22 years. You have 32 days jail credit. At this time, the court finds it necessary to protect the public from future crimes, to punish the offender, and to find that consecutive sentences are not disproportionate to the seriousness of the offender's conduct and to the danger the offender poses to the public. Folks, if you see it, you smell it, you know it's happening, you report it. These are little children that are the future. I hate to sound so cliche, but the children are our future, and if we're destroying them, we have no future. And this ends in this courtroom. That'll be all. Fines and costs are waived.
Fines and costs are waived. But you, sir, are going to jail for 22 years. You'll be lucky if you live 2. All right. Now, this I found very interesting. And the reason that I found this interesting was Lois, one of the most inspirational women in my lifetime. As a matter of fact, I'll even share a picture with you guys of me with Lois. And I say that she was one of the most influential women in my lifetime because I met Lois and her husband. They were dance students of mine. They came in to learn how to 2-step together. I was fascinated with their style of jitterbug that they did. Tom and Lois got married back in what was it, the 1940s, after he came home from the Second World War. And it was kind of awe-inspiring to me, I guess would be a way of putting it, because okay, so let's see, that should open up a second one. So let me shrink that one. Okay, so this is Tom and Lois on their 50th anniversary. Okay, 2 of the most wonderful people I have had the pleasure in my lifetime to know, Tom and Lois Bailey. They're out of Connecticut, and they used to come to Norm's, and I became fast friends with them. They kind of adopted me, and now, at this time, I was in my 30s, but they adopted me, and they taught me many, many things. Well, this beautiful woman here, Lois, she had a book and a bunch of papers from when she went to school, okay, in the 1940s. And in this were instructions on how to be a good wife. And she remained a homemaker her entire life. They had five kids, and I can't honestly, I can't even count how many grandkids and great grandkids that they had. Okay. She was at my wedding the day I got married, and that's when I was young and handsome. But she was at my wedding, and yeah, incredible woman. Tom passed away a couple of years ago. I found out like 6 months afterwards. She thought that somebody had made contact with me, and they were trying to put her into a home at that time. I believe she's back home now and taking care of herself with a home health care worker, because she's on an age, but this post here reminded me so much of her and how she built her home and how she structured her family and how important it was for a mom and a wife, and the simplicity of things that could that could be things. So the post is, this lovely lady is causing quite a debate on TikTok. She was receiving a lot of hate and angry feminists for being a traditional wife. Heads are exploding, to put it mildly. I think she's terrific. And honestly, I listened to this yesterday and I was impressed. I was.
Welcome back to part 2 of some conventional or unconventional things me and my husband do in our marriage. So the first one is I don't leave the house after dark by myself. This is not a control thing. This is a safety thing. I've had a couple encounters and I don't wish to have any more. Along with leaving the house, I always notify my husband when I'm going to go somewhere and when I arrive. It's safety. Why not, right? And we always share locations with each other. I really recommend the Life 360 app. It notifies you when your partner arrives or leaves, and it notifies you if their battery is low. I love it. Number 2, we don't do opposite sex friendships. I don't think a woman needs to have a male best friend. Why? Why? Any companionship or company that I need, I can get from another woman. Number 3, and this one's going to ruffle some feathers. I submit and I serve my husband. This is a biblical thing, so don't twist this into something that it's not. It is a blessing to be my husband's helpmate, and the Bible has the man of the household, not the woman, so he leads. Number 4, we don't involve any outsiders or family members into our disputes. This is important because arguments, disagreements, whatever, need to stay within the marriage. And when you involve other people, it causes more issues. And most likely, people choose sides, and you just don't want that. Number 5, I take my husband's preferences into consideration. So with my hair, my clothes, I like to wear the things that he likes. And typically, he's not going to like something that is so outside of my norm. He's going to like the things that he sees me happiest in. And that's usually pink and bright colors. And he loves my hair more naturally curly. So that's what I do most of the time. A lot of the comments in my other video, people were asking, what does he do for me? And I just want to correct you guys on something. A lot of Western women don't sit here and think, what can I do to make my man happy? No, they think, what is he going to do to make me happy? You guys don't understand the benefits that you reap when you think about your partner before yourself. Let me know what you guys think and comment what other videos you want to see on traditional marriage.
I thought that was interesting, and it's not saying that all women should do this. It's just saying that there are some people who are built for this and some people who are not. Okay. All right. Seeing that I've got to head up to the gate to get, and Christian Patriot News put one out too. Nice. Oh, that's going to make for a great podcast today. Yes, it is. I got to make a new banner for him. Okay. Well, we're going to start off with, and we know, came out about 2 hours ago. And then we are going to hit the Christian Patriot News as well, because this is somebody that I like to follow. I like the content that he puts together, and he doesn't really put any music or anything like that in it. So it doesn't endanger the podcast at all. That's what I prefer. So give me a second here. All right, we got that banner made. All right, let's get to it. Here we go. I'm going to be stepping away from the computer to go get the dog food. I'll be right back.
Important thing to keep in mind. A special counsel is a tool that the Department of Justice has. And in the hands of a very politicized Department of Justice, like the one we have now, it can be a weapon. It can be used offensively to go after political opponents, such as the way the Department of Justice is going after their primary political opponent, former President Trump. It can also be used defensively to protect. Like Jeff points out, you can say, oh, we can't answer any questions because there's a special counsel. And when you have one side of things that's, again, leaking like a sieve, and the other one that just protects and hides the ball, it's yet another example of how our Department of Justice has been politicized to go after political opponents and to protect political allies. That's why so many Americans don't trust this department.
Well, folks, what an eventful weekend we've had. We had Russia pipe up right after our video from last Friday. Kate, fake videos. I'm going to show you that. And photos, of course. Border invasions, elites building bunkers. I wonder why. School districts are losing power, which is good information coming out of that area. Florida sheriffs are calling for action. Vaccine dangers are being reported now, and so much more that's being reported throughout the earth. We will dive into all of this, especially the elections and the calling out of President Trump. And it's falling apart for them day by day as they start losing more. The more we're going to start seeing some crazy stuff going on. Of course, we talked about that. Let's get into it, shall we? Here we go. Folks, just a reminder real quick before we get started, at Sea with LT, August 11th through the 18th. You don't want to miss it. We are going to have a great time sailing through Alaska. We're going to start in Seattle, move our way up, and it's going to be an amazing week. We're going to have guest speakers. You get to talk with me on a Q&A session from the stage, and we're going to have a comedian. We're going to have musicians. We're going to have Dr. Kirk Elliott. We're going to have many other guest speakers there that we're going to have time to just hang out with on the stage. You will be absolutely amazed, and we'll have some time to spend together at the at Sea with LT, August 11th through 18th. You want to get those now before the good rooms are all taken. So just encouraging you there. It's at andweknow.com and or in the description box below. Okay, so here we go with that. Now, wanted to tell you the deep state. Ultra Pepe Lives Matter said they've been attempting to take all financial wealth from President Trump in an egregious fashion, right? They want hundreds of millions of dollars, but suddenly there's a DWAC merger that's been approved, and 45, President Trump said to make over $3 billion. They wanted to take millions from Trump, but billions are arriving at his doorstep. That's what most people are starting to find out. And the opposition's barely stepping stoop for promotion. So I wanted to show you this clip. Pretty shocked with this one. Check it out from CNN.
All right, Frank, the politics of this. Folks in the Biden campaign are already starting to refer to Donald Trump as broke Don, which is interesting. And then there is the possibility that the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, would have to start or would start seizing assets, maybe even buildings. How do you think that would play?
I want you to remember this moment and don't forget it.
This is Frank Luntz, by the way, pollster communication. Man, he's not a big fan of President Trump, and we've known that. Here we go.
Attorney General starts to take his homes away, starts to seize his assets. It's all going to be on camera. Pundits are going to sit there and scream about this. This man cannot be elected. You're going to create the greatest victimhood of 2024, and you're going to elect Donald Trump. If they take his stuff, he's going to say that this is proof that the federal government and the establishment and the swamp in Washington and all the politicians across the country and the attorneys generals and all of this, that this is a conspiracy to deny him the presidency. He's going to go up in the polls just like he went up every single time they indicted him. The indictment, let's not talk about whether it's justified or not, but it will prove the things that he's saying on the campaign trail, and he will go up, and it may just elect him president. Do not forget that. And I say this to the Attorney General right now. If you play politics on this, this is what the secretaries of state did in Colorado, what they did in, I believe, it was Maine. His numbers went up in both states. I don't understand. I'm almost speechless in how pathetic the opposition to Trump has been and how completely misguided. And this is a perfect example of it.
What do you think about that? I mean, my biggest question, this is the beauty of Frank having his job, which I don't have, is that happened, what you're talking about, Maine and Colorado, when you're talking about what happened in a primary. And while I don't disagree with the optics, I've spoken to people inside Trump world who are saying, instead of bankruptcy, we sit in the peace. Come to Trump Tower, please. We'll have cameras there. We'll have that fight. We'll win that optics battle. I think the bigger question is, in a general election, and given the fact that the Biden campaign has really latched on to this in a way that they haven't in most legal issues.
Broke Don. I've been surprised to hear that.
He was joking about it last night at a fundraiser as well that was off camera, whether or not that rise in the polls can carry into a general election. And you'd know better than, I mean, you're talking to people, you'd know better.
How is Donald Trump beating Joe Biden? He's got 85 indictments that still exist, felonies. How is he beating Joe Biden with the economy getting better and things cleaning up? Okay, you got it's still have inflation, you still got immigration. Trump is leading, and in the 7 swing states, Trump is up by the margin of error in 5 out of 7. Why is that happening? Because his critics are stupid, and they're running a horrible campaign. And for those people who do not want Donald Trump back, they should be thankful that the people who are orchestrating his loss are as pathetic, and they don't understand the American people.
Quick last word.
They don't understand the American people, do they? Not at all. So I'm surprised they even let that one go. No satellite outage. They didn't switch or try to cut him off. He just kept running his mouth, and that's not looking very good lately. I mean, I remember just a younger guy. His eyes didn't look like this. He's really put on a lot of age and a lot of stress there. I'm wondering if that Trump derangement syndrome caught up with him, and all of a sudden he's allowed to speak. I don't know, but the media is slowly kind of bringing this out. These Communist News Network, just surprised that they're letting out this information the way they are. Here's a CNN reporter visibly stunned on air after polling data shows Trump winning big.
So let's break this down by race, right? Let's look at voters of color, look at white voters. And what we see here is back in 2020, according to the exit poll, Joe Biden won voters of color in Michigan by 62 points. Look at that advantage today. It has been sliced by a third, only 21 points. That's Joe Biden's lead over Donald Trump among voters of color. Among white voters, Donald Trump has gained a little bit of steam as well. It was 11 points in 2020. His margin over Joe Biden right now is 16 points. But this decline in support for Joe Biden among voters of color in Michigan is something we've been seeing in state after state after state, and nationally as well, where he's got some big problems. This is a historic low amount of support for a Democratic presidential candidate among voters of color, and it seems to be happening across the board.
It's happening across the board, of course. Are you shocked? And these are just poll numbers from the Communist News Network, not from some credible folks. So what are those numbers really showing us? If it's just Michigan and he says it's happening across the United States of America, why are they letting this information out? I don't know. Who would be panicking about all this? Well, maybe it's those that are calling for, the assassination of President Trump on CNN. They show you the numbers, they get you attracted, then they bring you in, and here's what they have to say with Anderson Pooper.
President Biden is not the best attack politician I've ever seen in my life, and I'll leave it at that. But there are a lot of people to do what I call, quote, the wet work, unquote. And I
sounds
think
like
he
a
needs
mob
to
hit.
stay sort of well, it's kind of, but it's a paid TV and stuff like that. But yes, a CIA term. You take a guy out. But he doesn't need to do the wet work. People like me and other groups in the party need to do that. He's not very good at it. I don't think people want to hear from that. And then he can cruise along here at a better altitude. But
so what's wet work? Well, he's wearing this USMC hat. V Darkness Falls showed us this. Joe Biden surrogates should do the wet work against Trump. Wet work is CIA code for assassination. The CIA that did this to President Kennedy. One moment they're showing the polls. Frank Luntz is coming out saying, hey, you guys better be careful because every time you do this, he gets more popular by the day. Wet work, huh? So speaking of CIA and all kinds of nefarious things going on, these weird occurrences that happened here in Russia recently. You guys know, many of you probably have been paying attention. Their plan in Russia, when they captured terrorists that went in and started shooting, I believe the latest count now it's up to 133, but they showed 91 people in this particular one. People killed in Crocus Theater in Moscow. They caught, believe, 4 of the terrorists. One of them I'm showing on screen. The suspect, he admitted to shooting people at the city hall that he was offered around $5,400 to shoot anyone that the terrorist acts basically were organized on Telegram with an unknown person who provided weapons. Putin, in a speech, said all the perpetrators of the terrorist attacks have been found and detained. They tried to hide on the territory of Ukraine. A window was prepared at the border to enter the territory of Ukraine. And I'm showing you a map, if you're looking at your screen. There's the Crocus City Hall. You have 370 kilometers to Ukraine. I believe it was 150 kilometers out where they were caught, thanks to Laura Boley providing that map on, of all places, Telegram. Well, Megatron showed us that their plan was to blame ISIS after the terrorists were eliminated on the spot. Their plan failed. Yeah, the mainstream media, they jumped in. Of course, the Western media, just all in on this. ISIS said that they took the blame. They're so quick to find out who took the blame. The plan failed when the Russians decided to let them out of Moscow and capture them alive before they entered Ukraine, right? Let them drive. Follow them. Let's see where they're headed. Let's find out how they're heading out of this place. They don't look like ISIS to me. The whole plan fell apart, and now the terrorists are singing like canaries. Who had recruited them, contacted them, paid them, and who was supposed to welcome them into Ukraine? Right on the right side, you have them detained here. There he is. They've got him. They're holding him. All the Russian Telegram channels are saying that this wasn't ISIS. The four terrorists were about 100 kilometers away from the Ukraine border. They were headed there. Large sums of rubles, by a priest with no name, and offered the weapon picked up in area on Telegram. They are convinced, as of now, the four arrested have links to terror cells in Syria and Ukraine, and they were trained by the nefarious ones who work for the CIA. Just keeps coming out more and more. We wake up on these channels, those that have the Truther channels and more, and you wonder how this reporting comes out where they all join together in the mainstream media to feed the narrative. And what do people do? They can convince millions of people because they've got Facebook under the control. They've got Instagram under their control. They've got their mainstream media, and folks will run to these and believe everything they're told. Why do we feel that some of this might have been perpetrated a long time ago and they planned it all? Clint Russell said 2 weeks ago the U.S. State Department issued an alert that there may be a terrorist attack on a concert in Moscow. And then it happened. Also, Blinken claimed that Ukraine had no involvement. Hey, Anthony, if it wasn't Ukraine, how did you know it was coming? Who did it? Let's see. Victoria Nuland on the war in Ukraine, February 22nd, 2024.
With this money, Ukraine will be able to fight back in the east, but it will also be able to accelerate the asymmetric warfare that has been most effective on the battlefield. And as I said in Kyiv 3 weeks ago, this supplemental funding will ensure Putin faces some nasty surprises on the battlefield.
Is that right, Victoria Nuland? Nasty surprises on the battlefield. Do you guys realize what we're up against? They pump you constantly in the mainstream media. We've talked about this day in and day out when all of it was shaken out in Ukraine. We've gone through the details of what they perpetrated years ago. 2014, I believe. You poke them and you poke them and you start hurting the people that are speaking Russian on the border of Ukraine. Russia gives up a little bit more territory here and there. They keep poking, and they set up borders, and they set up weapons along the border there into Russia. You start putting biolabs out there, 46 of them, as a matter of fact, on the internet for all to see, and we don't know what those biolabs were, but we know one of them was called China, or China, C-H-Y-N-A, in Ukraine. We covered all that. And they're so mad. They're so mad, they go off to Crocus City Hall Check this out. The building's owned by Russian billionaire Aras Agalarov, who brought Trump's Miss USA pageant to Moscow, remember, in 2013, and he was investigated as a central figure in the Russiagate hoax. And you're looking at the fire of the Crocus City Hall. Yeah. Go after the place that happened to support President Trump. And that was put on Washington Compost, the man who drives Trump's Russia connection. Guys, I've got some more to show you here in a moment. I've got some more to show you about ISIS, what that means. It's coming up. Before we get there, just wanted to show you this. Well, folks, you've heard me talk about the Wellness Company and their medical emergency kit. Well, they've got something else pretty amazing called Spike Support. If you're not thinking that something is going on at this point with so many previously healthy people experiencing myocarditis, blood clots, turbo cancers, menstrual irregularities, miscarriages, and the new died suddenly phenomenon, you're not paying attention. The culprit is spike protein. Spike protein is a lingering threat from both the vaccine and the man-made virus, linked to all kinds of long-term health issues. Even Pfizer is now admitting there are problems. So if you go in the description box below, click on twc.health/LT, use code LT for 10% off at checkout. There's one question that these doctors keep asking every single day: how do I detox from the spike protein left behind from the vaccine and COVID? Thanks to the Wellness Company, there's actually something that can be done. Spike Support, again, twc.health/LT. Use code LT for 10% off today. So again, just to make sure you know, Moscow, Russia, Crocus City Hall concert attack. Folks are waiting to find more information. Several gunmen in military garments opened fire at people in Crocus City Hall. There's footage. The attack occurred at a band picnic in English was about to perform. Special forces arrived an hour after shooting started. It was on fire. The gunman allegedly used explosives. The building ended up collapsing. Recovering efforts are underway. Media reports that ISIS-K is the Islamic State affiliate in Afghanistan called Islamic State Khorasan Province, or ISIS-K. U.S. officials confirm. Russia released footage of one of the alleged terrorists. He allegedly traveled to Russia from Turkey with the promise of receiving 500,000 rubles or $5,000. He was introduced to kill people, instructed to kill people, regardless of who they are. He claims being recruited through Telegram. Claims the location of attack was provided anonymously through Telegram, right? Putin suggests Ukraine was helping the terrorists. U.S. officials were worried that Putin would falsely blame Ukraine. I wonder why. Ukraine has denied any involvement. That we just played a clip saying, stand by for some surprises there, Russia. So if the Telegram claimed responsibility, why are they allowed to operate? Why not shut down the channel? Why not go after these group? Remember, the CIA also has a presence on Telegram. Terrorist confession. He admits communicating via Telegram. Intel agencies monitor absolutely everything. How could they not flag these discussions? Something bothers me with the shooting clip where the people are huddled together. I don't know what to say. I don't want to say it's fake, but it just doesn't feel right. And why is the sign in English? Victoria Nuland, a few weeks ago, Putin's in store for some nasty surprises, remember? I hate to say it, but it stinks of U.S. or CIA involvement. And U.S. would be the nefarious ones, the deep state that controls a lot of these government agencies and sends this money over there. Right? And so you head on over to some of these talk shows. Remember, we had Ron Paul and General Flynn warning of a coming black swan event and an predictable occurrence that can change the course of events. Yesterday, NATO reportedly entered Ukraine and terrorism hit the Russian capital.
Things we call them black swan events, right? Black swan events are things that nobody imagined could occur, and yet they did, right? And then they have these incredibly, mostly devastating effects. So
of course, Ukraine, all of Ukraine goes into air raid alert. The report comes after confirmation that 14 Russian bombers have carried out airstrikes on Ukraine. Just got done showing you that. So let's show you again. Roughly 2 weeks ago, the State Department put out a notice to all Americans to avoid Moscow.
avoid any large gathering. I've also seen, hopefully you saw our State Department or embassy there put out a notice to all Americans in Moscow to avoid any large gathering, concerts, obviously shopping malls, anything like that, just for their own safety. They should stay put where they are and stay plugged into the State Department for any additional updates and information.
Is that right?
Concerts,
Amazing how they have this information.
Thank you.
And then yesterday, what does Kirby say?
Thank you. So question, did the U.S. have prior knowledge of this attack in Moscow, given that the U.S. Embassy had issued warning beforehand?
I'm not aware of any advanced knowledge that we had of this terrible attack.
On March 8th, the embassy warns of imminent attack in Moscow by extremists.
Yeah, I think that I'll let the State Department speak to that. But I don't think that was related to this specific attack.
Oh, interesting.
Shopping malls, anything like that.
Man, I'd hate to be this guy getting out there having to talk about all of this. It just doesn't add up. It's really strange. All of this information collected, you bookmark it and more for more others to see. But yet, when they claim it's ISIS, Putin exposed this years ago. He said, I said this before, as he's sitting before a group of people. Another threat that President Obama mentioned was ISIS. Well, who on earth armed them? Who armed the Syrians that were fighting with Assad? Who created the necessary political informational climate that facilitated this situation? Who pushed for the delivery of arms to the area? Do you really not understand as to who is fighting in Syria? They are mercenaries, mostly. Do you understand why they are paid money? They are paid money? Mercenaries fight for whichever side pays more. So they arm them and pay them a certain amount. I even know what these amounts are. So they fight. They have arms and more. Remember, ISIS claimed responsibility for attacking busy Moscow area. Strange that ISIS doesn't stand for the Palestine, but Ukraine. ISIS claims responsibility. Laura Bowley reminded us there's no ISIS without the CIA. Scotty Marr put this together for us to see. Interesting clips from American Free Press, 1982 plan for Mideast empire aided by ISIS. That was in the press. And listen to this clip and some others.
Plots against the state of
This is C-SPAN 1990.
Israel, political plots, and others.
You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad when they deal with publicly?
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up, CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? You can translate the Hebrew words, as I said, Mossad is institute. But when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so we explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I mean, if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS. Just simple words like that. Interestingly enough, kind of a British model.
The thing I see out there just happened today in Tehran. They're burning down the Saudi embassy. You see that. Now, what that is Iran wants to take over Saudi Arabia. They always have. They want the oil, okay? They've always wanted that. They have a bunch of dishonest people. They've created ISIS. Hillary Clinton created ISIS with Obama. Created with Obama.
So if you think if we walked away from this, didn't give them money today, it would be worse for us from a security standpoint.
I do. We're building a relationship that just did not exist. I said in our last trip when you were with me that we had a huge trust deficit, in part because the United States had, to be fair, we had helped to create the problem we're now fighting. How? Because when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, we had this brilliant idea that we were going to come to Pakistan and create a force of mujahideen, equip them with Stinger missiles and everything else to go after the Soviets inside Afghanistan. And
Is that right, Hillary? What else do you got?
we were successful. The Soviets left Afghanistan, and then we said, great, goodbye, leaving these trained people who were fanatical in Afghanistan and Pakistan, leaving them well armed, creating a mess, frankly, that at the time we didn't really recognize. We were just so happy to see the Soviet Union fall, and we thought, okay, fine, we're okay now. Everything's going to be so much better. Now you look back, the people we're fighting today, we were supporting in the fight against the Soviets.
We also have a history of kind of moving in and out of Pakistan. I mean, let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago. And we did it because we were locked in this struggle with the Soviet Union. They invaded Afghanistan, and we did not want to see them control Central Asia. And we went to work.
How about that? So you create something to go after the Russians. And of course, we just heard Putin say that in Syria, they have this ISIS. And who created that? Who armed them? Who got them out there to go against them as they were having their issues in that area? Yeah, they're claiming responsibility for Moscow. Therefore, now we get what happened at 10 Downing before Moscow attack. Remember, it won't be Russia. It'll be 44 that needs to be looked at. That would be Obama. Remember, he went to Downing Street and had that visit here recently. You guys remember Obama, that little visit? He just walked right up, didn't have security around him, just walked right up and walked in. Let's have a little chat there, shall we? Let me in there. Oh, is that Barry? Yeah, it's Barry. And where's Michael? I didn't bring Michael with me today. Just let me in. He walks in, waves at everybody. Let's go back. Think Hussein visiting UK and others. Crocus City Hall equals C in the target brackets. Who knows? Did both of Hussein's parents learn Russian? Is Russian a common language to learn? Think then, think now. Think Nellie Orr. Why would you need to know how to speak Russian in their fields of practice? Public fields, the Cold War, A, B, C in target brackets. 4 days ago, Obama was in the UK for a private meeting. Today, ISIS took credit for their terror attack in Moscow. Obama's CIA created ISIS. Obama is the shadow president. The CIA, MI6 already committed terrorism in the European theater by sabotaging Nord Stream. Get the picture? Do you understand? All this information came out. We've shown the proof. They'll say one moment, no, it wasn't us. The next thing you know, they start saying, okay, yeah, well, it was us, but there's a reason. Kim.com, sanctions didn't work. Billions in weapons didn't work. Unwavering support didn't work. Counteroffensive didn't work. Nonstop propaganda didn't work. Rules-based terrorism is all they have left. It won't work either. It just shows how evil and desperate they are. Do you realize the battle that we're in, folks? Number one, information warfare. We've got to get the right information out. We cover it from different angles here and other places so that folks realize, hey, we have the right as citizens to find out what's really going on. Do we have the whole picture? No, but we do understand one thing after we've learned since 18 when we started this channel, 17 when the Intel board came out. Things just aren't what we've been told. I'm going to show you a video at the end where knowing the truth, knowing how all this plays out, being a Christian at the same time, realizing how we've been lied to just about everything that we've ever been told about history of our earth, science, lies, and more, it gets harder and harder to live amongst people that aren't awake. All the powers you gave the government to stop terrorists were used to terrorize you. You get that? All the powers you gave government to stop terrorists were used to terrorize you. Wealth over generations buys power. Power over generations buys more wealth control. More wealth control buys countries and its people. Families combined, tri equals New World Order. Inter-tri families will collapse. What is the keystone? What nation dominates all others? What nation has influence over most others? What is the keystone? Saudi Arabia Turn to SA, strings cut, puppets in shadows. Each side of the triangle controls a certain subsect of power brokers. What is the New World Order? Why did the president receive a sword dance when visiting SA? Remember the President Trump. What does this mean culturally? Why is it relevant? What occurred in SA? Remember they arrested, I believe, hundreds of folks involved in pedophilia, especially one of the big ones. How did POTUS remove one side of the pyramid? What did POTUS receive while visiting China? Where did POTUS dine? What is the significance? Remember, he got a chance to go to the Forbidden City in China. You remember that? And they're like just shocked. They let him go in there, and they had this big ceremony. What's the significance? It's big. What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with the POTUS to eliminate the New World Order? Yet the mainstream media will fill us in our minds with constant fear of different countries that want to battle with America. Continue to pump the propaganda, get into our minds, and all wars are bankers' war. We realize that. Why is Russia helping to kill ISIS? Enormous scale of events currently ongoing. We don't have all the answers, but we can, with the years and years of information that's been pumped out through this channel and others, try to figure it out. America is the Holy Land. Future proves past. The Ark of the Covenant is still the most sought after and valuable item in existence, considering its contents and author of those contents. However, a close second would be the list of subjects truths that authoritarian-minded AI sponsors have instructed their chatties to bear false witness about. In other words, leakers, whistleblowers. That list is the unholy grail. The one who gets hold of it, spreads it, will rip down the veil and accelerate the awakening above and beyond anything else imaginable. The CIA has been accused of directly interfering in investigations into Joe Biden's son and Hunter. The meddling was reportedly alleged by a whistleblower who provided information to the House Oversight and Judicial Committees. According to the whistleblower, the CIA intervened in the investigation of Hunter Biden to prevent the IRS and the DOJ from interviewing the witness. Hunter was not CIA. The guy signing checks for Joe and holding Hunter financially hostage is. I told Congress this. The guy is also an Obama appointee. He was running the operation. I said this years ago. Eric Schwerin is CIA, not Hunter. ISIS was Obama. Ray just told us Obama's responsible for the border. Are you paying attention now? Happening now, an appointed judge by Obama thrown out a lawsuit that was trying to stop illegals from voting and running for office in D.C. According to the judge, the plaintiffs couldn't vote or prove how illegals voting harms them. According to the judge, the conservative group failed to show that their rights as citizens have been subordinated merely because of their father's country of origin. Get ready, because eventually this will lead to illegals holding office and voting nationwide. Liberal woke judges are destroying America. This is on top of the other judge stating illegals can carry. Well, is Kate's news covering this up? Kate. Oh, yeah, we're going to get into Kate and the fake videos and all that information that's been filling up the airwaves to keep everybody off the trail that we've been on. Anyone else getting more of the nothing can stop what's coming vibes lately, says Marla Renee? 3 crooked letters all coming out. More and more information, folks. Benghazi was a cover-up, hidden. Biden and Obama may have had SEAL Team 6 put away. Remember that? We covered that in detail. President Trump said Benghazi was a cover-up. He said, I have fully authorized the total declassification of any and all documents pertaining to the single greatest political crime in American history, the Russia hoax. Likewise, the Hillary Clinton email scandal. No redactions. All of this playing out. The CIA whistleblowers, videos. My message to you is very clear. Wake up, America. Wake up, America. And then I will show you the reminder of the intel folks, when they are under attack by President Trump. What did Rachel Maddow say on MSDNC with Chuck Schumer? Excuse me, what did Chuck say to her? We're going to play that reminder. We're going to get into Kate and some other things, especially on the jabs here in a moment. First, I want to remind you that we are at andweknow.com, folks. You go there to our website. You can find everything out that we're doing, all of the updated information, our home videos, Discover, Truth, Hope, Faith, and Freedom. It's all there for you. We also have the patriotlight.com, home politics, world news, markets, faith, social news, and resources. It's amazing. Our social media is there. We're, guys, if you didn't know, AWK updates on Facebook and AWK_828 on Instagram. We have to keep it low key because if they know and we put all of our stuff there, these folks that are controlled opposition, the controlled people that come against us, they will have us shut down. We're also at shop.andweknow.com. Amazing site where you can find your gear. Make a purchase 19th through the 24th to enter. That would be probably an extra day that they added in. You go there and you can have the And We Know Romans 8:28 verse T hoodie. Winner will be notified today. So anyway, the note, if you guys didn't get into it, it's probably too late, but I'm just letting you know they're going to notify everyone today who wins. We've got those new shirts, the new design for And We Know Romans 8:28. It's absolutely brilliant what they put together. You can see them on your screen now. Head on over to shop.andweknow.com to check out the new gear. And we got Romans 8:28 new stickers, tees and tanks, hats, accessories, and more. You want to grab yours, hang out with folks. You'll be out in town. Something that seems to happen a lot now is folks will come up to you and say, I listened to that show too. And before you know it, you've got new friends. It's absolutely amazing what's been playing out there. For many others, here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear.
With this. This is the latest statement, latest tweet, as you were just saying, President-elect's latest unsolicited pronouncement on the intelligence community. This was his tweet just a little while ago tonight. You see the scare quotes there. The intelligence briefing on so-called Russian hacking was delayed until Friday. Perhaps more time needed to build a case. Very strange. We're actually told, intelligence sources tell NBC News since this tweet has been posted, that actually this intelligence briefing for the president-elect was always planned for Friday. It hasn't been delayed. But he's taking these shots, this antagonism, this taunting to the intelligence community.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
What do you think the intelligence community would do if they were motivated?
I don't know, but from what I am told, they are very upset with how he has treated them and talked about them. And we need the intelligence community. We don't know what's going on. Look at the Russian hacking. Without the intelligence community, we wouldn't have discovered it.
Do you think he has an agenda to try to dismantle parts of the intelligence community? I mean, this form of taunting, hostility.
Whether you're a super liberal Democrat or a very conservative Republican, you should be against dismantling the intelligence community.
Senator Charles Schumer of New York.
2017. We didn't have the intel agency wouldn't know about the Russia hacking. Oh, you mean the lies? The Russia hoax that actually came out proving it was a hoax, but once it was proven that it was a hoax and all the proof came out, did we have wall-to-wall coverage, folks, to let everybody out there know? Were we allowed to put that information on Facebook, on Instagram, at the time on Twitter when it was Twitter? No. They don't want the public knowing. It was all a hoax. Those guys who might be involved in trying to cover up Kate Middleton, who supposedly came out on video revealing a cancer diagnosis in a moving statement. The Princess of Wales said she needed time to come to terms with her news and tell her children, Prince George, 10, Charlotte, 8, and Louis, 5, before informing the wider world. Really? So, of course, I click on the video and I watch it. I notice on other social media platforms that people are sharing out there that we could be friends with. Oh, look, Kate, it's so sad. Got cancer. And then other folks say, that jump on board. Oh, she's got cancer because she took the jabs. I have a hard time believing they took the real ones that were depopulating the earth. I really do. They had to have inside information. I mean, look at the politicians. They didn't have to take the jab. So I've got the compilation of the fakeness because a lot of folks want to know. I mean, spend some time on it. When you make the most important video of your entire life to be viewed by half the world, would you A, wear a 7-year-old sweater? Because that's what she was wearing. If you're looking at your screen, 7 years ago, she had the same sweater on. B, do it without your husband, Prince, by your side. So you're going to make this video and you're not going to have the guy by your side to comfort you. If you answer no to either, then congratulations, you're now a conspiracy theorist. Yeah. So let's show you some other things that don't seem to add up with this video. For those that might be listening in, we're going to look at a couple of clips here. And then that same shirt, the one that she's wearing, shows up in Moscow videos. So if you remember, we just got done talking about what happened in Moscow with the shooting. How could somebody in Moscow with this shooting, what we find it kind of suspicious, we're not saying that nobody died, we're just saying it was just a weird sound from the weapons, a weird way that glass was shattering, a weird way that people were acting. And yet somebody had the same sweater on, if you're looking at your screen, that Kate had on. Huh. Very suspicious. And then a photo taken from a video 7 years ago, taken from the video posted on 3/22. By the way, 3/22, that is the number for Skull and Bones, the secret society. You guys didn't know. Same sweater, same background. Here's the video if you don't believe me. Right there in front of you. So another thing, there's no way that's Kate. Why did they use this time to make her look real? Her last pic with her and her kids was absolutely proven to be altered. This vid, they're not allowing her to wear any makeup. They forget to add her mole. That's supposed to be above her right upper lip. Background and vid seems fake too. Isn't it supposed to be like showing its spring? Kind of weird. It's also extremely strange that her and Charles have had some kind of abdominal surgery and find cancer around the same time frame. What's the chances happening for them to both have cancer now? So it's just really strange. Is it a mask? Is it a lookalike? And if you don't believe that you can fake videos, well, here's just a clip in case you're wondering how they can do it. The guy in the bottom.
Real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I'm not even a human being?
So are you sure you know who you're listening to? Not everything is as it seems. There's this guy showing that he can look just like an actor and sound just like an actor using AI fake videos. And then you head over here and you say, look, video enhanced. See what's the difference between the two. There's no dimple on her left face, voice and accent, the way she talks, and the lips movement. Check this out.
It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family. But I've had a fantastic medical team who've taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful.
Look after
In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London. And at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous.
You see the difference? You see the dimples? You hear the difference in the voice? The deeper voice and the darker eyebrows and more. Look at the difference in face. Look at the difference, folks. Absolutely stunning. Thank you for putting that together. And then here is the video generated by AI. Watch what happens with the eyes.
Frame by frame, and I see her eyes popping out of her head as a digital mistake. And I truly believe, personally, my personal opinion is that this is an AI video. And if you watch to the end of this video, super important, there's a 7-year-old video from YouTube with her wearing the exact same clothes, having the exact same hair, which they probably fed to the AI to make this video. It's a very good video. Probably the best AI available to humankind. But her eyes are changing color. I caught a couple glimpses of it. You can do this yourself. Don't trust me. put this in super slow motion, run it through frame by frame. You will see her eyes popping out of her head, mismatching, changing color, as well as none of the background moves, which we know is a green screen at this point.
And so here's the sweater in the 7-year video from 7 years ago.
And what is this?
There's that sweater. So what they have to do, they have to use something, grab it, bring it over to the computer screen, redo it, and make it look like it's real. And so the bench known as the Queen's Bench in the Rose Garden at Windsor Castle, it looks very similar to the one shown in the Kate Middleton clip. Even in the spring, the backdrop looks completely different from any images we can find. So interesting, because if you look at this bench, really strange bench, and I'm going to finish talking about this in a moment, but you got these really thin ones, rails in the back. See this one? I want to show this to you in case you're looking at your screen. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then a bunch disappear because you're sitting in front. And then you get these really thicker ones, of course, closer. 1, 2, 3. It's just an awkward thing. Why? Because that's about maybe 10 of those bad boys. So if that's the same bench, then you look here, this one's got 20 of those in the back. 20 on the back. This has only got about 10. So if that's the same bench, then why would this bench have like 20 of these bad boys in the back? And yet this one's got only a few. Like they cut it in half somehow or something. Anyway, weird. And this is how AI works. You can actually put Meghan Markle's face in there.
Shock.
Look at this.
And William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately.
It's that easy. You just put whatever face you want in there. And of course, people were talking about the ring. We won't get into that. But again, some weird shenanigans. And then you got the spending bill that I wanted to get into again. The bipartisans vote split Republicans and prompted a threat to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. It wasn't clear whether Senate Republicans would allow the spending measure to pass in time to avoid a shutdown. Pretty frustrating to watch Washington continue to spend trillions of our dollars, says Ultra Pepe Lives Matter, on this woke military industrial complex shill agendas over and over. As someone who stares into the heart of politics on a near daily basis, like many Anons, it can be exhausting to witness. But I will remind you that they've been doing this to us the entire time. It's now completely out in the open, and more of America is becoming completely fed up with the Uniparty and its evil antics. Who will end the endless?
If you want to help us, start paying attention, and please quit sending politicians up here who come to your town, who come to your Lincoln Reagan Day dinner talking about fiscal responsibility, border security, and then they vote on this crap repeatedly. You can help us. Quit sending them up here, because in case you guys haven't noticed, we are radically outnumbered. It's always the same names. It's always the same names of people trying to stop it. And it's always the same names, unfortunately, who talk a good game in the media and back at home in their districts. And then they come up here and they vote for this crap, hoping that you don't pay attention. You can help us. Clearly, I'm a hell no on this bill.
So you can help. Bring in the right people. Expose the evil. Expose these people. Exposure's been happening. We've been waking up to all of this when we were asleep. We were heading out to our movies on the weekends, the games. We were going to parties. We're going to our studies 7 days a week and not paying attention to anything that's happening with these folks that are getting in. It's been playing out, and that money has had a huge effect on all of us. As a matter of fact, we had a video interview yesterday. If you didn't check it out, Dr. Kirk Elliott and I, FDIC out of money. CEO says 500 plus banks will close. Election discussion and taxes. We got into that. It's absolutely enlightening. You guys can go check out Dr. Kirk Elliott. You can actually reach out to him at amweknow.com/gold to talk about all of this with them. It's amazing.
That it's not 500 banks that fail. It's just 5. It's like 1%. He's 99% wrong. That's still the equivalent of what happened in March that took more than half of FDIC's assets. If 5 banks fail now and they're similar in size, FDIC is wiped out completely. People will not have money. So this is why I think this is the biggest story of the year, because I think FDIC could go insolvent this year banks are going to fail. It's just how many of them, right? And once you have one medium-sized bank that hits the skids, what's human nature? It's like, well, that was a pretty big bank. What about my bank? Is my bank going to have any money? And then it's going to be like that movie, It's a Wonderful Life. Everyone starts going into the bank wanting some of their money out. And now you have a run on the banks. And shoot, the reason why they stopped the bank runs last time is because of that BTFP, the Bank Temp Funding Program.
So we get into all of that and more, and you don't want to miss that interview at all. Are there any positive things going on the big side? Well, yes, there is. The largest school district in Manhattan just passed a resolution that could potentially lead to a banning of all transgender athletes from girls' sports. Manhattan. The measure, which passed 8-3, calls for committee reviews of the current gender guidelines, which are trans inclusive. The review will consult female athletes of evolutionary biological experts and doctors. Yeah. Very interesting. Also, we were just told this in Florida.
As to the person, we don't know which homeowner shot at him. I guess they think that they did something wrong, which they did not. If somebody's breaking in your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them in Santa Rosa County. We prefer that you do, actually. So whoever that was, you're not in trouble. Come see us. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save the taxpayers money.
How about that, huh? Defend yourself. Somebody wants to come into your house and kill you. You have the right to defend yourself. Imagine that. I had a great talk with a friend of mine. A reminder from Luke 22:35. Jesus asked them, when I sent you out to preach the good news and you did not have money, a traveler's bag, or an extra pair of sandals, did you need anything? No, they replied. But now, he said, take your money and a traveler's bag, and if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one. For the time has come for this prophecy about me to be fulfilled. He was counted among the rebels. Yes, everything written about me by the prophets will come true. Look, look, they replied. We have 2 swords among us. That's enough, Jesus said. A short knife was in everybody's kit, a utility tool, an eating utensil, but swords were the assault weapons of the day. Danger on the highway required tools for self-defense. Just the sight of a few would probably deter trouble. Nowadays, here in the States, according to the Justice Department, the mere sight of personal firearms ends threats up to 2.5 million times a year. Nearly all such confrontations are considered of no consequence, so no report. Luke 22:36, showing you. You walk with a couple of swords down the road and some guy wants to grab you and take your money from you, especially when they find out who you are, they'll probably think twice about it. Right? Just let you know. What happened when Chicago, when they started banning the guns? Oh, then the folks know, the bad guys know, oh, I can just go into any place that I want. I can hold up anybody I want because I know they don't have guns. So it increased. When you go to this place, Milton, Florida, and you realize everybody's armed and they're trained, you probably think twice before going into that town, wouldn't you? More warnings from President Trump about destroying America with this illegal invasion.
With his illegal invasion, crooked Joe Biden is trying to destroy the meaning of American citizenship. Under my leadership, we're going to reassert the basic benefits of citizenship because we believe that being an American citizen is something very special and that American citizens must come first. And America must come first. That's why we call it America First. That means we're going to have strong borders to protect the lives of our people instead of accepting millions and millions of migrants with fraudulent asylum claims from all over the world. They're coming in at a level that we've never seen before. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're coming from prisons and jails, and they're terrorists. They're coming in at levels that nobody can believe. We're going to stop it. We're going to stop it immediately. And we're going to go back to sanity. Our country is being invaded by 15 million people. It might be 20 million by the time we get crooked Joe Biden out of office. It means jobs and wages are going to go to hardworking American citizens, not illegal aliens. That's going to happen as soon as I get elected. We're going to do it right, just like we did for 4 years. We're going to defend the American worker with tariffs to protect you from the plunder and abuses of foreign countries, including China, where they take your jobs and they sell products into our country and we don't tax them. So all they do is keep taking our jobs and destroying our companies. The interests and dreams of American citizens will come before the demands of outsourcers and foreign nations every single time. We're going to put America first. We're going to make America great again. It's very simple. We're going to bring back law and order to our communities because every citizen has a right to a government that keeps you safe. Safety must be a fundamental benefit of all Americans, and we're going to unleash our nation's vast energy wealth to bring down prices and create new opportunities for people of our country. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation, more than Russia, more than Saudi Arabia, and we're going to use it, and we're going to reduce our debt, and we're going to make a lot of money for our country, and we're going to bring down your energy costs at levels that you haven't seen in many years. These are just a few of the ways in which we will restore the glory of American citizenship and make it once again the proudest title anywhere in the world. We are going to make our country safe and powerful and rich and great again. Thank you very much.
So again, putting out those messages to allow us to keep growing. Thought there's interesting as this played out, even the Bill Maher.
No, he actually just got this guy is the luckiest guy in the world, but Trump Social, Trump Social, it's Trump Social, but Truth Social just got permission to go public.
Right.
And so his stake, because it's a meme stock, a little like GameStop, is worth $3.5 billion right now, and it could go higher if people bid it up. So
he definitely made a deal with the devil at
something.
Because he always lucks out on everything.
Yeah.
He has the best enemies. Look at Michael Avenatti. Look at Fonnie Willis now in Georgia. The
Right.
best enemies.
Right.
It helps him so much.
And Merrick Garland. Dithered for now, we're probably not even going to see any of the trials. He just always lucks his way into everything.
Yeah. So the deal with the devil, of course, this guy, don't trust him at all. I believe he worships the devil. And so his dealing with the devil that he refers Trump to would be the opposite of what he worships. Spiritual warfare in front of all of us. Part of this warfare that we've been up against is showing people more and more what's been happening because of these jabs. It's just a reminder we have to stay on top of this. Before I show you that, I just wanted to remind you that Grasshopper showed us once again that Dan Scavino dropped something. Add your name, demand Biden debate Trump. That's put out 5:12 p.m. It's a 0 Delta for Grasshopper. Put a test 123 out 17:12. That's pretty exciting for them. Also at 17:14 or 5:14, a Great Awakening. Right, the debate that they're demanding. Truth belongs with the people, right? 5:12, Great Awakening. And then 17:14, remember, says, how do you hide a message in clear sight? Congratulations, Grasshopper, on that one. We are learning more and more as this information flies out, and they're using the board and timestamps and more, just how all this plays out behind the scenes. So don't get discouraged when your favorite YouTuber out there is teaching the word of God or trying to come up with ideas and they're upset because they can't stand Trump or whatever it is. They're out there. I've heard a few, especially when I've been listening to a lot of videos about the upcoming eclipse and everybody's translations of it or what their thoughts of it are. And I put my comments in there. It's like, how dare you? 1 minute you're saying comfort those and be nice to those. Yet the next minute on your breath, you're mad because people support Trump and you're claiming that you have all the truth. They don't have it all. Not everybody has all the answers, but we have to be loving and guiding and instructing those and not join in with their rhetoric of being so mean and hateful to people. part of the prayers that we lift up for many, especially that are going through some difficult times, would be those realizing, especially in many nations, reporting that the mRNA vaccine usage has resulted in post-vaccination thrombosis, subsequent cardiovascular damage, as well as a wide variety of diseases involving all organs and systems, including the nervous system. Japanese preprint calls for mRNA vaccines to be suspended over blood bank contamination concerns. Receiving a blood transfusion from COVID-19 vaccination or vaccinated individuals could pose a medical risk to unvaccinated recipients. That's in Japan. We had this one, the mRNA injury stories. Brazilian influencer in Boston, dead at 35 on January 12, 2024, developed new psoriasis that consumed 80% of her body. And then she died of cardiac arrest. 10 plus cases of psoriasis post-mRNA. And I'm showing a photo of what happened to her. Weight loss influencer Mila, dead at 35. Brazilian mom of 4 rose to fame online after undergoing bariatric surgery. Beautiful lady gone. Laura Bully showed us this. Britain faces the worst sickness crisis since the 1990s as illness-related inactivity climbs to 2.7 million. I wonder why. I'm totally baffled, and then shows a picture of the jab.
This is ages 1 through 14. In 2020, their excess deaths was minus 9%. In 2021, it was minus 7%. In 22, it went up to 16%. And in 2023, it's 22%. So it's
22% above baseline.
Above baseline. And what's interesting about this is the excess deaths of the UK children actually went down during 2020 and started to rise again in 2021. It's in my book. We showed the rise started when the magic juice started to children later in 21. What's interesting is you have to ask yourself, why did it go down in 2020? What's the biggest cause of accident death for children? It got to down.
I got to get past them talking about the medical. Sorry, guys, but I'm not going to give them the opportunity to get the channel taken down. All right, here we go.
So as all this plays out, we're noticing the up there. Mark Zuckerberg spending $187 million, secretly buying 1,600 acres of Hawaii land, and now reportedly building a massive self-sustaining apocalypse bunker. 5,000 square foot underground bunker, complete with its own energy and food supplies. The bunker's design incorporates a metal door filled with concrete. Remember how they showed us in the movie, I think it was a Netflix movie, where they were trying to scare everybody saying the world's going to shut down. It was based out of New York, and they had the bomb shelter they went into. The project, which reflects a growing trend among Silicon Valley elites for preparedness and luxury, is estimated to cost around $100 million to build on top of the $170 million spent acquiring the land. $270 million investment, according to Wired. When I read this, I go to scripture and I think of this all the time. And I went and looked it up so you guys can hear it. Revelation chapter 6. The sixth seal, cosmic disturbances. I looked when he opened the sixth seal, and behold, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became like blood. And the stars of heaven fell to the earth as a fig tree drops its late figs when it is shaken by a mighty wind. The sky receded as a scroll when it's rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved out of its place. And the kings of the earth, the great men, the rich men, the commanders, the mighty men, every slave and every free man hid themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him, our Heavenly Father, who sits on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath has come. Who's able to stand? All of this playing out day by day. We're being exposed to so much and learning so much about the truth. What these guys have planned for years to try to destroy us, and yet we're protected by Heavenly Father. These folks cannot hide themselves from him. No matter what happens to any of us at any time, The good news is those who belong to Christ, who have called on their Heavenly Father through his Son, knowing that he died on the cross and rose again 3 days later, especially as we head into this time of Passover, where Christ gave his life as the Lamb slain for our sins. We're going to be all right. But it is hard being awake. And I saw this video and I thought I'd play this for us at the end today.
This is for those of you who are awake. I think I've been awake for 5 to 6 years now, partially awake prior to that. I have, over time, through research, realized that everything I was taught in school, our history, was a lie. All of it. It's all a lie. We haven't been told the truth about anything. I don't believe anything we've been told is the truth. It is so far off from the truth, it's scary. Who else on the side of being awake? Like, if you know you're awake, you know you're awake. But who else on the awake side are having a really hard time interacting with people who are completely asleep? Like, I can't just get together with people and be like, oh yeah, the weather is sports. Oh, how's the kids? And not talk about the fact our country's being invaded. We are losing. This is the fall of Rome. We are living through the fall of Rome right now. Our country is being invaded. Our government has been taken over. There was a coup involved. The people running our government right now are all paid off and corrupt. Everyone.
So all of this is playing out. Folks are seeing it more and more. And I had his perspective and then another one. Here we go as we come to a close.
Is anybody else just fed up with the absolute distraction, deception, lies that everything feels like? It's really hard when you're awake and you have such a deep awareness. It's lonely. It's lonely because no one understands you. People start to think you're crazy. I've been, isolated, essentially. I feel like God has isolated me to a point where I am forced to work on my relationship with him. I am forced to find peace in him. And when you find that, it's not something you want to let go of, and you crave more and more and more of it. And you go through this so many times that you start to just feel different. You start to live life differently. It's hard for me to ignore deception. Things going on in the royal family, things going on in Hollywood, things going on with the elites. Like, we all know what's going on. Most of us at this point are awake to it, but you start to see it so fast and so clearly. And it's kind of a lonely place to be, because you start speaking out about the truth, which is crazier than fiction sometimes. And it's crazy to people and they don't understand it. And when you are living with such a deep understanding of the truth, and and you can spot so clearly when someone is walking in true Jesus ways and when they're not. And I'm not perfect. I'm not even close. But I do my best to live like the Bible wants us to live, right? And when you see other people being deceptive, and then there's all these people out there that, will be so quick to cry, oh, you're such a conspiracy theorist. Like, we're talking about living in truth here, okay? It's not even about the actual theories that are happening. It's just that we're clear that there's deception, and we just want the truth at this point. We want to live with honesty and transparency, and man, it's so hard. And I find myself in such a deep awareness of God and protecting my peace so much that it's hard to be around other people. The meaningless, what's the weather doing today? What'd you do this weekend? Oh yeah, we're going on a trip. All that stuff is just, it's fine, but it's not, I crave such a deep I crave honesty and truth and transparency and deep connections with people and deep conversations about life, about what's going on in our world, about God, about, you know, how hard it is to be awake sometimes.
It's very hard. It reminded me of these verses, especially when I talked to my friend Nathan. Reminder, Luke 12:49. I came to send fire on the earth, said Jesus, and how I wish it were already kindled. But I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how distressed I am till it is accomplished. Do you suppose that I came to give peace on the earth? I tell you, not at all, but rather division. From now on, 5 in one house will be divided, 3 against 2, 2 against 3. Father will be divided against son, and son against father. Mother against daughter, and daughter against mother. Mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Discern the time. Then he also said to the multitudes, whenever you see a cloud rising out of the west, immediately you say a shower is coming. And so it is. When you see the south wind blow, you say, there will be hot weather, and there is. Hypocrites. You can discern the face of the sky and the earth. But how is it you do not discern the time? This time that we live in. So many do not discern or understand the times we live in. But there are many that have come to this channel, and we know we've got many emails, many folks who have sent messages letting us know what's happened in their lives. Lives have been changed. And I thank God Almighty, because without him, we can do nothing. More getting back to the Word of God with all that's going on, more getting on their knees before him, begging boldly before his throne, begging for help and support. And it's been an amazing time to be alive as we've watched so many bring their lives back to Christ. And it's been an eye-opening one for many, including my own family. I hope that you guys are staying close to our Father. And remember, we can only have peace through him.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for all of this information, the reminder of how things are playing out by the enemy, this information warfare playing out daily, the spiritual warfare on so many levels. We lift up those who are hurting, who are feeling somewhat lonely, losing friends, family, because of all the information that they're trying to share with them to get them to understand how the enemy works through media, through Hollywood and more. Help them to find friends that will be able to come close to them and pray with them, and especially all of us who are in the front lines. May we continue to have the protection you provided through answered prayer. Those that are out there fighting for our country, their country, wherever they are in this earth listening in, may they be provided this immediate peace, filled with the Holy Spirit, guided and directed in everything they say and do, knowing that you're there with them. Thank you for that. And we know as these things play out in the end that you win. We thank you. In the name of Christ we pray. Amen. Folks, I know this was a long one. I apologize. Just wanted to get all the information out today. Hope you have a great remainder of your week. Stay in prayer, stay in the Word of God. Please hit that follow button and the share button if you would. Thank you for all your support and prayers. It's been absolutely amazing. We feel it. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi, with them we know. Signing out.
All right. LT, and we know. Up next, we got the Christian Patriot News. Let's, where'd that banner go? There it is.
Donald Trump is still the president of the United States.
Let me talk to you.
Did you know that the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist? What if I told you the greatest trick 45 ever pulled was convincing the world that he's still not in charge right now?
They think it's a trick that I'm playing on them.
They think I'm playing a trick.
Don't believe? Then how do you explain 45 issuing Executive Order 13961 on December 7, 2020, which signaled the continuity of government plan? How do you explain 45 issuing 10 national security memorandums in his last 10 days of office that are still classified to this day?
Will you commit to making sure that there is a peaceful transferal of power after the election?
There won't be a transfer. There'll be a continuation.
45 himself admitted on numerous occasions that we're in the midst of irregular warfare.
I'm a wartime president. This is a war. This is a war, different kind of a war than we've ever had.
In this high-stakes game of chess, where it's move, counter move, did 45 willingly step aside and place the resident front and center so the resident can take the fall for everything that's going on right now?
And in my second term, which we're sort of having now, but I don't want the results, right?
Hey, if you know, you know.
The 45th, the 46th, and the 47th President of the United States, President Donald John Trump.
To General Milley, do you think that these documents should be turned over to the United States Congress? And do you think that both General Donahue and Admiral Vasely should testify before Congress?
Sure, I absolutely do. I believe transparency. You're the board of directors for this corporation called the American government, and I believe that you're entitled to those within the bounds of classification. Absolutely. So whatever documents are out there should be turned over to the appropriate committees of jurisdiction and oversight, and whatever witnesses are needed to establish truth and transparency within the bounds of classification should absolutely happen. Absolutely. That's why I'm here. You're the board of directors for this corporation called the American government. You're the board of directors for this corporation called the American government.
Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me.
The national debt is at $34.4 trillion. And since 2023, that number has increased by $1 trillion every 100 days. That is an increase of over $3.5 trillion annually. And the economic governments and organizations are possible US dollar collapse. Watch out on Federal Reserve and collapsing dollar. Call Patriot Gold number 428. Mention Christian Patriot and investing last service. Matrix, protecting Matrix. Patriot Gold has the no fee like IRA, or 401k, digital, gold and silver, and eligible for no fee like IRA and qualifying enrollers. Call 888-970-5431 for free investing 5 days. 40% in the description box below this video. Patriot Gold is consumer affairs. Operating gold for year 7 years in a row. 2024.
Reaching this point where some sudden thing is going to happen. I believe in that theory of the black swan.
Yes.
It's going to pop up, and it's not going to be controllable. But people, you ask, what can they do? I think the most important thing is understand what's going on.
They're going to try to come up with things that are unknowable. And, and in the world of military operations, or even in the world of just things, we call them black swan events, right? Black swan events are things that nobody imagined could occur, and yet they did, right? And then they have these incredibly, mostly devastating effects. So I think that's what we have got to be thinking about. And I think as we talk to our audiences and we look for feedback from different people, all of these things, and then we have to be prepared on our side. We have to be prepared to immediately respond to these scenarios, right? Like, I think a scenario is these people just decide, look, there's no way in the world that they can win a legitimate, fair election, so let's not have one. So in order to not have one, how do they create the conditions in order to not have an election? Now, that's a scenario. It's not a scenario that I want to have as an outcome, but that is a scenario that I can imagine. And
so how that work, General?
Yeah. Well, so
are you predicting a black swan event before the election that would stop the election?
I am predicting some type of an event that will cause such a dramatic shift in what is happening.
U.S. District Federal Judge Sharon Johnson Coleman out of Illinois just ruled that illegal immigrants have the right to bear arms in this country. No, they don't. Illegal immigrants have no rights in this country. And I want you guys to think about it. Open your ears and pay attention. Military-age men are coming into this country illegally. For what reason? And now the United States government is allowing them to bear arms in this country. If you don't believe me, Google it. Look it up. It's been fact-checked. It's real. Are they arming the illegal immigrants so that they can wipe us out? Is this the end of the United States of America as we know it?
As to the person, we don't know which homeowner shot at him. I guess they think that they did something wrong, which they did not. If somebody's breaking in your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them in Santa Rosa County. We prefer that you do, actually. So whoever that was, you're not in trouble. Come see us. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save the taxpayers money.
So this illegal from TikTok is back, spreading a message that you guys won't believe. Now, he's speaking in Spanish like this. So I'm going to read the subtitles for you. Let's get right to the video. My people have thought about invading a house in the United States because I learned that there is a law that says that if a house is not inhabited, we can expropriate it. Northern hoods here in the United States. Terrain deformation also applies. And I think that will be my next business. Invade abandoned houses. Since I have searched for some codes with my African friends, and they told me that they already have about 7 expropriated houses. And as the saying Daddy says, you have to look for the way back and forth right now. Is to invade houses since we are in a street situation, and it is the only way we have to avoid living on the street and not be a public burden. So y'all heard that, right? So your man right here that has over 300,000 TikTok followers told his compadres, his amigos, hey, if you see an empty house or a building, just go inside of it and stay in there. That's U.S. law, is what he told them. So expect to see a lot more of that happening. Expect to also, at some point in the very near future, expect to see illegals trying to kick in your door and take your money, your food, your water, and rob you, you know?
So there's guys on the radio, in Spanish-speaking radio in San Diego, telling guys how they went back and forth 4 times in a month.
Yeah. And then they
got $8,000 in a month.
Jesus.
Yeah. So they're living nice just by crossing back and forth and just continuing to do it.
Well, did you read the story about the guy? I think he's from Venezuela.
I had to make a move.
He's telling people how to get over the border and then squat in houses, and like how you'll just get like, you know, it's like they won't throw you out of their house. It's not like where we're from. You can just get in the house and then you can stay there.
Queens.
Yeah.
So the lady got arrested for changing the locks on her own home. And
that to me is crazy.
They're also saying in New York, if you're in a house for 30 days, you legally become a tenant.
Yep.
That's
if
right.
you get mail sent to the place in your name, it's yours.
That is bananas.
That is
Dude,
crazy.
I love this story. I think it happened in like Seattle or Portland or something. This guy was at every, you know, march and rally, and he was like big Antifa and communism. And he met someone there, and the guy was like, hey, can I crash with you? And the guy was like, yeah, sure. So he brought him and his girlfriend and stayed on the couch. And after 2 weeks, the guy wouldn't let the homeowner into his own house, and he had to call the police, which is like against their religion. And they're like, we don't know what to tell you.
Holy.
Tonight, we're confronting a bewildering judicial decision that might seem like it's pulled from a dystopian novel. Federal judges have ruled that illegal immigrants like Heriberto Carvajal Flores and Antonio Singh Ledesma can carry firearms. This astonishing verdict raises a chilling question. Are these rulings a deliberate attempt to foster chaos and undermine public safety? In a world where the Democrats are clamoring for the disarmament of American citizens, these judicial decisions allow illegal immigrants, some with criminal backgrounds, to bear arms. It's as if the scales of justice have been inverted, favoring those who flout our laws over law-abiding citizens. This move not only defies common sense, but also appears to fan the flames of potential violence and lawlessness. Consider Laken Riley and countless more needlessly killed by the hands of an illegal immigrant. Is the ultimate goal here to destabilize our communities, making it easier for criminals to operate with impunity? One can't help but speculate if there is a broader, more sinister agenda at play, aiming to erode the fabric of American society and its foundational legal principles. As we navigate these turbulent legal waters, where the rights of illegal immigrants to bear arms are being affirmed over the concerns of law-abiding citizens, it's imperative that we stay vigilant. These rulings challenge the core of our national values and public safety, hinting at a deeper, more troubling agenda. We must remain alert, safeguarding our communities and our constitutional rights. In this era of unprecedented decisions and potential threats, our commitment to vigilance and the protection of our fellow citizens is what will keep us safe and preserve the integrity of our great nation.
This is getting wild. The National Guard is going to be here now for the solar eclipse. This article today was released in an Oklahoma newspaper saying that they will have guardsmen present in McCurtain County for the solar eclipse. But things get much weirder. The 22 members of an elite chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear unit will be housed in Broken Bow, in addition to 110 to 150 Oklahoma Highway Patrol troopers. They're also urging residents to stock up with 1 to 2 weeks of food in advance of the event and to have full fuel tanks. They're also saying that it's likely that communication facilities could be overloaded, possibly making it difficult to make cell phone calls. Similar warnings are going out in different states, including Noblesville Fire Department in Texas. And apparently schools are canceled this day, and people are going on Twitter writing statements like this: something strange is definitely happening. My kids in 3 different schools all got notices that school will be closed that day. What do you know about this?
Today on hisglory.tv, Dave Scarlett was talking to Julie Green and said that there was a meeting with these people, that there is a plan for April the 8th, the eclipse, where there will be massive amounts of people gathered to watch the eclipse. And that during this time, there was going to be a release of and that is why they have been talking about you need food and water, electricity. They're wanting to shut down all communications so that way we can't communicate with one another. And they're talking about another one of these. And that there are 10 of these planned all over the United States. That is worse, way worse than this. Now, here's a fun fact. The 2024 total eclipse path through North America, the first land is Isla Socorro. This means, in English, Isle Rescue. So, it might look dark, it might look rough, but don't worry. God wins. Stay prayed up and ask God to gird you up, because it's always darkest before the dawn.
Let's do this one. Pandemic X, which is trending. People are talking about the news. WHO talking about the new pandemic coming forward. New black swan type of pandemic coming. Four experts, it's presenting how it's working.
WHO, Tedros, Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, Peter Daszak, Alliance. They all say there's going to be a disease X. With great enthusiasm, especially 20 times more experts believe it's going to be another respiratory virus, the version of COVID. Peter Daszak, Alliance, working on this. Now, due to the University of Singapore, by the US government. So yes, I mean, the Gates Foundation funded the second coalition for information. They just wrote over 100 pages. Do you really believe I'm taking these guys seriously? I mean, they're telegraphing this. There was a telegraphing COVID that was like, I didn't know it all yet. I mean, in 2005, HHS and Congress wrote the cutback. Said there's going to be pandemics, and when they happened, everything they do, including vaccines, are going to be used liability. That was back in 2005. 2012, DARPA, the research unit military. So on the website today, you can go check it out. 2012, they have a program called the ADEPT program, and DARPA says they're going to end pandemics. The 60 days using messenger RNA vaccines. That's in 2012. Then 2016, 2017, Moderna takes out patents on the COVID-19 vaccine. From 2011, from 2007 to 2011, Savannah Mansell is the CEO of
The Chinese build the biosecurity lab in Wuhan.
Is one of the things that you worry most about?
Like I said, guys, I'm not allowing them to do any medical stuff. We're going to fast forward through it or move it along and just keep going. But yeah, we're not getting taken down for it this time.
To impede Donald Trump winning in November that you don't think people are talking about? 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, look, I think for all of the talk about the money stuff, I think that there is the ability of Donald Trump to get around that. He obviously can earn a lot more media. He does get a lot more traction, in doing the campaign rallies and getting around the country. I suppose the thing I worry most about is this move by the Democrats to win the House. There's a lot to be said about what's going on, especially on the abortion argument. So they take back the House, and then when Donald Trump wins the election in November, the House, the Democrat-run House, goes, we're not going to see you. We're not going to certify the election results. I think they are careening towards that. They've signaled it already. We've done a number of stories about that. And that, I think, is a big problem. I mean, huge Civil War style problem.
Transition Integrity Project. People got to keep an eye on this. They have it all gamed out. They're going to do the stuff that they're trying to indict many people right now in several states. They're going to have alternate electors. They're going to do all of it. The fight is going to go on just beyond the election. Raheem, thanks so much.
Georgetown has just been essentially served. They're being asked to preserve and then turn over all records related to the Transition Integrity Project and this new project regarding civilian control of the military and eliminating the ability of government to take care of the military. Mike, walk us through what this investigation is going to look like and what the Transition Integrity Project is.
Well, this is incredible. I'm actually just learning right now that they've been served with the subpoena. Evidently, this is all breaking to me. But the transition,
I think it's records request first. The subpoena will be next.
Amazing. Well, this really gets into the heart of darkness of the deep power structures within the U.S. government and what was really Trump was really up against all along. The Transition Integrity Project, TIP, was a group of about 60 to 70 apex predators of the national security state, the foreign policy establishment, the blob, and their political opportunists on both sides of the aisle, representing the donors and drafters as well on the outside. This was basically a plot, probably the cleanest thing we've ever seen in this country, to a domestic color revolution planning crew. This was a group where, just to name a few of them, they put out in June 2020 a blueprint document for how to stop Trump from being inaugurated, even if he won the 2020 election. At the time, they were terrified that Donald Trump was going to beat Joe Biden. They had just cooked up this mail-in ballot scheme, but they weren't totally sure it was going to work. This is 5 months before the election. So they put out a document it was a 17-page document with four different scenarios in there of what to do in the event of an election crisis. And scenario 3 was a, quote, clear Trump win, which was what if Trump wins the Electoral College? What can we do in control of the army? What can we do in control of state governorships? What can we do in control of all these little turnkey anarcho-tyranny groups like Black Lives Matter and Antifa in order to bring the country to a halt, to destabilize it as if this were Yugoslavia and induce basically a crisis where Trump can't operate the government and is forced out of office in the same way we ran Slobodan Milosevic out of the country, in the same way they ran Viktor Yanukovych out of Ukraine. And in this document, they specifically contemplated doing favors for what they called, racial justice activists. This is Black Lives Matter street muscle. This is just 1 month after the George Floyd riots broke out. What could the Joe Biden campaign do to do favors for Black Lives Matter to make sure that Black Lives Matter was responsive to calls to take to the streets from the Joe Biden campaign? They know who role-played Joe Biden in this TIP simulation? John Podesta. John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, and the man who is now the head of the largest slush fund in the federal government, a $370 billion energy slush fund with strange tentacles into the State Department that the House Republicans have been trying to get more information on because they've been shielding John Podesta from congressional inquiries. And, who's role-playing Donald Trump in this scenario was a combination of Bill Kristol and David Frum, both of whom are tightly intertwined in the national security state's interplay with the media. David Frum over at The Atlantic, former George Bush speechwriter, and Bill Kristol, who's kind of the the mouthpiece of the neocon CIA right. And so you had basically a coterie of 4-star generals, CIA folks. Rosa Brooks was in charge of TIP. Rosa Brooks was a high-ranking Pentagon official with a CIA blue badge. She was parked out of Georgetown. This was basically a CIA, DOD, bipartisan blob hit job for how to cause a domestic color revolution in the United States. We've never seen anything like this in our country. The fact that it's being exposed now by Congress potentially is really catching the tiger by the tail, and I can't wait to see what comes next in this.
He can't get through a sentence. He can't do anything. They hid him in a basement. They weaponized everything they possibly could to rig an election, to put a puppet in charge. And make no mistake, Steve, I think Joe's been very effective for the radical Democrats, the people who are actually in charge, because he'll sign anything. Obama would have loved to have done so many of the things that Joe Biden is doing, whether it's the open borders or just basically the America Last policies that are destroying our economy and our hegemony across the world. He'd have done that, but he was not willing to risk his legacy, his future, the $20 million home on Martha's Vineyard and the $1 million speaking fees. He wouldn't do that, but they're more than happy to throw Joe Biden under the bus, knowing that this is a shell of a man, a shell of a human. He's simply a puppet doing the bidding of whoever the radicals that are in charge. Of course it was rigged. Does anyone actually believe, can someone tell me honestly with a straight face that Joe Biden, he lost 18 of 19 bellwethers, but magically, Steve, way overperformed Barack Obama in 2008 in Detroit, Atlanta, Philadelphia? Does anyone actually believe that happened? If you do, you're an imbecile.
The United States of America is in an unhealthy position right now and needs to be exercised. It needs to be exercised by effective leaders who know what they're doing.
Retired Lieutenant General Mike Flynn,
former national security advisor to President Donald Trump.
General Michael Flynn.
They're going to do everything they can to keep Trump out. But what is happening, and this is the beauty of America, when people get pissed in this country, then they start to say, hey, wait a second. We actually love a person who is being victimized when we know that they're being victimized for the wrong reasons. And Trump certainly has tapped into that, because not only is he the victim, but we are the victims, right? The American people are the victims because we're feeling the pain.
What's to stop him from getting in that White House and being sworn in January 25?
They want to bankrupt this man. They want to put him in jail. They want to destroy every single aspect of his life.
Check out this graph. The dark blue line represents the decreasing value of the U.S. dollar. The gold line represents the increasing value of gold. 98% of the purchasing power since 1900. Gold has increased 53.9 times value during that time. Protect carbon saving investment in gold and silver. Help get gold today before it's too late. Where IRA 441k physical. Gold and silver in gold. No fee like IRA. I'm qualifying rollers. 888-970-5431 or free message today. Or use the first link in the description box below this video. Have a cushion for you and they'll take care of you. Gold is a consumer fair. Top rated gold IRA dealer 7 years in a row.
That's most clear evidence, arguably perhaps ever presented about the Biden family and their compromised position as it pertains to our national security. No one can still articulate, why are the Chinese giving Hunter Biden $1 billion? They don't exactly make investments with crackheads. That's not part of their business model, Steve, of course, unless you're buying someone off, which is, of course, what was happening. You have clear evidence and they keep pretending they don't have it. It's lunacy. And yet for 5 years, Russia was the gospel. That was the gospel of the Lord. There was no evidence, but it didn't matter. You didn't need anything. We were somehow amazingly enough compromised by Russia. Apparently my father needed the money or something like that. I'm not sure. It just shows you the double standard that you would try to seize assets for no one's articulated yet who the victim was, but that doesn't matter because these are show trials. These are designed not just to hurt Donald Trump, but to make sure you put a marker out there, Steve, that no one in the future ever decides to go against the swamp, go against the Democrat Party, because they will come after you. They will come after you with all of their might. And in these blue states, that's going to go unchecked. The law, facts, none of that means anything. The liberals that are like, well, we don't understand who's the victim. How is this happening? How is it going on? It doesn't matter. It's still happening. That's why, even the Florida grand jury was done in Washington, D.C., because the Democrats are picking and choosing the places where no one could possibly get a fair trial. We have no equal justice under our law. Democracy, so to speak, is totally compromised. And honestly, the Republic is at risk if this continues, because there is no stopping the Democrats. They've shown that they are willing to do anything to remain in power, to control, to subvert the democracy they claim that they're defending each and every day.
Republicans are playing for talking points and viral Twitter clips, and Democrats are playing for keeps, playing to really destroy this country. That's what we've seen the Biden regime pretty intent, pretty hell-bent on doing. Unfortunately, the messaging, the route that the Republicans are going just really isn't that effective. Now, to say if it's a result of intentional malice or incompetence, I don't necessarily know, but I just think it's sort of an ADD, ADHD way that they're trying to get the Biden crime family story across. And they're doing a very great disservice to what may be one of the greatest political scandals in modern American history. And I think why you see such an inability for Republicans to message why what Hunter Biden was doing, not just in China, but in Ukraine, in Iraq, really across the entire globe, why it matters. The effects were not just limited, right, to the Biden family, to their dozens of shell companies making millions of dollars. We continue to see direct ramifications of the countries that Hunter Biden entangled himself with the type of policies, the America Last policies that the Biden regime is pursuing. It gets sort of difficult, right? When you get caught in the weeds, you always say whenever you have Rudy Giuliani on the show, don't give us all the Ukrainian names. It's so hard to follow. That's sort of the point, right? Not just are we up against the deep state, but we're up against a very, very complex and complicated web, not just of countries, but of individuals and entities and shady bank accounts. But I think where Republicans continue to fail on the messaging aspect is they fail to really bring the Hunter Biden story to its conclusion, which is the policies that we're seeing played out by the Biden regime now, whether it's the fact that they pursued business deals with Burisma in Ukraine, you see the Ukraine war happening, whether it's E-Plata, a story that's rarely mentioned by congressional Republicans, how Hunter Biden was invested in firms that are quite literally profiting off of illegal immigration into the United States in the form of remittances, or the fact that de-dollarization, when you see these Chinese energy companies inking deals in yuan, always typically done under the auspices of Sinopec, which is a firm that enjoyed, I believe it was $1.5 billion in investment from Hunter Biden and BHR Partners. And when it was revealed that the Biden regime basically had a secret back channel with Chinese Communist Party diplomats last year, where they basically gave them knowledge that we were going to release our strategic petroleum reserves. The American people didn't know that, but they made sure that their Chinese paymasters did. Do you know who Jennifer Granholm was on the phone with? The former board director and senior vice president at Sinopec, who also oversaw the China National Petroleum Council, which was deeply in bed and deeply tied to CEFC China Energy. Is that Republicans are selling themselves short when they make it about just about the bank accounts and the wire transfers. This one $50,000 check. This is a whole of government, a whole of society influence operation that the Chinese Communist Party perpetrated, and my Republicans have failed to really drill down the point, which is something that I've dedicated my life to. But is the concept that Chinese Communist Party influence operations are not a happy accident, right? They didn't just find Hunter Biden because they thought he was going to be a great consultant, or they really liked BHR Partners, the deals that they were structuring. This is a complex, very calculated political warfare operation that has touched, frankly, all of Washington, D.C. But I think that they should bring in experts, not just who are familiar with the Biden crime family, but people who can articulate to the American people, which is that there are multi-billion-dollar political warfare operations that are emanating out of Beijing that are designed to capture the Achilles heel of American politics, people like Hunter Biden. And I think you just see a fundamental missing of the forest for the trees, encapsulated best by the fact that Republicans can't even take the time to sit through the entire hearing. They're too busy just trying to get their talking points, standing up and leaving. Meanwhile, Democrats are there the whole entire time, just like they were for all the impeachments of Donald Trump, because they're serious and they play for keeps. Democrats are just concerned with getting a viral Twitter clip and keeping their position in leadership.
Campaign and the fake news media have a new hoax. It's brand new. It's called the bloodbath hoax, taking my words completely out of context. I said that if we don't win, it will be a bloodbath for the U.S. auto manufacturing industry, which is right now turning very bad. And that's 100% true. That's going to happen. That's a fact. Crooked Joe Biden is trying to destroy the U.S. auto industry forever with his extreme electric vehicle mandate, which will ship every last American auto job and auto manufacturing job to China. Crooked Joe is a Manchurian candidate, in fact, doing the bidding of the Chinese Communist Party and his insane EV mandate, which is no good, which is a disaster, and which will let China steal hundreds of thousands of American jobs. It'll ruin our industry, ruin that particular thing that I was working so hard on. We're not going to let it happen. I'm going to rebuild the auto industry. We're going to have electric cars, but we're going to have every form of propulsion, every form that you can have. and we're going to bring back our car industry. It's been stolen between Mexico, China, and so many other countries. It's been stolen from us over a period of 30 years. Mexico took 32% of our car industry, and they're building plant after plant. And you know who's building some of the plants? China, the biggest ones. They're going to build them in Mexico and sell them into the United States, which is going to kill our industry. So I'm not going to let that happen. I will charge them a 100% tariff on every car that China makes in Mexico, and that's going to stop them from pouring in. It will indeed be a bloodbath, but it's going to be on the opposite side. We're not going to allow it to happen. We're not going to allow our auto workers to suffer the word bloodbath. But while I was speaking metaphorically, a real bloodbath is occurring right now under Crooked Joe. It's Biden's border bloodbath. There's never been anything like it. Every day, Joe Biden is setting loose thousands of unvetted, unscreened, military-aged men into the United States from parts unknown. Americans like Laken Riley and Travis Wolf are being murdered, and they're being murdered. It's horrible what's going on. Our people are being murdered. You have to understand, people are pouring into our country at levels that we've never seen before. 15 million people, in my opinion, thus far. It'll be close to 20 million people by the time we get this guy out. That's almost bigger than any state in the union. And they're coming in from jails and prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're terrorists. They're human traffickers. And they traffic in women. That's what they want to traffic in. That's what they want to do. And we had it almost stopped. We had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border probably in the history of the world. Every day, innocent citizens are being killed, stabbed, shot, raped, and murdered because of Biden migrant crime. It's a new word, a new term. It's migrant crime, but we call it Biden migrant crime because he's responsible for it 100%. Yet the same fake news media that is pushing one hoax after another never wants to talk about that. Biden is so lawless and extreme that his administration fought the state of Texas all the way to the Supreme Court to stop them from trying to help secure our border. Thankfully, Joe Biden lost that fight. Today, the Supreme Court let Texas protect their border. What a great victory that was. I'm so proud of them. When I'm your president, we're going to end this disgrace and we're going to stop Biden's border bloodbath. It is a bloodbath indeed, and we're going to get it stopped. Thank you very much.
All four of the direct perpetrators of the terrorist attacks, all those who shot and killed people, were found and detained. They tried to hide and move towards Ukraine, where, according to preliminary data, a window was prepared for them from the Ukrainian side to cross the state border.
A barbaric act. Vladimir Putin condemns Friday's terror attack on a packed concert hall in Moscow, saying the suspects were later caught fleeing towards the Ukrainian border.
So in Crocus, what did you do yesterday?
Shooting.
What were you doing in Crocus?
Shooting.
What? Shooting?
Yes.
Who?
People.
What for? Pull him up, please.
For money.
For money?
Yes.
For how much money?
About $500,000.
Killing for cash. One of the suspects, interrogated by Russian security services, claims they were paid to carry out their slaughter. And while the death toll from the tragedy rises to 133, the true heroism of some during the carnage comes to light.
I realized that I had to do something, and I ran around him to the left, grabbed the machine gun with my left hand, and pulled it down. And with my right hand, I began to strike him on the head. At that moment, another man ran up to me, and we knocked out the gunman.
The United States government not only censored information, they censored true and accurate stories. They actually prevented truth from coming out. You came up with a dirty dozen list or a top 10 list. How important is it to know that not only did we censor, which we're not supposed to do, but it was actually truth that was censored?
Oh, and they knew it was true, too. In fact, what was really amazing is when you trace the chronology of the evolution of the censorship industry, it started with disinformation in 2017. Actually, it started right after, Crimea in 2014 with this disinformation term. That was always a military term to describe enemy propaganda. Disinformation was not the sort of thing that a government would say its own citizens do. We would just call that ordinary course First Amendment protected discourse. But so I started with Russian disinformation using this kind of national security predicate in 2017. But by 2018, it became very evident that that the Russiagate predicate could only go so far. So they rolled out and expanded it to misinformation and disinformation, and saying, well, misinformation, even if it's not a lie, but you make an innocent mistake, that too is a threat to democracy. But then they quickly found that they were having a real problem. See, at the time, they were still using this fact checker method for flagging. And they had a problem, which is that a lot of the things that the government was trying to get the social media platforms to censor, and government cutouts like the NGOs and civil society firms that the government paid, were having trouble getting the platforms to take down enough misinformation because the fact checkers couldn't prove that half of what they were trying to take down was actually false. So they created a new category in late 2018, early 2019 called malinformation. And this is basically what the lion's share of internet censorship now comprises. Malinformation is the idea that even if something is true, if it ultimately leads people to a conclusion that undermines public faith and confidence in a critical government initiative, or undermines public faith and confidence in democratic institutions like the mainstream media, then that by itself is essentially the same thing as mis and disinformation, and should be treated as such by the platforms. This is a very, very dirty trick that basically operates the way a con game does. A con game's, the con there stands for confidence. And what they're doing is they're saying it undermines confidence when people are able to articulate true statements. In fact, one of the things that Just the News helped Foundation for Freedom Online break, if you recall, about almost a year and a half ago now, was a DHS cybersecurity video, from the CISA sub-agency, which said it was doing cybersecurity, but was in fact doing cyber censorship. An obscure little DHS cybersecurity agency put out a 6-minute YouTube video instructing a young cartoon protagonist named Susan to report her own Uncle Steve for disinformation on Facebook, because Uncle Steve cited true CDC data to make the argument that COVID was no more fatal than the flu. So they were not arguing that Uncle Steve was wrong. He was citing CDC data, but it was a malinformation because it had the effect of undermining public faith and confidence in the severity of the COVID pandemic. And they did this all over. They did this for mail-in ballots. They said even if a trove of unmarked ballots or ballot trafficking operations were going on, simply to report on it would undermine public faith and confidence in the use of mail-in ballots for the 2020 election. So it was censored under a government-coerced terms of service violation policy called delegitimization, which meant anything true about election fraud, anything true about the unreliability of mail-in ballots, anything true about scandals with early voting drop boxes, anything true about ballot tabulation issues on election day was still a terms of service violation, was still banned. And again, the government coerced this terms of service policy change through the Election Integrity Partnership, which was set up in partnership with DHS, was all deemed to be mis-dis malinformation because they lumped those three categories together. They laundered it, basically.
I think they really don't want us to get to the bottom of the origins of COVID, is because it basically goes up against what I think their broader global agenda is, which really draws a nice contrast with what they're trying to do right now with the pandemic treaty. And what I mean by that is that with the pandemic treaty, what they're focusing on is basically how to get us to all be, submissive and really just at the end of the day, comply with big pharma's profit margins and their kind of bigger agenda, right? The focus of the pandemic treaty, it also dovetails quite nicely with misinformation. They like this concept of social listening, where they basically are tracking basically what you're thinking, what you're saying on social media before you even know it, before the next pandemic even happens with regards to vaccines and masks and PPE. But if they can strategically drive the conversation away from the blame that should be adequately placed on the Chinese Communist Party, but more precisely the risky gain-of-function research that was okayed and supported and defended by Anthony Fauci and his entire ilk at NIAID and the National Institutes of Health more broadly, then they really can control the narrative about public health and pandemics and the way that you address it, right? The solution to the problem, if the problem is just, oh, well,
we weren't effective enough in our gain of function research. We need to create more pandemic strains proactively and preventatively. Then big pharma's profits, these research institutions, the Chinese Communist Party network of, PLA-run labs, it's a win-win for them. Whereas if you actually get to the bottom of why COVID-19 started, because of the Chinese Communist Party's quest to basically tank the Trump campaign and, of course, assert their global hegemony and replace the United States in the global world order, well, you come to some very, very different conclusions about how you have to rectify that problem. And I can tell you a pandemic treaty that cedes more of our sovereignty, not just to the Chinese Communist Party, but to Big Pharma, certainly isn't the answer to that. So I think that is why you've seen so much kind of 4D chess from their side when it comes to shaping the narrative about COVID. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that today we're going to see, true accountability. But just think about it. A decade ago, you didn't even see these deep state entities, these deep state figures on trial. They were still doing censorship campaigns like this, maybe a little less in terms of magnitude, but they never had to answer for it. It was just a normalized part of American life. But thanks to shows like yours, like the work of the guests you've had on before, it is at least being exposed, and they at least now have to have their not just metaphorical, but literal day in court.
Nothing creates vaccine hesitancy like ignoring people when they're reporting problems with vaccines that they're being mandated and forced to take. Vaccines that they have to take in order to keep their job. Vaccines that they have to take in order to be able to go to restaurants, go into stores, go into public places. Vaccines the doctors are telling them to take, but yet when they're screaming from the rooftops, something's wrong with the vaccines, I'm telling you, that creates vaccine hesitancy. The other problem is when you get censored on the internet or you get permanently banned on social media when you were a victim of a vaccine injury or a doctor trying to report what you were seeing in your patients from vaccines. This
I'm sure you've heard Biden mention them time and again, but these people are truly, truly extreme. These MAGA extremists believe that America should be a sovereign nation. They want our borders to be secured and believe that people must migrate here legally instead of illegally. These MAGA extremists believe that we should not get involved in foreign wars. These people don't like war. They don't want a world with war. They're crazy. These MAGA extremists believe that women should be the only ones competing in women's sports. These MAGA extremists don't believe that men can get pregnant. These MAGA extremists believe that people should be hired based on their credentials and not their skin color or who they sleep with. It's disgusting. These MAGA extremists believe that babies inside the womb are human beings. These extremists believe that it's hypocritical to purchase oceanfront property or to fly around on private jets or to own multiple homes if we truly believe in climate change. This is a hard one. But these MAGA extremists also believe that good guys should be allowed to have guns. These extremists want more products made in America. This one just, it gets me. These extremists, they believe that the government should not be able to forcibly inject an individual with something that they don't want in their body. Like, the individual should have a choice or something like that. I don't get it. These MAGA extremists, they want free speech. They want the ability to be able to say whatever they want to say. Like, even mean things. These people are terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
This is the breaking point. You don't save the next generation right now.
They will become the future voters and the future leaders of tomorrow, and they will be fully indoctrinated into this cult. This is a cult. This ideology will break this country and everything our founders and ancestors built. Okay, and that's not just this country. That's goodness. That's virtues. It's about humanity. What is inside of us? What are we willing to do to tell the difference between right and wrong, and to stand and really stand for something as a human being? Because we're lacking that. Our soul is tattered right now, not just as a country, but as the human race. That's why I said this is an almost planetary scale operation. And you see it all over the West. You see it in the permissiveness of immigration. You see it in the permissiveness of sexualizing our kids. You see it in looking the other way as kids are trafficked all across the world for the most disgusting means. You see it online, letting big tech run roughshed over everything, as millions and millions of images of children being raped are traded on their platforms, and politicians sit by, do nothing, do worse than nothing. They take the money of the big tech companies, and then they do a fake hearing where they do a sassy hit on Fox. They send that out to their fundraising list, and they get reelected to do the same thing. At some point, the insanity has to end.
God made you abortion, just be it, because you could never change it. Trust me, you don't want to cut it off because you can't rearrange it. They want to mutilate us. I know it's the strangest. It's the devil because he hates us. Here, let me mansplain this. They telling you that God made a mistake. Anybody saying that is headed to the lake. Look, I just want to go outside and climb a couple trees. Let the boys be boys. I don't want your woke disease. You're a cancer. I don't care about the colors in your flag. That's God's rainbow. It does not belong to the drag. But I might buy one just so I can relive. Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible, you should learn it.
This court is so sick and tired of seeing adults ruin and abuse children. These are literally just one step from being babies. They come to a daycare, those parents struggle so that when they release their children to someone during the day, they have some semblance that that child is going to be protected and safe. Not let alone 2 of their children being raped by your own admission, sir. For sexual gratification, you violated a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. I do not know at this time what the total ramifications will be for those 2 young children, but there isn't anybody who doesn't understand now the developmental phases of children take place from 0 to 6 years old. You can't even know what damages you've done for sexual gratification. This to me is so mind-boggling that you used and abused 2 little children like they're inconsequential beings. Those are human persons with human dignity. The mere fact that they're small little people that can't fight off adults, that's why an adult left them with adults. I'm going to tell you something, Mr. McFadden. There's no free rapes in my courtroom. On count 1, I'm sending you to prison for 11 years. On count 4, I'm sending you to prison for 11 years. They will be consecutive to each other for a total of 22 years. You have 32 days jail credit. At this time, the court finds it necessary to protect the public from future crimes, to punish the offender, and to find that consecutive sentences are not disproportionate to the seriousness of the offender's conduct and to the danger the offender poses to the public. Folks, if you see it, you smell it, you know it's happening, you report it. These are little children that are the future. I hate to sound so cliche, but the children are our future, and if we're destroying them, we have no future. And this ends in this courtroom.
Listen to CNN, you're going to think like CNN. If you listen to Fox, you're going to think like Fox. If you listen to Joe Rogan, you listen to these other things, that's going to start working its process through you. If you read this, you read that, it's going to run its process, its program. And you don't have any free will on that. It's like eating a brownie versus a carrot. If you eat the brownie, you're going to gain calories. If you eat a carrot, you're going to get better eyesight. Everybody knows how this works with food. We understand once it's in your system, it's going to run its course. Once it's there, it's going to do what it's going to do. But you have the free will to decide what you put in. And this is where self-awareness really kicks in, to be aware of what you're putting into your brain, making sure you're hyper aware of that, because once it goes in, it's going to run its proper course. So the beautiful thing about this is that you can make changes in your life, right? Like if you want to make a fundamental change, you change your software. And if you listen to the right software, read the right software enough, you'll start making those changes naturally. It'll just become who you are. You don't have to white knuckle your way into change. But the opposite is true too. If you're not conscious about this, you're going to get programmed, and probably programmed by elements that don't mean good for you. They're going to be programming you to buy something, programming you to think some way, programming you to create division between somebody else. They're going to be programming you to submit to the power apparatus. So free will is in between both of those. It's in between all my thoughts are my own, or I'm completely programmed and I have no choice in the matter. You find that middle ground where, yes, you have a choice. You have a choice to decide what you put into your brain. You don't have a choice after that.
God's timing and your timing are different. And anything significant God is going to do in your life is going to take longer than you want, but it's going to be better than you could ever imagine. So the decision we have to make when things don't happen the way we want them to happen and when we want them to happen, we say, God, I choose to trust your timing, because his timing is always perfect.
Stop and listen. I'm about to tell you some things about the eclipse that you have not heard yet. No, I'm not going to talk about how it forms the Aleph or the Tav, or how it goes through all the cities of Nineveh. More importantly, I'm going to talk about something in our past. Did you know that in 1811, we had a solar eclipse that was preceded 2 weeks earlier by a partial lunar eclipse? This is the second solar eclipse that we had in the early 1800s. The reason this is important is because following these, in the year 1811, we had earthquake, over 2,000 to be exact, followed by 6,000 to 10,000 in the Boothfield of Missouri, where the New Madrid fault line is. You should pause and read this, because you'll see that we had some as strong as 8.8 in the series following the solar eclipse. Here's where it starts to get interesting. It states that the Mississippi River ran backwards for 3 hours, as well as many other earthquake phenomena. I bet you didn't hear about that in history class. Stay with me, because this is where it gets interesting. There was sand boils, seismic tar balls, earthquake lights, earthquake smog, thunder, and animal warnings. I suggest you pause and read those to see what was going on. What's really interesting is the earthquake smog. It says the skies turned dark during the earthquakes, so dark that the lighted lamps didn't help, and the air smelled bad, and that it was hard to breathe. I suggest you just pause and read some of the scriptures that I put here before continuing on, because I'm trying to make this as short as possible. Now, I'm sure you know that the Devil comet will also be visible during the April 8th solar eclipse. What's interesting is there was also a comet that came through during the 1811 solar eclipse. The Tecumseh comet is what they called it. Now, of course, they say that this comet only comes around once every 3,065 years, but I do have something interesting to add to this. The Devil comet, or as they call it scientifically, the Pons Brooks, orbits the sun every 71 years. Since we will see it this year in 2024 with the eclipse, we can do a little backwards math. And if you look, it actually goes back to the last time we saw it as the year 1811. Of course, they wouldn't lie to us about history though, right? Remember when I mentioned earlier that the solar eclipse of 1811 was preceded 2 weeks earlier by a lunar eclipse? Well, wouldn't you know it, exactly 2 weeks prior to the April 8th solar eclipse, we will have a lunar eclipse on March 25th. Those earthquakes were called the Great New Madrid earthquakes, and of course we know that the path goes right over the New Madrid fault line for the eclipse of April 8th. Maybe they do have reasoning for stationing National Guard, canceling schools, putting out radiation units. I mean, who knows what's in that earthquake smog that's going to dark out the sky, not to mention how that also ties into more scripture. I know I find it odd that I never heard about any of those crazy things that happened during those earthquakes. You would think that would be a big part of history, knowing that some of these occurrences have happened. Of course, do with this information what you will. I do believe that this also ties in with the city's name Nineveh, the sign of the prophet Jonah, and of course, all of the things we see coming through the 40 days that we're going to have to repent. You should read the accounts of the New Madrid earthquakes back in the 1811 and 1812 timeline. It'll blow your mind how much destruction there was, although most of history doesn't tell us about it. Now, of course, fast forward to right now, what that would do to everybody if the grid was taken out during this, or if this caused mass cities, mass casualties, and mass grid down events. Once again, I'm saying that we need to repent as a nation. We need to turn to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, before it's too late. I'm not putting any authority on this happening. I'm just saying that history does tend to repeat itself. And we've seen all of this happen, and it was almost seemingly unimportant for them to tell us about it. And now we look at this possibly happening again. Seek Christ and repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Much love.
The Bible reminds us of one very important story. When Jesus came the first time, they didn't expect it. They didn't get it right. The pastors, the community, the religious elite, they didn't get it right. What's to say we got it right this time? What's to say we know all the things? Probably not. Let's err on the side of caution. Be prepared. Guns, ammo, food, comms. Keep your people close. But for the love of God, pray. Intercede on behalf of everyone you know, yourself, your family, your home, your community, your church, people in power. Pray for your enemies. Why? Because God's vengeance hits a hell of a lot harder than yours does. Sorry, that's just how this goes. What you want to do is pray that your enemies are blessed, kept, and come to Christ, and hope to God salvation is possible for you and everybody else. Salvation is not guaranteed for any of us. That's the way this works. The only guarantee the Bible speaks of is the seal of the Holy Spirit. And if you aren't filled with spiritual gifts, not just the fruit, but the gifts of the Spirit, if you aren't known as a Christ follower, by speaking in other tongues, casting out devils, raising the dead, healing the sick, drinking poison, handling snakes, cleansing lepers, not dying, you might want to level up your spiritual game. I'm just saying, now's a good time. You're not given a spirit of fear, but a power, love, and a sound mind. You're not told to simply wait for a hall pass out and wait for the ejector button to reach you. You're told to be a Christ follower, and Christ was about his Father's business, and so we are about the business of heaven. That's your job from here going forward. I don't care what date, what celestial event, I don't care what the signs are. You're about the work, or you're not. The choice is yours. God bless, Godspeed, get in the word, get on your feet, and get in the fight. See ya.
So, behind me here, I remember I was in Birmingham a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and it was the Commonwealth Games here in England. And so it was done at the big stadium here in Birmingham, and they brought this thing out. Looks cool, doesn't it? Looks like some, wow, like some new modern art. It actually had smoke coming out of its ears, red lights attached to it, and a very satanic ceremony. And now it's a proud contributor to the satanic agenda of those in power. This is the kind of stuff that most won't pay any attention to or recognize the implications. What does this mean? Aligning our society and actually encouraging kids to have positive attitudes towards something that has literally been used as a satanic reference to Baal. If you don't believe in God, you don't believe in the Spirit, then you ain't going to believe in Satan. But make no mistake about it, those who are running the world, at least for now, just for now, they worship Satan. And their deity requires service and homage. And they make ritual satanic sacrifices of certain groups of people, including white Christians, especially white male Christians. This all sounds nuts. But as that dam continues to break and those dominoes continue to fall, these things that those of us who have been sounding the alarm about will become more and more evident. And let's just hope it ain't too late when the world figures out this is a spiritual war here. We are in a spiritual war. I hope you're on the right side. I know what side I've chosen.
Baal worship is rising in America, and most people don't even know it. There's two forms of Baal worship, and every year America participates more and more in them. This is evil in the sight of God. Judges 2:11. Then the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord and served the Baals. We'll look at how America is turning more towards these two forms of Baal worship, but first let's look at who is Baal. Baal was the supreme god of Canaan and Phoenicia, whose worship infiltrated Jewish religious life during the Judges and became popular in Israel during Ahab's reign. Baal means Lord and was believed to be a fertility god who helped the earth produce crops and people have children. The first form of Baal worship that's definitely rising in America that we'll look at is sexual depravity. One terrible form of this that we're seeing rise that I can't really dive into, but this article sums up the gist of it, is on USA Today. From Balenciaga to Disney, companies profit by sexualizing kids. Another terrible, horrific outcome of this growing sexual freedom that's been rising in America is the attempt to legalize sexualization of kids, acting as if this is some type of sexual preference, when truly this is actually an incredible evil. There's a strong warning against this in the Gospels, and one in Luke 17, verse 2 says, "It would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were thrown into the sea than that he should offend one of these little ones." Another form of this sexual freedom in America that's truly a type of Baal worship is sadly the decline of marriage in the United States. Since the 21st century, marriage has been declining in the US, with its lowest level in 2019 with 6 marriages per 1,000 population. This growing trend of you don't need to be in a real relationship, you don't need to be married, or even man and wife being married has continually been growing. And again, just like with the worship of Baal, this sexual liberation that they believe is what they're living has been tied all the way back to Baal worship since the beginning of time, and is not the way God intended, and probably one main reason why we're seeing America's vast decline in so many ways. A very clear evidence of Baal worship or referencing Baal in America is when in the last decade they put up an arch to Baal on 2 different occasions. One time in New York, they put up this arch to Baal. It was destroyed by ISIS. This was in 2015. And then in 2018, a replica to this arch of Baal, or a temple that was for Baal, was raised once again at the National Mall in Washington, D.C. This really made me wonder if this Burning Man event that we see in Black Rock City, Nevada, America, if this is a replica event of a Baal ceremony.
It started nearly 40 years ago, June 1986, as a small ritual on Baker Beach in San Francisco with just 20 guests. They burned an 8-foot-tall effigy, the Burning Man. 5 years later, 1991, it was moved to its current location, Black Rock City in northwest Nevada. By the year 2000, the crowd had grown to more than 25,000 campers, and the Burning Man had grown to more than 50 feet tall. In 2014, a 105-foot-tall effigy was burned, the tallest ever. That year's event drew nearly 66,000 campers. Tragedy struck in 2017, though. A 41-year-old man threw himself into the flames of the burning monument. He died a day later.
Every year, over 100,000 people go to this Burning Man event, and truly the intention of it is really to go there and have sexual relations with people, to partake in drugs and alcohol, really all forms of depravity. And at the end, they burn a massive wooden idol, which is really connected to the next form of Baal worship rising in America. First, I have to mention it's extremely important to have nothing to do with Baals. God warned us of this in many verses. One is in Hosea 13:1. When Ephraim spoke, people trembled. He was exalted in Israel, but he became guilty of Baal worship and died. The other main form of Baal worship besides sexual immorality is sacrificing children. Jeremiah 19:5. They have also built the high places of Baal to burn their sons with fire for burnt offerings to Baal, which I did not command or speak, nor did it come into my mind. Sadly, abortion, which is child sacrifice, has been on the rise in America since its legalization began. Over 63 million abortions have occurred in the United States since Roe v. Wade decision in 1973. America saw more than 100,000 abortions each year between 1975 and 2012. We can see that it's absolutely connected to evil and sacrifice by the Satanic Temple, now promoting abortion as a form of worship. How the Satanic Temple is using abortion rituals to claim religious liberty against the Texas Heartbeat Bill. Another video I made recently referenced that Cosmopolitan, the #1 magazine for influencing young women in America, made 3 posts recently supporting satanic abortion rituals, taking this pill and actually performing a satanic ritual when you take this abortion pill. Clearly, this is tied to evil. Nothing satanic is good. And again, it's really tied to a main form of Baal worship. 1 Timothy 4:1 tells us, "Now the Spirit expressly says that in latter times some will depart from the faith, giving heed to deceiving spirits and doctrines of demons." Following Baal, this false god and his evil ways, is a doctrine of demons, deceiving spirits. It's a form of evil, and it needs to be absolutely having no part in anybody's life. Romans 11:4 says, "And what was God's answer to him? I have reserved for myself 7,000 who have not bowed the knee to Baal. Baal is sometimes a reference to multiple false gods, and we're seeing this type of rise of false god worship in America. Sadly, it's on the increase. This article from last year says why paganism and witchcraft are making a comeback. Another recent article from 2018, the explosive growth of witches, Wiccans, and pagans in the United States. And from 2021, we're in the middle of a witch moment. Hip witchcraft is on the rise in the United States. Recently, a satanic statue and altar was put up in the Iowa State Capitol. But what was nice to see is that a Navy vet actually went in and beheaded the statue and destroyed the altar.
A satanic holiday display at the state capitol has been vandalized after receiving pushback from religious Iowans and the governor. This is the shrine earlier this week before it was vandalized. Capitol Police say the statue of Baphomet, the goat-headed figure that you see in these videos, was damaged earlier today. They add a Mississippi man has been charged with fourth-degree criminal mischief for the incident. Governor Kim Reynolds has called for residents to pray for the state in response to the display.
America needs to decide if they're going to follow after their lusts and their sinful ways and follow after Baal, or if they're going to follow God. This is perfectly summed up for us in 1 Kings 18:21. And Elijah came to all the people and said, "How long will you falter between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal, follow him." But the people answered him not a word. After all the amazing things that the Lord God and his Son, Jesus Christ, have done for me and my life, I know that for me and my house, we will serve the Lord God of the Bible. I hope and pray that you will make the same decision. I hope and pray you are well. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
We see the serpent. One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but
is anybody else just fed up with the absolute distraction, deception, lies that everything feels like? It's really hard when you're awake and you have such a deep awareness. It's lonely. It's lonely because no one understands you. People start to think you're crazy. I've been, isolated, essentially. I feel like God has isolated me to a point where I am forced to work on my relationship with him. I am forced to find peace in him. And when you find that, it's not something you want to let go of, and you crave more and more and more of it. And you go through this so many times that you start to just feel different. You start to live life differently. It's hard for me to ignore deception. Things going on in the royal family, things going on in Hollywood, things going on with the elites. Like, we all know what's going on. Most of us at this point are awake to it, but you start to see it so fast and so clearly, and it's kind of a lonely place to be, because you start speaking out about the truth, which is crazier than fiction sometimes, and it's crazy to people, and they don't understand it. And when you are living with such a deep understanding of the truth, and and you can spot so clearly when someone is walking in true Jesus ways and when they're not. And I'm not perfect, I'm not even close, but I do my best to live like the Bible wants us to live, right? And when you see other people being deceptive, and then there's all these people out there that, will be so quick to cry, "Oh, you're such a conspiracy theorist." Like, we're talking about living in truth here, okay? It's not even about the actual theories that are happening. It's just that we're clear that there's deception, and we just want the truth at this point. We want to live with honesty and transparency, and man, it's so hard. And I find myself in such a deep awareness of God and protecting my peace so much that it's hard to be around other people. The meaningless, what's the weather doing today? You know, what'd you do this weekend? Oh yeah, we're going on a trip. All that stuff is just, it's fine, but it's not, I crave such a deep, I crave honesty and truth and transparency and deep connections with people and deep conversations about life, about what's going on in our world, about God, about, you know, how hard it is to be awake sometimes, to be walking in a more biblical way and turning your life over to Jesus and what that looks like. And it's I find it tough. Even people that are, you know, in the church, I feel like are all hiding something. You know, we're not being honest and truthful with each other because we're either ashamed or we feel guilty or whatever. But, you know, it's so important that we can, I recently heard it's so important that we confess these things and confess our lives and be truthful and be honest. And that's what I want. And finding people who understand that. I mean, it's like, where? It's funny because I see people on this app and I'm like, I know they're out there, right? Like we know that there are other people like us out there, but how come they're not in my friend circle? Why don't they live closer? Why are they not in my immediate friend circle? It's just a lonely place sometimes. Being awake is extremely lonely. Sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. And what do you do with that? It's why I just keep digging in deeper. You know, I just dig deeper and deeper and deeper. And I'm doing this Bible study right now about, you know, our identities in Christ. And it's like, man, I've had it wrong this whole time. I have literally worried more about what my title has been at my job. My friends have thought about my situations or circumstances, what my relationships have said about whether I'm worthy to be chosen or valued or respected or not, that like I've completely lost sight of what we should be looking at, and that is God, and God first and foremost. And now I see darkness and evil so easily. It's hard. I can't listen to the same music I used to listen to. I don't see Hollywood the same. I don't see elites the same. I see the deception. I see everything for what it is. And it's like, man, everything that we thought we knew is not what we knew. It's not. And finding people that understand that and can like really go into those conversations, it's difficult to find. But if you're out there and you're one of me, just know that I'm out here too. So we're not alone.
Asked God to take my habit away. God said no. It is not for me to take away, but for you to give it up. I asked God to grant me patience. God said no. Patience is a byproduct of tribulations. It isn't granted, it is earned. I asked God to give me happiness. God said no. I give you blessings. Happiness is up to you. I asked God to spare me pain. God said no. Suffering draws you apart from worldly cares and brings you closer to me. I asked God to make my spirit grow. God said no. You must grow on your own, but I will prune you to make you fruitful. I asked for all things that I might enjoy in life. God said no. I will give you life so that you may enjoy all things. Then I asked God to help me love others as much as He loves me. God said, finally, you get the idea.
All right. That's the end of Christian Patriot News. He puts together a good product there. He does. And as you can tell, it seems kind of funny. They play a lot of the same stuff that I play for you guys. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute here. Am I pre-showing you guys stuff that these guys are going to show you? I'm like, maybe I could do my own buildup of stuff. Because obviously we think in the same wavelength and we spot the same things. So I may work on that a little bit more over these next few days and see what I can do. We're going to jump into the X22 next. Need to find A. A is gone. Where is? I have these things pre-done so that I can get them quick and easy. And hopefully by the time this finishes, part B will be out.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave. This is episode 3314, and today's date is March 25th, 2024. And the title of the episode is Money Will Not Help the Green New Scam. It's dead. Market crash predictions have begun. Let's talk about protecting ourselves. Law enforcement agencies across the country are struggling to contain the steadily rising violent crime rates. Carjacking, homicides, robberies show no sign of slowing down and have affected politicians and residents alike, leaving many Americans fearful of their safety. A recent poll also revealed that 63% of Americans rate the nation's current crime levels as extremely or very serious. This is why I've been protecting myself thanks to today's sponsor, the Fighter Flare flashlight, and I absolutely love it. The Fighter Flare flashlight is an all-purpose tactical flashlight designed for self-defense and personal security. It features an ultra-bright 800 lumen light with strobe lighting and SOS capabilities that can help blind an attacker, as well as an emergency signal that can be seen for miles. A built-in lighter, belt cutter, digital battery, life indicator, glass breaking hammer, solar power, compass, multiple lighting modes, an extender for zooming the light beam in or out, and built-in power bank for cell phone charging. If you want to put your security back in your hands, a Fighter Flare flashlight can help you do that. Thanks again to the Fighter Flare flashlight for sponsoring today's video. Be sure to use promo code X20 to get 20% off, a lifetime guarantee replacement, access to Prepper's Peak's exclusive newsletter, and free express shipping completely complimentary with every order. That's fighterflare.com. That is fighterflare.com, or click the link in the description. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, everything that they're doing is not working because the people are awake. And it doesn't matter how much money they throw at the Green New Scam, it's not going to work, because once the people realize what they're trying to do, it's game over for them. They can spend billions, trillions of dollars trying to convince everyone, putting everything into place. But in the end, the people are not going to accept what they're doing. And we can see this happening around the world. There are more farmers now that are protesting like never before. This is going to spread to other countries and probably here in the United States. We're seeing that the nations of the EU, they're rejecting their Green New Scam policies, and it's getting worse and worse for them, just like the economy is getting worse and worse. Because right now, what do we have? We have these financial pundits out there, and they're now predicting some type of market correction or crash coming in this year. We'll be talking about that in just a sec. But first, let's talk about the Green New Scam, because right now, the climate alarmists, they lose again. EU is now shelving their nature law for lack of support in another victory for protesting farmers. So right now, Hungary, they decide, you know something, we're not going along with this. The law is too vague, and Hungary just pretty much canceled it. So it looks like the deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're having a very difficult time pushing this. And this is what Reuters put out there. The nature law is the latest EU environmental policy to come under fire as policymakers try to respond to months of angry farmers. Protests over complaints, including strict green EU regulations. The EU has already weakened numerous green rules to attempt to quell the protests. The agricultural sector is a very important sector, not only in Hungary, but everywhere in Europe. And right now, the EU countries' environmental ministers called off the vote after Budapest said it would no longer back the policy. Hungary's decision wiped out the slim reinforced majority of countries in favor. And you could see that the people of these countries, they're winning. The farmers are winning, and they're not backing down. And if you notice, the deep state players, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they're continually retracting what they want to do. And I think in the end, if the people continually push this, they'll retract pretty much everything. And that's the end of the Green New Scam, because once again, the people, they're awake, they understand what's going on, and they see what they're trying to do. And here in the United States, we could see the deep state players, central bank, the World Economic Forum. I mean, they're not going to just stop with their policies, because they kicked it off in March of 2020. They said, this is the perfect time for the Great Reset, the Green New Scam. So they have to keep the ball rolling here. And it looks like the Biden administration is doing just that. They have announced that they're giving billions of dollars of funding for initiatives meant to reduce the carbon emissions. Now, they're giving this to many different corporations: Dow Chemical Company, Ben & Jerry's, Breyers, Klondike, and many other companies. And they are really pushing this. So right now, the Department of Energy is giving out as much as $6 billion to 33 different projects in 20 states designed to reduce emissions generated by industrial production, with some of the nation's largest industrial corporations named as recipients. So they're going to spend all this money. And of course, the corporations, those CEOs who are on board with this, they're going to accept the money, and they're going to follow the lead of the deep state, the World Economic Forum, and the central bank. If there was no money, the companies wouldn't follow along, because this would be a death sentence for the corporations. But you could see what they're trying to do. They're all part of this system, and they're all in on it. Is this going to work? No, it doesn't matter how much money they throw at this point. The people, they're awake. They will reject it. Everyone can see what's happening in the EV market. It's a bloodbath, as Trump would say, and as the fake news would say, because they continually repeat this over and over and over. And right now, Stellantis, they announced they're going to be laying off around 400 employees, because they are now transitioning to produce more electric vehicles. So they're going to be laying off people. Of course, they're going to be losing a lot more money. The government's going to try to subsidize them. But the people of this country and the people around the world, they're not going to go out and purchase these vehicles, because they understand that these vehicles, well, they're not going to make their lives better. And I think in the end, what they really want to do is they just want to switch us to EVs right now. They know they don't work the way they're advertised. It takes a very long time to charge. Right now, Biden, he didn't set up chargers across the country. So at this point, what they really want to do, and I think their intentions were always, let's just push the EVs. We know they're not going to work, but this is not what we're really going to have in the end. We're just going to convince people to get rid of the fossil fuel cars, stop using gas and oil, put them in these EVs. They won't be able to travel, and eventually transition all of these people into their smart cities. And this is why Klaus Schwab, in the end, said, listen, you know, all the highways and everything, we're going to make those into parks, because in the end, they don't want you traveling or driving anywhere. Let's talk about protecting our wealth. If you keep your money in the bank, listen up. Your savings could be at risk. The banking system is once again under extreme stress. And after last year's banking crisis, the dangers are clearer than ever. Car loans are defaulting. Credit card debt is ballooning. Commercial real estate is on the brink of collapse. These aren't just red flags. They are sounds of a financial ticking time bomb. But there is a safe and easy way to protect your financial future. Gold. Gold is outside the government's reach and safe from economic policies that jeopardize your wealth. Gold allows you to lock in today's value in the face of tomorrow's uncertainty. Don't wait for the next headline, crash, or bank run to act. Inaction could be catastrophic. Contact Noble Gold Investments today and safeguard your tomorrow. As a bonus, they'll give you a free quarter-ounce gold standard coin as a thank you for opening a qualified account. Visit x22gold.com to claim your gold coin. That is x22gold.com, or click the link in the description. And remember, there's always a risk of loss, and past performance is not indicative of future results. That's their entire motivation. But again, it is failing. The people aren't falling for this, and the people are waking up. You see how as the economy continually breaks down, more and more people wake up, more and more people start to think logically, what's going on here? Why is this happening? And they start to ask a lot of questions, especially when they see businesses shutting down, layoffs happening. This is what really wakes them up. And you can see Best Buy, it looks like they're having quite a bit of problems. They're going to be closing about 24 stores in 2024, and an additional 10 to 15 stores expected to shut down in 2025. Now, remember, they went completely woke. We had James O'Keefe reporting on this, letting everyone know what Best Buy was up to. And at this point, it looks like their store's going down the tubes. And I don't believe it's just because of wokeism. But yes, you go woke, you go broke. I think the economy is taking its toll. And these retail outlets, these stores, they're just not going to make it. I don't believe that the holiday season helped them whatsoever. And as we go throughout this year and as the economy breaks down, remember, the internals of the economy, that is what's breaking down. Forget about the market. The deep state, the central bank, the World Economic Forum, they can prop the market up to the very, very end, and then all of a sudden the market can come down. But the internals, they're going to be breaking apart, imploding, and the people of this country and the people around the world, they're going to recognize that there's major, major problems. Just like they're recognizing that there's problems with the currency that they're holding today. It's not worth what it's supposed to be worth. And every day that passes, the people, they're starting to understand that, hey, wait a minute, something's going on here. I mean, I've heard of inflation, but this is ridiculous. And like we said, inflation is cumulative. I mean, let's just go back a little bit in time here. 1970 cost of living. So if we were really at 2% inflation, like they said, starting from the 70s, then we should be very, very close to all these different costs of living back in the 70s. So a new house back then cost $23,450. Do you really think inflation's up 2%? Average income was $9,400. Do you really think that this is 2% inflation? New car was $3,450. Do you really think 2% is the real inflation? Because remember, especially when you're producing items, the manufacturing process gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as you go along here. Minimum wage was $2.10 an hour. Movie ticket was $1.55. Gasoline was 36 cents. A postage stamp was 6 cents. Sugar was 39 cents a pound, 5 pounds. Milk was 62 cents a gallon. Coffee was $1.90 a pound. Eggs was 59 cents a dozen. Bread was 25 cents. So if they were telling us that they've been keeping inflation at 2% this entire time, we should be very, very close to these costs. But how come we're not? Because it's an illusion. That's why. Inflation is cumulative. You can never go back to these prices. It's just going to get worse and worse. Yes, at times it will speed up, times it will slow down, but it will continue to increase over time. And I think the people of this country and the people of the world, they're really starting to recognize this, just like they're recognizing this major, major problems in the economy. Even though the Biden administration, they're going to continually tell everyone that everything is fine. And as we get closer and closer to the presidential election of 2024, they're going to continually use that narrative that the economy is great. Everything that they did is working, and they got everything under control. Inflation's under control. Fuel prices are under control. People got jobs, but the people are going to see the opposite. And I do believe as we get closer and closer to the presidential election, we're going to see the markets completely come down. And what's very interesting, when you start to search around on the search engines now, you can see there's a lot of articles coming out where they're predicting something's going to happen in the market. This is from Business Insider. And this is the headline. A notorious stock market bear who called the 2000 and 2008 declines warns that conditions are consistent with the risk of an abrupt air pocket panic or crash, and the S&P will fall 50 to 70%. And when you look back at 2008, 2009, things look very, very similar to that time period. And yes, the market was up. Everything looked great when you looked at the market, but what was happening behind the scenes? You started to see layoffs. You started to see interest rates move up. People couldn't afford their mortgages, so they moved out, and it started out in California. We're seeing the same exact thing right now, but it's a lot worse because the country's in a lot more debt. We've been downgraded multiple times. And as we move forward, things are really going to start to implode on themselves. And yes, they will try to prop the market up. They'll try to keep the market up as best they possibly can. But in the end, all else is going to fail. And remember, Kyle Bass, going back a couple days, he talked about the slush fund they've been using to keep the market propped up. And I do believe as we get closer and closer to the presidential election, all of this is going to start to fail. And we're going to see the same exact thing that we saw back in 2008, 2009. And if you go back to that time period, we were in a presidential election, just like we're in a presidential election today. So I do believe things are going to really fall apart. Yes, Trump and the Patriots, they're going to be using this to their advantage. They're going to be talking to the people saying, listen, the economy is not doing as well as Biden says it's doing. It looks like we are most likely in a recession, probably heading towards a depression. If you don't vote for me, the market's really going to come down and crash. Now, once again, when we say the market's going to crash or there's going to be a correction, it doesn't mean that it's going to completely go to zero and it's just game over. It will come down. It will scare a lot of people right before the election. We might even see a dead cat bounce. But once again, the market will come down. People will get afraid. People will sell off. And people will get very, very nervous. Now, Trump, of course, he'll come out and say, listen, the market could come down even further. But if you vote for me, we can fix this. We can drill. We can remove the regulations. We can go back to the way we were in 2016 to 2020, but we can make it even better. And I do believe at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to tackle the private West Central Bank, telling the people that we need to move in a completely different direction. Maybe go back to the Constitution. And I do believe the world is going to be watching this, and the world is going to follow the United States when the United States decides to make the move away from the private West Central Bank. And I do believe we're getting closer and closer to that. I mean, we're only a couple months away from the presidential election. And I do believe we're going to see the economy really start to rip itself apart. And I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe we have a little dip, this summer, and then a bigger dip as we're very, very close to the presidential election. And we could see we already have all these different financial pundits out there. They're already putting out their predictions, letting everyone know, yeah, we're starting to see a lot of similarities right now. And I do believe there's a lot of similarities, and we're going to see Trump and the Patriots use this to their advantage. And the Ds, the deep state players, the Fed, the Treasury, they're going to be on the losing side. Trump, the Patriots, the people, they're going to be on the winning side. And I do believe this will be the first step to move away from the private West Central Bank system. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
And we're going to pause that there because part B came down. So give me a second to get the new banner on and pull it up. Good way to end out the day. Absolutely.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3314 BN. Today's date is March 25th, 2024, and the title of the episode is Deep State Projecting Their False Flag Event for the 2024 Election. Trump wins again. Panic everywhere. Talk about protecting our wealth. If you think we're bringing this online, losing 70,000 is the best news. Old doors, Bitcoin purchase, having this company able to really multiply. Banks and companies are already Bitcoin ETFs. Opening new Bitcoin demand. There's only one way. This is Bitcoin. Bitcoin.com. This year for it. CEO Bitcoin. Bitcoin company that are trading Bitcoin 24 forecast from 8,000 to 200,000. Bitcoin demand. Possible points. Invest now. Invest in Bitcoin on IGN.com. Go and buy rate or standard trading accounts. Members of the passports. Let's get into economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they love to project what they're planning to do. Remember going back a little bit in time when the deep state players, they ran a simulation, an election simulation. Let's see what happens if we have militias out there disturbing the elections. What are people going to do? And I do believe that was the beginning to see if their plan is going to work. Now we have Rolling Stone. They decided to put out an article discussing Biden's plan, his administration's plan to actually combat what Trump is going to do. And it looks like they're projecting their false flag event for the 2024 election. And it falls in line with chaos. It falls in line with, hey, we're going to say that Trump stole the election. It falls in line with maybe we don't have the results or maybe we postpone the election. And it's starting to seem that this is the path they're going down. Now, I do believe to pull this off, they just can't say, hey, by the way, we got no winner. We're going to need a recount. I do believe they're going to use an event, just like in 2020. They just couldn't say, hey, listen, we need to use mail-in ballots and we need to use drop boxes because we think that will be better for the people to have the election. No, you needed an event so you could tell the people this is why we're doing it. So I do believe they're going to need some type of an event this time around. And I do believe they're going to be using their foot soldiers. They're going to be using a cyber attack to try to push this where, hey, we don't know what the election results really are because we were cyber attacked, or we can't have the elections because we were cyber attacked. It all depends on how they're going to play this all out here. But you can see they're projecting out there already, and they're telling us this is where all of this is headed. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, it looks like Trump doesn't have to give up all his buildings. I do believe he let this go so people would see, look, they're really going to take his assets. And he went to the appeals court, and we had the appeals court say, listen, we're going to lower the bond to $175 million. Trump is going to post it, and he's going to appeal everything that they have done. So it looks like Trump is winning, and now the deep state players, they are panicking because remember, on CNN, MSNBC, and the rest, they thought he'd be selling it all off. They thought, oh, Letitia James was going to come in and pretty much take everything that he had. And they were talking about Mar-a-Lago. Oh, they're going to take Mar-a-Lago. They're going to take Bedminster. They're going to take his buildings in New York. And all of this completely and utterly fell apart. So now they are trapped in their own narrative, and it's falling apart. And Trump now gets to take his case to the next court. And we could see this is going to be a huge problem for the deep state players. This is why they have so many indictments against him, because they know one isn't going to work. They're going to have to try to keep him busy throughout this election process, which is like election interference. This is why Trump keeps saying it. But again, he needs to show the people the truth. Look what these people are doing. Every step of the way, can you see how they're trying to destroy this country? Can you see how they don't want me to run for election? Can you see all of this? And I think the majority of the people are seeing it. And I do believe the disillusioned Democrats, they're going to be coming on board very, very soon. Now, remember, all of everything that we're seeing right now works for the independents and the Republicans. The open borders, the CRT, the DEI didn't earn it. The economy breaking apart, a war that is approaching, that works with the Republicans and independents. The Ds, they're going to be a little tougher to bring on board. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know this. And this is why, as we approach the 2024 election, things really have to look pretty darn scary, because this is how you snap the people out of their slumber, out of their brainwashing. You really need to scare them and make them think logically, like, what the hell's going on right now? We're actually going to war. I just lost my job and we're going to war. I mean, think about it. Will people wake up? Absolutely. I mean, yes, there are Ds that are waking up now, but I do believe to take the country back, we're going to have to wake up the entire population, not just the Republicans, not just the independents. We need to wake up the American people. And I think Trump and the Patriots know this, because for the counterinsurgency to work, we need the people. And yes, we need the military on our side. So I do believe this is where we're all headed. And we can see that Trump and the Patriots there, they already know the playbook of the deep state players. They already know what they're going to attempt as we approach the presidential election, just like they knew back in 2020 what they were planning to do. We were told multiple times they were going to use mail-in ballots. They were going to use drop boxes. They were going to use all of these different tactics to cheat in the elections. And they're going to do the same thing this time around, but I don't believe they have the ability to use the mail-in ballots and the drop boxes like they did back in 2020. But what they will try to do, just like what's happening out in California, many other places, they just keep saying, oh, look, we just found more ballots. Oh, look, we just found more. Oh, look, we need to extend this. I think they'll try to extend it as much as they possibly can. And they'll try not to certify the elections. And yes, they're going to try to shift everything and make it seem like the Trump supporters are getting very angry, pissed off. And I do believe this is what they're going to try to use for riots, just like in January 6th. They try to make it seem like that the Trump supporters were very, very angry. That's why they were, going into the Capitol. They were destroying things. Yes, the people were pissed off, but they were very, very peaceful. It was the Capitol Police. It was the FBI. It was Antifa. It was the 100 plus confidential human sources. They're the ones who created all of that to make it look like that. But they expected a lot more people over at the Capitol on January 6th. Trump actually kept them back because he knew what was going to happen. But again, he needed them to complete this task because, again, how do you gain control of the country if the deep state's not going to have an insurrection, which means they overthrew the United States government? And this activated the military. So I do believe this time around they're going to use other tactics, and they're already telling us the tactics they're going to use. And we'll be discussing this a little bit later, and we'll be discussing how Trump is now winning. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is out in New York, we had the firefighters. They were forced to remove a red line flag from their fire truck, hung to memorialize their fallen brothers in 9/11. And a politician in the city came by the firehouse and confronted the firefighters there and complained about it, and he wanted it removed. And it looks like what happened was the division chief came, said, yeah, you got to take that down. You can't have the red line in the flag. Well, it looks like after a huge public outcry, it looks like the flag is back. DC Drano put this out on X and said, great news. After public outcry, the FDNY division chief called and told the firefighters to put the red line flag back up on the fire truck to honor the 6 firefighters from that station who died on 9/11. When we raise our voices and fight back, we win. And that's absolutely true. And if you notice, the people, they are now fighting back all over the country. I mean, especially in New York. We had Kathy Griffin. She went to do a show there, and the Trump supporters, they were out in mass. They were having a Trump parade with flags. And I do believe this is how we should approach everything. Instead of using violence like the deep state and burning down buildings, because why would we burn down our own towns or cities or homes? We go out there and show them, look how many there are of us. There's thousands. Actually, there is millions of us. And we're going to show you that you are no longer in control. We, the people, are in control, and we will no longer be silent about this. So if you're going to show up, so are we. I mean, this is what they do. They send their Antifa operatives. They send these people, but again, they're violent. We, the people, we protest peacefully. Yes, they might try to push some type of agent provocateur in, but again, if there's a lot more of us, it's going to be very, very difficult. And we could see out in New York, it actually worked. And I do believe this is what the people probably should start to do now, is show the deep state players, look how many there are of us. And I do believe this should happen in the blue states, not just the red states, but it should happen in the blue states to show them you're no longer in control. And I do believe this is going to spread like we've never seen before as we get closer and closer to the presidential election. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, it looks like the UK's High Court, they're going to be announcing the verdict in the Julian Assange case. And this is going to happen tomorrow at around 10:30 UK time. So this is going to be very interesting because remember, Julian Assange, he knows exactly what Hillary Clinton and the rest were up to because, again, he got the email. He knew what Seth Rich was doing. He was downloading the information from the DNC. He passed it along to him using a USB key. No, it was not Russia. And I think we're going to find out quite a bit. I do believe the good guys already have this information, but let's see what happens with the court ruling. Will Julian Assange be sent back to the U.S.? This will be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the deep state players, they are now pushing their foot soldiers to actually squat in people's homes. And this is building and building and building, which means they're really quartering and they're telling their soldiers, listen, just go into these homes. You could stay there. Because remember, the illegals coming into this country, where do they stay? The cities are running out of money. They don't have places to put them. So now they're telling people, listen, just go into people's homes, stay there for 30 days, and you can stay in these homes. Wall Street Apes put this out and said, more stories of homes being stolen in the media. Is the stage being set for something coming? Police arrest 77-year-old man for refusing to leave his home that he claims someone stole from him. Real estate attorneys say this type of theft is on the rise. And it is on the rise, and more people doing it. I do believe the deep state players, they are now giving these individuals instructions on how to do it because, again, how would they know the laws as they're coming into this country? Most of these individuals don't even speak English. So someone must be telling them to do this. Someone must be directing this. But out in Florida, they have a different way to handle this because the laws are a little different in Florida. And actually, in every state, they're a little different. And Wokeness put this out on X and said, and this is coming from the sheriff, and it says, if someone is breaking into your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them. We prefer you do that, actually. It will save the taxpayers a lot of money because actually this did happen in Florida. And we could see that those people with weapons and those people that are able to defend themselves and stop people from entering their homes, do you think the illegals are going to squat in the Florida homes? Most likely not. And the only reason they're squatting in the New York homes is who has the weapons? Is it the everyday person? Is it the citizen of the United States? No, they don't have the weapons. They've been trying to take the weapons away from the people for a very long time. And if someone's coming into your home or you leave your home and you find someone in your home, well, what are you going to use? A baseball bat? What happens if they have a stolen gun? Think about, or a knife. So once again, you could see how important weapons really are. And yes, the deep state players, they don't like the word illegals. Well, I say we still use the word illegals, and actually we expand this to criminal invaders because they are criminals. They're invading our country. They broke the law. And if they're truly seeking asylum and they're running, from that in their country, then just go to the port of entry. If you're an upstanding citizen and you're escaping your country, go to the port of entry just like everyone else. Get the process started, come into this country and be an upstanding citizen. But you know why these people aren't going to the port of entry? Because these people are not upstanding citizens. They don't want to be vetted because once you vet them, you find out, wait a minute, this person has a criminal record. This person's a terrorist. Oh, wait a minute. This person is a drug trafficker. This person's a child trafficker. This person's a gang member. That's why they're coming over illegally over the border, because criminals do that. They don't want anyone looking into their past. And this is why the deep state players want to call them something different. They want to call them newcomers. Wall Street Silver on X put this out and said, Michigan offers homeowners $500 a month to house newcomers. So now, just like with the bioweapon, very interesting, they're going to be paying people to house the newcomers. Where's this money coming from? Really think about it. I mean, I think we all know where the money coming from, but remember, they told us there's no money to help the homeless. There's no money to repair the streets. There's no money, no money, no money. Now, all of a sudden, they have all this money. They can help all the criminals and they can pay people to actually harbor the criminals. I mean, really think about that for a second. What happens when people don't want to harbor the criminals? What happens when they don't accept the $500 and they say, we're not going to be doing this? A lot of people are doing that. It didn't work with the bioweapon. Remember, they were giving away French fries, hamburgers. They were giving away tickets to shows. They were giving away lottery tickets, money. Did it work? No, people aren't stupid. And once again, this is going to backfire. So are they then going to force people into homes? Most likely when they become much more desperate. And I do believe we're going to see this in the blue states, and the people are going to be very, very angry. The people aren't going to put up with this because, again, they're going to violate their constitutional rights. And remember, the mission here is to take the country back. The only way to take the country back is you need to see how they're violating your rights, how they're taking away your freedom. And this will make you fight for your freedom. So if they're telling you that we're going to censor you, if they're telling you they're going to take their weapon away from you, if they're telling you they're going to search you just like they do in the airports today, if they're telling you they're going to place illegals into your home, are they violating all your rights? Yes, they are. Actually, this is exactly what our founding fathers fought against. And here we are in 2024 doing the same exact thing. Thank God it's not with bullets. Thank God there's no blood. Thank God they're not burning down your house and destroying your family. Where when I say destroy, I mean killing your family where you don't have a family anymore. See, it could have been that way. If Trump went directly at these people, that's what we would have experienced. We would have experienced a civil war. And yes, there'd be blood, destruction everywhere. This is actually what the deep state players actually want. They want a civil war. They love when people are fighting each other in that way. They know how to fund that. They know how to keep that going. They don't like it when people are awake. They don't like when people are researching. They don't like when people are countering the arguments. They don't like that part. That's why Trump took this direction. And this is why the deep state players are putting out a movie come this April. It's called Civil War. I mean, the first movie that was put out, it was Netflix. Obama was part of it. And that was a cyber event where everything just shut down. Now they're putting out a movie that shows the country is in a civil war. Are they projecting exactly what they want? Yes, they are. And we could see the deep state players, well, they're going to continually let the people into this country. And what's very interesting is that the president of Mexico, he was on 60 Minutes, and he was letting everyone know that the wall that Trump built doesn't work. The wall's not going to stop people. Now, once again, why is he saying this? Think about it. Does he want the wall to stay down? Does he want the wall completed? No. If the wall was up, then people would be in Mexico. He doesn't want people in Mexico. And what's very interesting about this, during 60 Minutes, he is telling Biden what he wants to stop the illegals from coming in the country. Basically, Biden's being blackmailed by the Mexican president. He says the U.S. should commit to $20 billion a year to poor countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, lift sanctions on Venezuela, end the Cuban embargo, legalize law-abiding Mexicans living in the U.S. So he's giving Biden demands, and he's basically blackmailing him, if you really think about it. But again, does Biden want to stop the flow of illegals coming into this country? No, he does not. Hans put this out on X and said, forget about Democrats versus Republicans. What is happening in this clip is down to one thing. Biden, no other president would be blackmailed like this, not even Carter or Obama. But they know they can get away with it because Biden is so extraordinarily decrepit, weak, and feeble. And everyone's seeing it. Everyone can see exactly what's happening. And the Mexican president, why would he want the border wall up? That means all these people coming up would be in his country. He doesn't want that. So once again, the people now are seeing another president blackmailing the United States resident. That's waking a lot of people up. But Biden, he's not going to react. And actually, coming out of the Daily Caller, it says Biden no longer feels sense of urgency on the border. Why is that? Oh, wait, didn't they just pass the $1.2 trillion omnibus bill? Does he need to shut down the border anymore? Does he even care about the border? Absolutely not. But think about when those individuals, those criminals were pushing down the fences in Texas. These individuals, they had knives, shanks on them, and they were attacking Border Patrol. Now, really think about this for a second. If they were doing this to the Border Patrol and they were using weapons, I mean, they're coming into this country, they were using weapons, storming the gates. If they were using it on those people, what do you think they're going to do when they're in this country? Think about that for a second. So Gail Alfar put this out on X and said, reporter explains how some of the Texas National Guard ended up in the hospital as they were attacked by illegals with knives and shanks. Our whole nation should be outraged at this, and the entire nation should be. Remember, these people who supposedly are refugees seeking asylum, why are they coming up with knives and shanks, and why are they using it on the Border Patrol? If they were truly refugees, they were truly asylum seekers, they'd be peaceful. They would go to the port of entry with their family and they'd say, we claim asylum, and they'd be vetted. The only reason they have weapons, the only reason they're storming the gates is because they're illegals and they're being blocked. So they're going to use violence. They're going to use force. Just like if you try to shut your door on a criminal who's trying to get into your home, do you think they're going to go, okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to ring the doorbell, please let me in? No, they're going to try to kick down your door. They're going to use their weapon because they didn't get their way, and they're going to force their way in. Remember, the United States is our home. The border is the door. The door should be closed and locked. And if they want to come into the country, they knock on our door. And they say, okay, and we say, who are you? Why are you here? I would like to get some information. Can I see some ID? Just like if someone's coming into your home. A criminal does what? They come up to your door or your window, they break it, and they come in. That's exactly what you're seeing on the border today. But the people aren't stupid. They see exactly what's going on. Rasmussen Reports put this out on X and said, it was recently reported that Biden administration had a program of international flights that last year transported more than 300,000 illegal immigrants to U.S. airports. Do you approve or disapprove of this program? Disapprove is Dems 39%, Independents 59%, GOP 88%, all voters 60%. Now, again, if you notice, the Independents and the GOPs, their numbers are way above 50%. Dems are below 50%. So to get them on the same page as the Independents and the Republicans, what do we got to do? We need to bring them into the fold. And how do you do that? You use a scare event. You let this escalate to a point where they say enough is enough. And you're going to see these percentages move up. Another question Rasmussen Reports put out and said, 66% concerned illegal immigrants creates more violent crimes. So people are understanding that, yes, having these illegals in this country, there are more violent crimes. 66% say this. They're realizing that having all these people coming into this country is not a good thing. It's hurting the country. And we could see events in this country. So the people aren't stupid. They understand what's going on. And when there is an event, which I do believe is going to happen, most likely as the weather gets warmer, we're going to see something happen in this country. And I do believe that's going to wake a lot of people up, especially the disillusioned Democrats. And I do believe Trump is going to continually push this message. You can come over to us if you're fed up, if you're angry, if you're pissed off, and you're done with the D Party. Well, we're going to shut the borders. Is this something that you want? You want us to shut the borders? It is? Then come over to us. And you're going to see a lot of people start to say, you know what? I was a Democrat. I still am, but this is completely out of hand and we can't do this anymore. So I have to vote for the guy I said I would never vote for. And I do believe you're going to see a lot of people. Actually, a lot of people now are turning. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and the timing is very, very interesting, is that the Digital World Acquisition Corp and the Trump Media Technology Group, well, they announced their completion of a business combination to begin trading on the NASDAQ. And the ticker symbol is going to be DJT. Very interesting. So it looks like True Social right now is now trading. We'll probably see the stock move up. Devin Nunes is going to continue as the chief executive officer. And I do believe you're going to see some incredible things happen to True Social now. And yes, they're going to get an influx of money, influx of advertisers, and you're going to see True Social build up quite a bit. And the timing is very interesting because we're approaching the presidential election. I say this is perfect timing. Look at the weapons the Patriots are now unboxing just in time for the presidential election. We have True Social, we have Rumble, we have X. Let's talk about protecting ourselves. Law enforcement agencies across the country are struggling to contain the steadily rising violent crime rates. Carjacking, homicides, robberies show no sign of slowing down and have affected politicians and residents alike, leaving many Americans fearful of their safety. A recent poll also revealed that 63% of Americans rate the nation's current crime levels as extremely or very serious. This is why I've been protecting myself thanks to today's sponsor, the Fighter Flare flashlight, and I absolutely love it. The Fighter Flare flashlight is an all-purpose tactical flashlight designed for self-defense and personal security. It features an ultra-bright 800 lumen light with strobe lighting and SOS capabilities that can help blind an attacker, as well as an emergency signal that can be seen for miles. A built-in lighter, belt cutter, digital battery, life indicator, glass breaking hammer, solar power, compass, multiple lighting modes, an extender for zooming the light beam in or out, and built-in power bank for cell phone charging. If you want to put your security back in your hands, a Fighter Flare flashlight can help you do that. Thanks again to the Fighter Flare flashlight for sponsoring today's video. Be sure to use promo code X20 to get 20% off, a lifetime guarantee replacement, access to Preppers Peak's exclusive newsletter, and free express shipping completely complimentary with every order. That's fighterflare.com. That is fighterflare.com, or click the link in the description. And we have smaller platforms all to go up against what the deep state has had for a very long time, control of the social media platforms. The timing is absolutely incredible. You think it's a coincidence? Absolutely not. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see the deep state players, they are continually pushing war. They're not going to stop. And I do believe this is going to really escalate as we go through the summer months right now, as we approach the 2024 election, because again, they need to build the narrative that we're going to be attacked either physically or through a cyber attack, which I do believe is probably going to be both. And they have to make the people think that we're going to war. Remember, going back in time, Trump about a year and a half ago said, I see World War III on the horizon. Nobody else sees it, but I see it, and it's approaching. And I do believe this is going to now really start to build up as we get closer and closer to the presidential election. And the people, they're not really with the deep state players in regards to Ukraine right now. The people are saying enough is enough. And they're saying that Ukraine, they're not going to win. It's impossible. Rasmussen Reports put this out and said fewer Americans say Ukraine is winning than at any time since June 2022. So everything the deep state has done has completely and utterly backfired. And we could see the deep state players, they're panicking over Israel right now because Israel is going after the terrorists. They were attacked and they're going after them. And you could see the deep state players have been trying to stop this ever since. And now we have Kamala Harris. She has warned Israel it will face consequences if it proceeds with an invasion of the city of Rafah. So what does she mean by this? What is she going to do? This is very interesting. Let's see how this all plays out. Because what are they going to do? Place sanctions on Israel? Or are they going to do something else? Just like they did something out in Russia, which I find very, very interesting, where they're now bringing back ISIS. And who was involved in ISIS? Obama. Who destroyed ISIS? Trump and Putin. That's very interesting. And we even have the president of France, Macron. He's out there saying that, yeah, ISIS is behind the Russian attack. And they've also targeted France. So ISIS is now making a comeback, which means Obama is now in focus. And I do believe the deep state players, they're going to be using their army once again. Remember, this is a creation of the CIA. They're going to be using their terrorist groups to inflict terror around the world. And what do you think Putin's going to do? Well, this allows him to go after the terrorists, and they're going to probably kill them all. And it looks like they want to bring back the death penalty. Anyone that does acts like what just happened out in Russia, well, they're going to seek the death penalty. And they're going to get the message. If you get caught like these people, this is why they're making an example of these individuals. You will be put to death. And this is a warning to who? The deep state players. Who do you think contracted all these people? You think these people just said one day, hey, you know what? Let's go into Russia. Let's shoot up people. Let's burn it down. And then we'll just leave, because I do believe they were trying to escape back into Ukraine. They were trying to get over the border, but they didn't make it. They were caught very, very quickly. So the plan didn't work out well for them. And now they're going to figure out that the CIA, the deep state players, they were behind all of this. Just like with the Nord Stream pipeline. Yes, they might contract this out to other contractors, like, contractors in Ukraine, other deep state players. But again, someone is orchestrating all of this, just like they orchestrated January 6th, just like they orchestrated COVID, just like they orchestrated all of this. So who's really behind all of this? Yes, they use their foot soldiers. Yes, they have certain people to do certain things, but there's someone on top calling the shots. These people aren't just doing it themselves. Remember, everything that we've witnessed in this country, it's the tyrannical government that is doing it. Who do you think did 9/11? Who do you think released COVID? So when they talk about terrorists, they are the terrorists in this country. And they're using these events to scare the people, to actually have the people give up their rights. Because remember, their main mission is to destroy the Constitution. Their main mission is to destroy the country. Just listen to what Clinton is saying. Just listen to what Biden's saying. They're calling the American people names because they can't stand we the people. If they were truly elected by we the people, they wouldn't be calling the American people names. They were never elected by the people. They were installed. They're part of the criminal syndicate. That's why they hate us. That's why they call us names. It's very, very clear. And it's becoming clearer and clearer, especially when Trump stepped in, because he was an outsider. Do you think they like him? No. The installed criminal syndicate, they don't like the outsider. And they don't like that he was able to trick them in 2016. He used the Electoral College. And once he got in, he saw all their secrets because he was allowed to see all the classified information. And they knew it. And that's why they're trying to stop him now with everything that they have. And it's going to fail just like everything else. And if you look around the country, things are failing. Why? Because the counterinsurgency, which is we the people, we're waking up. We're recognizing what DEI is, what ESG is, what CRT is. We're seeing all of that. We're seeing the infiltration, and we're not accepting this. That's how the counterinsurgency works. It goes up against everything that they're trying to do. Yes, the military has a part in this. And yes, the people have a part in this. And the people are continually pushing back. They're calling them all out on it. And every move they make, the deep state is making, it's completely failing. Look what's happening with the sex reassignment of minors. This entire push, it's not working out too well for them. This is from the Telegraph. Sex reassignment in minors may be medical history's greatest ethical scandal. And this is coming from a French report. Michael Schellenberger responded to this and said, for years, experts said we should give drugs and surgeries to kids confused about their gender. Given the sterility, loss of sexual function, and regret, that's been changing. Now, a French Senate report calls it one of the greatest ethical scandals in the history of medicine. Just like with the bioweapon, they told everyone it was safe and effective. Now everyone's starting to learn it's causing illnesses. It's causing myocarditis. It's actually hurting the children. They're actually having seizures now. And now people are seeing this firsthand. And actually, you know what else people are seeing? They're seeing the rhinos. They were never Republicans. That's why they're called rhinos. Republican in name only. They've always been Democrats, part of the deep state, and they were put in these positions to do their dirty work. When MAGA patriots came in, they were the Patriots, and they went up against the Uniparty. The Uniparty got very, very upset. But I do believe as time goes on, and we've said this before, I do believe that a lot of people in the Republican Party, they're going to be dropping out. And I don't mean dropping out right now in the House to give the D's power. I mean, those in the Senate, they're not going to be seeking reelection. They might even go to the Democrat side, but they're going to remove themselves because when they see the writing on the wall, it's done. And I do believe people are starting to see this now. I do believe Senator Lisa Murkowski, she's going to probably leave the Republican Party. We're probably going to see a lot others announce that they're leaving the Republican Party. I wouldn't be surprised if Susan Collins, Todd Young. We know that Mitt Romney is already out. Mitch McConnell said he's on his way out. So I do believe we're going to see a lot of these rhinos say, you know what, we're done here. Because all they got to do is look at the writing on the wall, and they're starting to see that they're no longer in control. Yes, will they try to get control? Absolutely. But you can definitely see the mission of the deep state players, because look what's happening in the House. Rhino after rhino after rhino is dropping out. They want to take control of the House. And I do believe that that might actually happen. Maybe they can hold on. I'm talking about the Patriots. But again, I do believe the exposure time of Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, the criminal syndicate, I do believe they've taken it to a point where they're pretty much done with it. Yes, can they start impeachment process? But I do believe there's another group that's going to be coming in. And why not allow the D's to actually take control and have them blamed on everything that's happening? Because you know what they're going to do? They're going to take the 16-year plan and they're going to take it to the max, which means everyone's going to see it. And they can't blame it on Trump. They can't blame it on the Republicans, because if they're in complete and utter control as we approach the 2024 election, it's all them. And what's very interesting is that Liz Cheney, she is doing a book tour, and she was in the New Orleans Book Festival at Tulane University. And she says, I believe that we're in a situation where the future of democracy depends upon making sure the Republicans are not in the majority in the House and the Senate in 2025. I say that as somebody who has significant disagreements with policies of many of my Democrat colleagues. We can't survive leaders who are going to torch the Constitution. So she doesn't want the Republicans to be the majority in the House or Senate in 2025. So are they now pushing that agenda before 2025? It's starting to seem that way. And I do believe that Trump and the Patriots, they know if they take back control, they're going to be in focus. Everything will be blamed on them. And think about what's happening. Let's see, if the economy fails, oh, look, it's the Democrats. If we go to war, or we're approaching war, on the precipice of war, oh, look, it's the Democrats. If there's an event in this country, oh, look, it's the Democrats. The people will see this very, very clearly. Just like they're seeing all the indictments, they're all hoaxes. This is election interference to the max. And the people are seeing this firsthand. And we could see that they've already set Trump's criminal trial. And this is set for April 15th. And this has to do with Stormy Daniels and the hush money. But Trump, he put this out and said, Bragg falsifies business records, charges against Trump. And yes, these individuals that were installed into these positions, they are criminals. Just like Fani Willis. She's a criminal. She was stealing money, giving it to her lover. Same thing with Alvin Bragg. They're all the same. Remember, they were installed into these positions for a reason. Soros has been doing this across the country. The swamp is deep and wide, and they're part of the swamp. But it looks like Trump has won. The 5-judge panel of appellate court judges, they decided, okay, we're going to lower the $464 million bond to $175 million. And what's very interesting is that a reporter said, you know, how are you going to pay this? And Trump turns around and says, I'm paying this in cash. So Trump has 10 days to post the bond, which he's going to do. And the appeal is going to be very, very interesting. And that's not all the judges did. They did something else. And Rosie Memos put this out and said, in its order, The appeals court also stayed trial judge Arthur Engoron's decision that had barred Trump from serving as an officer or director of a New York company for 3 years, and that had barred him and the corporate defendants from applying for loans from New York lenders for the same period. The order also stayed Engoron's judge's ruling that had barred Trump's son, Don Jr., and Eric Trump from serving as officers and directors of New York companies for 2 years. So the appellate division reversed a lot of Engoron's decisions, lowered the bond, and now the deep state players, they are panicking like we've never seen before because they thought they were going to seize his assets. That all failed. Trump won. Now wait until the appeal happens. This is going to be very, very interesting. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: Judge Engoron has refused to obey the decision of the appellate division relative to the statute of limitations. This is a confrontation between a judge and those that rule above him, a very bad situation in which to place New York State in the rule of law. Engoron has disrespected the appellate division and its very clear and precise ruling. He should be made to do so and at the same time release the gag order. This is the 5th time in the case that he has been overturned, a record. His credibility and that of Letitia James has been shattered. We will abide by decision by the appellate division and post either a bond, equivalent securities, or cash. This also shows how ridiculous and outrageous Engoron's original decision was at $450 million. I did nothing wrong, and New York should never be put in a position like this again. Businesses are fleeing, violent crime is flourishing, and it is very important that this be resolved in its totality as soon as possible. Thank you. Then he put out another truth, and this is a quote from Raymond, and it says, the appellate ruling is amazing. They should have penalized the judge for cruel and unusual punishment of the defendant. It all goes too far. None of it will endure appeal, and it won't. And what's very interesting, remember that truth that Trump put out where he says, at what point are the actions of a sitting president using lawfare against his opponent for purposes of election interference considered illegal? Well, Mike Davis decided to respond to this and said, fact and legal check true. Section 595, interference by administration, employee of federal, state, or territorial governments. Whoever being a person employed in any administrative position by the United States or by any department or agency thereof, or by the District of Columbia or any agencies or instrumentally thereof, or by any state, territory, or possession of the United States, or any political subdivision, municipality, or agency thereof, or agency of such political subdivision or municipality, in connection with any activity which is financed in whole or in part by loans or grants made by the United States or department or agency thereof, uses his official authority for the purposes of interfering with or affecting the nomination of the election of any candidate for the office of president, vice president, presidential elector, member of the Senate, member of the House of Representatives, delegate from the District of Columbia, or resident commissioner, shall be fined under this title or in prison not more than 1 year or both. So, yeah, they're all doing this, and they're violating the law. Scott Adams put this out and said the financial penalties were based on Trump's profits because there were no victims. That's theft by government. The judge should be in jail. Letitia James should be in jail. Judge Engoron should be in jail. They all should be in jail, and they should have to pay Trump back for all his legal fees, and they should apologize to the people of this country. Well, let's see what happens. This will be very, very interesting. But as we approach the presidential election and everything fails to stop Trump, because it will fail, it is failing, they're going to have to move in a completely different direction. And what's very interesting is we're starting to see what tactic they're most likely going to use. And Wokeness put this out and said, Chicago announces the existence of an additional 10,000 mail-in ballots that were mistakenly not mentioned until now. Many of the ballots are from drop boxes, meaning postmarks are not required. So they're just continually saying every single day, there's more ballots. The elections aren't done in Chicago. John Daniel Davidson said, in November, it's going to be exactly this in every major city, in every swing state. Count on it. Yes, they will try to push this out. They don't want it in one day. And they'll say, we're not done counting. They're going to try to delay. They're going to try to postpone. But what's very interesting is that Rolling Stones, they came out with an article, and it looks like they're projecting exactly what they're planning to do. Remember, they already had a simulation with militias interfering in the election, and they wanted to see what people were going to do. Were they going to show up? Weren't they going to show up? And I do believe they got their answer where people wouldn't show up if there is something happening. Of course, they use militia where they're saying, oh, it's Trump supporters, but actually it's going to be the opposite way. It's going to be their insurgency. But this is the headline of the article. It says, Biden is building a superstructure to stop Trump from stealing the election. I'm going to read some parts here. It says, Trump and his MAGA allies have been working for years to pre-rig the 2024 election. Here's how Team Biden is planning to fight them. Think about what they just said here. Biden has been worried for a while now that Trump is going to try to steal the election. If it's very close on election day, if that ends up being the case, we are also expecting the Republican Party to go into overdrive to help him steal it. We're continuing to build out the infrastructure to ensure that doesn't happen again. If President Biden wins and Trump and MAGA Republicans try to confuse everyone and sow chaos. Over the past year, Biden has been conducting war games, crafting complex legal strategies, and devoting extensive resources to prepare for, as one former senior Biden administration official puts it, all hell breaks loose scenarios. The preparations include planning for a contingency in which Biden's margin of victory is so razor thin that Trump and the GOP launch a tidal wave of legal challenges and political maneuvers to rerun his 2020 election strategy, declare victory anyway, and try to will it into existence. Are they projecting out there? Absolutely. T. Biden's in-house counsel and network of outside lawyers are currently preparing legal strategies for scenarios involving recounts that would make, in the words of one Biden official, make Florida in 2000 look like child's play. So are they going to say, we're not satisfied with the election? We're not certifying the election. We want to recount. See, everything that they're saying in this is what they're going to do. Biden's world closely held list of nightmare scenarios in which Democrat legal teams would have to battle out tooth and nail with Republican counterparts before, during, or after the election day of 2024. Biden campaign officials and other Democrats familiar with the topic tell Rolling Stone that a key concern for which step-by-step game planning has already begun is how to robustly respond if Trump and other leading Republicans try to engineer another January 6th style power grab. Think about what they're planning here. So you can see they're projecting what they're going to do, just like with January 6th. They're going to create an insurgency and they're going to make it look like Trump supporters are doing this, but it's really going to be them. Think about this. And yes, the fake news, they're all on board with this. I know a lot of people are looking at the fake news and say, how can they keep saying Trump's winning? Well, think about it. How do you piss off the Trump supporters? Think about what we just read and what Biden and the deep state is planning to do. So if people think that, hey, look, Trump's in the lead, Trump's in the lead, Trump's in the lead, and we get to the elections and all of a sudden, oh, wait, we can't finish the counting. Oh, wait, it's very, very close to call. Oh, wait, we can't do anything. Oh, wait, there's a cyber attack. Are they building it up, trying to get the Trump supporters very, very angry? Absolutely. RNC Research put this out and said, CNN, the decline in support for Joe Biden among voters of color in Michigan is something we've been seeing in state after state after state. Biden has some big problems. So basically, they're building this up. And yes, are more and more people moving to Trump's side? Yes, but they're building this up because, again, think about what they have planned for the 2024 election. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they already know what they're planning. They already know they're going to try to cheat with their systems. And when they realize they can't cheat, I do believe they're going to move to a cyber attack. Will they try an insurgency? Yes. Will they try to keep people away from the polls? Yes, which means the military is going to have to step in. So I do believe in the very beginning, we might see everything leading up to the presidential election. And I do believe probably at the last minute, they'll say there's a cyber attack and we're just going to have to postpone for a sec here. And maybe we can get it back up and running and maybe we can do this. Now, once again, will people trust their system if it was cyber attacked? No, I don't believe so. So I do believe there's going to be someone's going to make the case that we go to paper ballots, most likely the military, or maybe even Biden. Let's see how this all plays out if he's still around. But someone's going to make the decision that we can't use their systems. And I do believe this is when they'll probably use the insurgency to try to keep people away from the polls, because if you go to paper and you're going to go in person, you can't allow the people to show up. So what do you got to do? You got to have your people out in mass. And I do believe that's exactly what they're going to do. Now, a lot of these people will probably dress up as Trump supporters, trying to keep people away from the polls. Because remember, they got to make it look like that it's Trump that's doing this and the deep state is not doing this, just like January 6th. And I do believe this is when the military is going to get involved to protect the elections. But what's very interesting is that the U.S. now is charging Chinese cyber company with hacking U.S. infrastructure as part of an attack. So they just charged people for attacking U.S. infrastructure. Are they building this up right now? I do believe so. I do believe they're going to continue to build this up as time goes on. And you could see that the deep state, they're panicking right now because Trump is in the lead. He has the people with him, and they can't allow the elections to happen the way they are now. They just won't be able to cheat. They just won't be able to do it. I think last time Trump had 70, 80 million people. I think this time he's going to be close to 150 million plus. I think the people are going to really be with him because I think he's going to have a lot of the D's as we approach the 2024 election, and people are afraid and scared. And they're going to be looking at Biden, the administration, the fake news, saying, what are you doing? You're bringing us to war. You're not going to stop it. You don't have a peace plan. Trump is going to tell everyone, we can have peace. Elect me 24 hours. I'll have peace. I know all the players. But you could see that more and more people now, they're questioning what's going on. This is from Farzad on X, and he says, I used to consider myself a Democrat. And he put this poll out, by the way. I used to consider myself a Democrat. Now I feel like Democratic Party is very bad, but I still consider myself liberal. Anyone else? So not me is 9.2%. Me Too is 26%. Was never liberal, 36%. Elon actually responded to this and said, I voted 100% Dem until a few years ago. Now I think we need a red wave or America is toast. And I completely agree with him. And I do believe we're going to get that red wave. I think it's going to come in like a freight train. And Trump is going to have so many people on his side, because remember, this is about taking back the country. This is about waking the people up. This is not a normal 4 years election where you have both sides and you really don't have a choice. This is about waking people up, making them understand, look, they're trying to take away your freedom. They're trying to censor you. They're trying to take away your Second Amendment, take your weapons away. They're sending now illegals into your homes. They're quartering. They're searching you everywhere you go now. People now can see this very, very clearly. And remember, going back in time, it's the deep state that are the terrorists. They're the tyrannical government. They've been using all this fear to try to get us to do things that we normally wouldn't do. 9/11, the wars, you name it. It's all them. And I do believe Ben Carson pretty much sums it all up. And he says, we've been conditioned to think that only politicians can solve our problems. But at some point, maybe we will wake up and recognize that it was the politicians who created our problems. Yeah, it was all the installed politicians. It was the criminal syndicate. They have created all these problems. They have created the wars. They are the terrorists. And the people now are learning. And the people, they're starting to realize the truth. And I do believe in the end, the people, as we get closer and closer to the presidential election, I do believe the majority is going to wake up, and the majority is going to vote for Trump. And the deep state, they're going to be struggling. Yes, they're going to fight back. Yes, they're going to use scare tactics. But again, the people, they're going to see through it. Why? Because they're awake and they're thinking logically. They hit the precipice where they're going to find the will to change. And we're getting closer and closer to that. And I do believe in the end, the Patriots are going to win. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right. And that was the X22 report for today. So let's see. We got And We Know. We got Christian Patriot. We've got X22 down. We're going to check and see if there was anything else that came up in this last period of time here. And nope, nothing else has come up. So that is going to be it for today, folks. Thank you so much for joining me once again. And we will catch you tomorrow about 11 a.m. is when I'll be going live. And we will go from there. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Peace. Like if you were going to the casino.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm out in Lebanon.
Okay.
Outskirts of Lebanon.
Okay. Okay.
And I work in Holmesville, but yeah, so it'll Grant Sheridan, huh?